Patience, everybody. We have a lot of citizens in the lobby. We want to make sure that there's room for everyone, so the back panels are being opened to accommodate citizens and make sure that they have seats. So if you can just bear with us, we'd appreciate it.
Live, but we are not recording.
Yep.
And with that, Commissioner, we are live and recording.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It is 2:43 in the afternoon of August 9th. Thank you so much for joining us for our land use and public hearing. Just as a point of personal privilege, this is always a high honor when a number of citizens come and visit with us. So thank you for spending your afternoon here to be part of the public process. That means a lot to us. And like we always say, we work for you, not the other way around. We did try to accommodate as many folks in the back by opening up our hearing room B. Is everybody seated and comfortable back there? Great. And can you hear okay? Great. Okay. Well, with that, let's go ahead and stand, if you would, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Attorney Ingalls, do we have certification of the agenda for today?
We do, Mr. Chair. I'll just run through the notices real quick. On item 2A, you required notice mailed to abutting landowners, which was accomplished on July 25th. Items 2B and 2C did not require any specialized notice, but they were properly noticed under the open meeting law. Item 3A required mailed, published, and posted notice. That was accomplished on June 23rd, June 30th, and June 29th, respectively. Item 3B was properly continued from July 12th, 2022 until today. It had been properly noticed for an earlier hearing. With that, you have notice and jurisdiction on all 5 items.
Thank you, Attorney Ingalls. Do any commissioners have disclosures for items on this agenda today?
I have none, thank you.
No, sir.
And I have none either. With that, we'll move on to item 2, which is our land use meeting items, and begin with item 2A, which is 6359 Airport Road, Highground Music Festival Major Entertainment Event, project file EE 2022-003. Trevor Bedford presenting for staff. Hi, Trevor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Trevor Bedford, representing Planning Services. The item before you today is a major entertainment event application for a music festival at 6359 Airport Road. This is Highground's Music Festival at the Denver Polo Club. The project number is EE 2022-003. The applicant is requesting approval of a major entertainment event on September 10th and 11th, 2022. The event is proposed to be from 12:30 to 11 p.m. each day, with music, food and beverages, and art installations. The anticipated attendance is up to a maximum of 5,000 each day. The intent of the major entertainment event process is to provide for the orderly control of entertainment events. Major events are defined as one-day events in excess of 500 persons or multi-day events over 300 per day. These are allowed as a use by special review in the A1 zoning district on properties that have an established principal use. Requests for major entertainment events are reviewed by the Board of County Commissioners. I am one ahead. Now I'm good. Major events are reviewed by referral agencies and the public, after which mailed notice of the public meeting is sent to abutting landowners. Public comment was received from 3 individual property owners in the area and from the Banbury Cross Homeowners Association. Concerns with traffic, wear and tear on the private road, access, noise, security, and other impacts were noted. The applicant is prepared to address these comments in their presentation today. Following the board's decision on the application, entertainment events require additional work by the applicant to acquire permits, approvals, licenses, and other inspections set forth in the conditions of approval. The events cannot commence until these items are finalized. The site is outlined in red and is located west of Highway 85 and approximately half a mile south of the intersection of Airport Road and Leviers Boulevard. Site access will occur from Highway 85 and Airport Road to through an easement to on-site parking. Zooming in on the aerial, The property is generally surrounded by large lot, single-family residences. The event is proposed on existing polo fields and an open area in the north-central portion of the site. On-site parking is on the western portion adjacent to the entry point. The site has hosted music events in 2017, 2018, and 2019. These were previously referred to as Polo Fest. A multi-year approval was requested in 2019, but the board determined to only approve a one-year event due to uncertainty regarding the timing of traffic improvements along Highway 85. No music events were proposed in 2020 or 2021. This exhibit shows a detailed view of the festival layout on the site, as well as the on-site parking. Festival activities will take place on the northern portion of the site, outlined in red. The event includes 2 stages, food trucks, vendor areas, multiple areas for portable toilets, medical tent, ID check areas, recycling trash containers. The parking will be on the west of the event area, along with the dedicated rideshare area. On-site parking will be managed by event staff, while off-site traffic managed by Douglas County Sheriff's Office. The parking area is accessed by a private easement shared by multiple property owners. The applicant provided copies of easements granted by property owners to the north and west that allow J&C properties to use the road for various purposes, and these include events with the general public access. Several properties also use this roadway as access, including properties within the Banbury Cross subdivision to the south. This slide lists the approval standards for major entertainment events. Staff's assessment of these standards are discussed in detail within the staff report. Staff has evaluated the application in accordance with Section 22B of the Douglas County Zoning Resolution. Again, traffic control will be accomplished in coordination with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. And should the board find that approval standards for the major entertainment event are met, the following proposed conditions are included for consideration in the motion. The first condition is that the major entertainment event permit is approved for September 10th and 11th, 2022, as described in the staff report and attached narrative. Proof of inspections, permits, approvals, and agreements from all applicable agencies and county departments shall be submitted prior to the start of the event. We had this condition number 2 that was if applicant proposes significant changes to the duration or number of participants, a new event permit may be required at the discretion of the county. We removed that because that is typically for multi-year events or multi-event permit applications. So we didn't find that it was necessary for this. So we would recommend to remove that. Anything that doesn't comply with condition number 1 would need approval again anyways. Condition number 3 is that the applicant shall meet all South Metro fire permit requirements and shall pass all on-site inspections prior to the commencement of the entertainment event. Condition 4, prior to final permit issuance, all building and electrical permits shall be obtained by the applicant, and the applicant shall pass all on-site inspections required by Douglas County Building Division. Condition 5, prior to final event permit issuance, copies of valid retail food establishment licenses for all vendors shall be forwarded to Douglas County. Condition 6, prior to final event permit issuance, the applicant shall obtain a special event permit from the Douglas County Liquor Licensing Authority. And condition 7, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or applicant's representative during the public meeting and or agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied on by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all such commitments and promises. Major entertainment events shall be approved with conditions, continued, tabled for further study, or denied by the Board of County Commissioners at a public meeting. The board shall evaluate the entertainment request, staff report, applicant responses, public comment, and testimony. The board's action shall be based on the evidence presented, compliance with adopted county standards, regulations, and policies, and other guidelines. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for any questions regarding the staff report. Otherwise, Joe B. Halper and Noah Levinson are here for the applicants.
Great. Trevor, thank you so much for that presentation. Any questions for Trevor?
Trevor, I do have a couple of questions. So does this mean we have 6 conditions instead of 7?
Correct.
And is this the first time you've presented before us?
I presented once before.
Well, I don't remember that, but I saw your name and I thought, I don't remember you. You did a very nice job, so thank you for this.
Thank you.
I have no other questions.
Further questions for staff?
No questions.
You know, Trevor, I'm looking in our very significant packet for this afternoon, and one of the staff comments is under your analysis of section 2202B of the zoning resolution, and you state that the site is located within the Agricultural 1 zone district, which permits major entertainment events as an accessory use subject to section 22B. Is that still your impression?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments for staff? Okay, with that, let's go ahead and have the applicant come up. If you want to identify yourself with your name and address, we'll be pleased to hear from you.
Do you want to give me the, yeah, thank you so much. Good afternoon, commissioners, county attorney, clerk, the planning. We really appreciate your all being here. We also appreciate the community coming, and even though I know there are concerns, we actually appreciate hearing the concerns and having the opportunity to meet those concerns and demonstrate that we aren't just trying to push in, but to provide an event that the community can be proud of and not terrified of. So I'm Joe B. Halper, and I am one of the co-founders of Highground Music Festival. I am here to be the representative of the festival on this request for a use permit. I have with me today first Noah Levinson. Noah is the other co-founder and creative director of Highground Music Festival, the visionary who brought this to fruition in our inaugural year last year. You can just say hello if you like.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to thank the commission and also the planning department for all of their hard work. And again, thank you all for being here. This is very exciting.
I'd also like to introduce Erica Gandom-Carr Sachs, who represents the Denver Polo Club, the location where we plan to host the festival upon approval of the application. She and her sister Tara and her parents John and Chris Gandom-Carr have been part of Douglas County for 40 years as landowners, homeowners, and business people. Would you like to say hello?
I would just like to say thank you for this process. I'm excited to share with you guys the future, and I'm excited you guys are here, so thank you, commissioners, for listening to us. We're excited for our presentation.
We also have a couple of experts for you on WebEx. First, we have Cole Keggins, and Cole is the production director for our festival. He's here as an expert for you on everything production, but most pertinent to this conversation. I'll talk about sound and light and stages as best I can as a person who is the creator of this festival. But if there are additional questions by the commissioners, he's on WebEx and ready to answer those questions in a more technical way. Also appearing by WebEx is Fred Lance, and Fred Lance and Associates is a traffic engineer. As you see in your packets, he submitted information to you in the form of a report advocating that we can manage the traffic for this particular festival. And again, if you have questions that are more specific with respect to traffic, Fred's available to you. Thank you very much. So I would like to start with what we're going to cover. I'm going to have a lot to tell you. It's impossible not to take up your time because it's a music festival and you want to know that it's safe and well thought through and protects nature and the people around it, and so I have to take this time, but I'll try to be succinct and not waste any of your time at all. If, however, you find that there's things you're more interested in, I am comfortable with being unseated and moved around. If you want to talk about something else, don't feel like you can't unseat me. First, I'm going to just start by having Noah and I talk to you about what was our inaugural year of Highground 2021. Our festival is special. It's not just another music festival appearing in another place for another group of kids. It's a very special festival, and we think it's important to share with you what it is about Highground that makes it special and why it would be welcome in Douglas County as a new event. Second, we're going to talk about the structure of this year's festival in more detail and help you understand the safety planning and things that went into it. We'll try not to cover all of the things that Trevor Bedford has already covered because you've heard those things, but to highlight things that we think would be important to you. We're going to spend just a minute or two talking about the difference between Polo Fest and Highground Music Festival. So I'm sure the commissioners know that there were 3 years, 2017, 18, and 19, where this commission approved the Polo Fest at the Polo Club. And the festival grew under the guidance and approvals of the commission. And I think that when I reviewed a lot of the concerns of some of the neighbors living near the property, some of that's very endemic to Polo Fest and different than our festival. So I think it's important that I take a couple minutes and highlight to you those differences and why we think that the experience will be different for not just the county and the community, but the neighbors themselves. I'm going to talk a bit about your authority. I'll try not to just repeat everything that Trevor just said, but it is a legal question that you're looking at in large part, and a question of evidence, and so it's important that I talk about that. Lastly, we also have looked at the concerns of the neighbors, and we took them very, very seriously. We appreciated the neighbors highlighting their concerns. It isn't that we weren't trying to address things that would normally come up in a festival, but understanding the experience of neighbors living near the Denver Polo Club allowed us to focus on those concerns and try very hard to meet those issues to make a more comfortable experience for this festival than they'd had in the Polo Fest. So we want to spend a little time on that. So to start, what is Highground? Highground's tagline is the most beautiful music festival. And the reason is because although it is a music festival, it's so much more. Aesthetics are very important to us, both taking into all of our attendees the beauty of Colorado, but also the on-site aesthetics. We have live painters and muralists and installation art that's quite spectacular. In fact, the curator of our beautiful art is here on site with us. We have a lot of Colorado focus. We have 2 stages, one of which is entirely focused on those Colorado. So I'm not going to say more about 2021. It's really Noah's job to talk with you about it, and I think he has a little video to give you a feel for what Highground looked like.
I think. Yeah. Excellent. Thank you so much for playing that. And thank you all for watching. Before I kind of dive into the 2021 experience, I just wanted to give a little anecdote. this is an experience that I first had the idea for about 5 or 6 years ago when I was listening to one of my favorite songs by the artist who was on that stage. And this has been a dream of mine for many years. And I moved to Colorado several years ago to make that dream happen. And seeing it come full circle as an experience with that artist, Casbo, being one of our headliners, was a dream come true on every level. And it was so amazing to see that the community loved it just as much as we did as a team. And we're very excited to hopefully continue bringing this festival to the community. So a little bit about Highground in 2021. This was a 2,000 capacity single day experience. It was a sold out event with 2 stages. Each of, I guess total, we had 20 artists. The main stage focused primarily on national and international talent. And our second stage was dedicated to the local music community. We had over 20 local artists and vendors all put together in a vendor marketplace. And the whole concept of this was to showcase local businesses that were making clothing and jewelry and different kinds of merchandise that our festival attendees could enjoy and purchase and contribute to. We had over 15 local visual artists that our art director Eliza put together, and this ranged everyone from anywhere between on-site live painters to live muralists to large-scale art installations to really create this beautiful space. And again, this was all inside a single-day experience. The whole vision of this was to create a very chill and I get quote-unquote vibey electronic, but also indie music festival where people could either dance around or lay back on the lawn and relax and overall just enjoy this relaxing and chill music experience. And overall, and then also in the image, this is our Transcendome, and this was an idea that we wanted to unveil last year. And the whole idea was to put together this space where people could kind of step away from the music and focus on their inner well-being and mentality. So we had sessions of yoga and Reiki and breath work and other mindfulness activities throughout the day. And this is something that we plan to bring back this year and in future years of Highground. All of this kind of culminated into a really beautiful experience that our attendees loved. And ultimately, we were the winner of Denver Westward Magazine's People's Choice Best New Music Festival of 2021, which was such a dream come true as well and unexpected, and I think really shows what this festival is all about and why the community loves it. I'm going to pass things back to Joby. We're going to talk a little bit about the safety of last year and how we plan to bring that further forward.
It was beautiful. But what's important is it safe? Is it appropriate? Is it what would be coming to Douglas? We are incredibly proud to say that in an 11-hour music festival, it had 0 security incidents, 0 fights, 0 problems, 0 police incidents, no traffic incidents whatsoever. We had, and this might sound wary, but it's not. We had 1 minor medical incident in an 11-hour music festival. Levitt Pavilion told us that had never happened in their entire history. So Levitt gave us a letter of recommendation that is in your packet, and we will go over it later, but Levitt wanted to inform you that we had a safe, appropriate, well-organized, well-planned festival. I will, because I'm going to switch to why 2022 is coming here, if you allow it, it's a perfect point. Why not Levitt? And one of the community members asked, we'll just stay at Levitt. It takes a minute of understanding what Levitt is. Levitt was created in a partnership between Live Nation and the city of Denver. Live Nation came to the city of Denver and proposed that they use a park to create an outdoor music venue. And the quid pro quo was if Live Nation would provide 50 free events a year to the community, then all of the rest of the permits would belong to Live Nation unless they passed on them. Well, they passed on them, and we got one. and we hold this beautiful festival. And they watched it. They watched everything we did, and we did things no one had ever done before. And they loved it so much that they did it themselves this year. Congratulations. And did not give us a permit whatsoever. And that happens. But we're good with it. At first, we were shocked. But sometimes something comes around the corner. So if you remember in the video, all the people spread out. That's what we want. This isn't a pack them in festival where everybody's just tight in and wrestling with each other, i.e. not the event in Texas. Instead, our people want to spread out. They want to, as Noah said, sit on the grass. And what is the most beautiful grass I've ever seen? Denver Polo Club. It is spectacular. So that's the first reason we want to go there. It is gorgeous views. It meets our aesthetic, which is so important to us. We want our people to come and feel uplifted and not wild. We want them to feel spread out and mindful and lovely, and people do feel that from us. So that's the first reason we want to come there. We want to expand to a 2-day event, and we couldn't do that at Levitt. We think that this is an appropriate 2-day event. We are slow growers. Last year we had a 1-day, and the only thing we want to do is add another day and some more people. We want to keep things very controlled and really make sure everything works very well for us. We have something we couldn't have at all at Levitt, which is free on-site parking for our guests. We think that when people come and they park, because at this sort of event, people come and stay and they can't go in and out. You come and you stay. Which will come up a few times in our discussion. But free on-site parking, we think, is a feature that makes it better for everybody, the community, the neighbors, and the participants who come and watch. We wanted to continue our 2-stage, let me go back for a second. Who are the people who come to Highground? It is 18 and up is mandatory, but based on our attendance in last year, our guests are 95% ages 21 to 36. It is not a little kids group. It is not a young wild group. These are young people who are looking to be first-time home buyers, have careers starting, real people. And let's see, now I can catch myself back up. 2 stages. We will continue to have 1 stage that's entirely or predominantly focused, I think there's 1 or 2 people, but it's predominantly focused on Coloradans. We really like this Colorado experience. We're going to continue to do everything we did before to maintain that Colorado focus through our food, through our vendor village, even our staff. I am literally the only person on our senior staff that's not from Colorado. I live in San Diego. Which is also beautiful. So we definitely are more about the aesthetic than the party. And I think that really communicates to people. When we got the comments that people gave about our festival who attended, they talked about community, they talked about intimacy, they talked about well-being and positivity. One person said, "This is the music festival I've been waiting for my entire life." That got me. I also, as Noah mentioned, will continue our Transcendome, and all of our teachers in our Transcendome and people who work with us will also be all Coloradans. Lastly, I want to talk about our nonprofit partner, because I'm so proud of our nonprofit partner. Our ethos for our company has always been at-risk youth, and we spend a lot of time and effort and money to try to help at-risk youth, and many of our events have been focused at risk youth. And we found the perfect partner for us in Boredom Fighters. I would like to introduce Boredom Fighters. This is Aaron O'Brien. Boredom Fighters is something that we think that your county should get to know whether you give us the permit or not, because what they do is look at, as well, at-risk youth, and they provide everything from camps and classes in schools and other events to expose kids to making music and learning how to make events. These are positive, proactive ways to keep kids engaged and forward-facing. And so we couldn't be happier than to work with Boredom Fighters. Taken as a whole, we think we've taken every opportunity to foster community, togetherness, and positivity, because that is high ground. We've spent months and a substantial amount of funds developing this festival now to move specifically to the Denver Polo Club to meet the concerns and interests of Douglas County, all of the requirements of Douglas County, to create a well-constructed music festival and to meet the needs of its community. So let's look at what we have, some of which was covered by Trevor. The Douglas County Sheriffs plan to manage the intersection at 85 and Airport Road. We worked with both CDOT and Colorado Safety Highway Patrol, who agreed that the Douglas County Sheriffs would best be able to manage that. And as a note, CDOT said that we are not required to get a permit because we are such a small festival, it's unnecessary. And that kind of goes to this question of our size and complications. Then we have our own staff managing traffic. So Airport Road, as you know, when you turn from Louvieres, becomes a private road. At that point, our staff takes over. We have staff along that route to move traffic into our parking. Nobody will be out on the street. It isn't a place where anyone will be allowed to be dropped off. No buses will be on the street. Nothing will happen on the street. It will all come into the festival grounds, into our parking. At the end of our festival, on that private road, our staff will block people from going any further on the road unless they are actual homeowners down the road or people who can show that they're servicing through, maybe someone has a plumber, maybe Amazon is coming, they will be able to get through. So we plan to protect the community by prohibiting forward movement further down the road. Down on the festival grounds, we will have privacy screen all the way around to best serve the needs of the neighbors around the festival. There will only be one main entrance and exit. All of the other exits from the grounds are for emergency only. If you leave the festival, you get in your car and you leave the grounds. You are done. There's no in and out, and that's very important because it restricts traffic. It doesn't allow gluts of repetitive traffic. And I want to describe how traffic tends to work with our festival because I think it's different than Polo Fest. Our people arrive in a slow stream through the day. There's no big chunks of people that are all racing at one particular time or another. So our ingress is a lot more smoothly controlled, and our egress really only occurs at the end of the festival, which is in the late evening. Our site lighting, professional security and medical. So we are working with a professional security company. They are bringing, I want to say, something like 31 security people to work our entire festival and protect everybody on site. And we have a full medical team coming in case of emergencies to protect anyone's medical needs. Our site lighting, we're very aware of Regulation Section 30. We've worked closely with the planners on Regulation Section 30 and the building department. Our festival parking lights are downward facing. They don't face out, they face down onto the ground. So they make it safe for people looking for their cars and walking, but they don't shine outward towards people's homes. On the festival grounds, there are some also taller lights, but the festival grounds are maybe, I don't know, Erica, 30 feet down from the parking?
Oh, more.
More than that. No lights on the festival grounds ever will come up over the hillside that creates the parking blockade. There will be some emergency lights because it's important to have safety, needless to say, downward facing or closed lights, and the rest will all be under 10-foot lights. Therefore, we do not anticipate light shining in a single home. Now, that doesn't mean somebody can't look out and see lights, because we'll have lights in our parking. But we never would want lights to shine into people's homes. I wouldn't like it, and I'm sure you wouldn't like it. Similarly, we will meet the Section 17 noise overlay. We have very sophisticated sound system. Our sound engineers use mechanisms to point sound so that it stays within festival grounds and doesn't saturate the outer area. And natural things like the hillside also block sound. And our professionals will monitor the sound to meet those requirements throughout the festival. We believe all Douglas requirements will be met, and it will be a well-constructed festival that you will not be sorry that you invited into your community. So we've talked a little bit about Polo Fest. Let's focus on it for a couple of minutes. Your last Polo Fest, you approved 8,000 people. That was the third one. Although we understand that actually more like 12,000 arrived. We plan to have 5,000 attendees, a much smaller, more manageable festival. Many, many people were bussed in during Polo Fest, and as we understand it, people were let out on the road. And I think that caused a lot of concern for the neighbors that people were walking around and there's private property nearby. We don't plan to do that. Anybody coming in will have to come onto the parking and will not be permitted to get out on the festival or on the road leading to the festival. We are, as you can see, a small independent team, and that's why we can work really directly with neighbors and concerns and issues. We have a more nimble family approach to things. We aren't AEG coming in. As we talked about, people will arrive through the day, and so it spreads out traffic really reasonably based on our experience. But the last thing I want to talk about are the stages of Polo Fest, because we've seen the map. Their stages were substantially bigger than ours, and they were not the way we would or are positioning our stages. We can understand why there might have been sound bleed based on stage positioning. Additionally, we don't know what equipment they used because there's a lot of different sound equipment. We just know what we're using, which is very technical sound equipment. So we think that the experience that people will have from Highground will be a very different experience. I have no disparagement of Polo Fest, and I wasn't at Polo Fest. I'm sure it was lovely. But we want to assure you that we've thought about all of these issues and are hoping to make a festival that people are proud to have in this community. We were directed by planning and have met with every referral agency and have worked well with them, and every single agency, some with some restrictions, which have been discussed, have agreed that we could go forward with our festival. We worked with the Douglas County Sheriff's Department, who you have in your packet as a referral response. South Metro Fire has actually issued the permit to us. Tri-County we've been working closely with. We're good to go on everything with Tri-County, but we are in the process of submitting permits. We've been submitting to them our food vendors permits. We understand the process, they understand the process. We are comfortable, they are comfortable, so that will all proceed, and we know that anybody who didn't submit a permit is not coming. We have worked with both engineering and building from Douglas County and have gotten their blessings as long as we meet certain parameters that were discussed earlier. CDOT has said we are good to go and has said we don't need a permit, given our size. Colorado State Patrol also has said we are good to go and don't need a permit, and that everything can be handled through the Douglas County Sheriff's Department. Lastly, we've already applied for our alcohol permit, and we've received approval for the alcohol permit. They're just waiting for you. This commission has the authority and sufficient evidence to approve our event. This is a compatible use that's allowed under A1 zoning pursuant to, as discussed, zoning regulation 22. In other words, if we meet the parameters of this zoning 22 regulation, you may approve us. Nothing prevents it. While the property is zoned A1, DCZR 303.3 expressly permits entertainment events on A1 properties when 22B is met. Regulation 2205B provides you with those parameters that were previously discussed and that you can apply to determine if we're entitled to a major entertainment event. So as you know, because you've approved 3 already, even though it's zoned A1, if we meet these parameters, you are entitled to issue this permit. everything that we have submitted in your packet and all of the evaluations by the staff and our responses support that you can and should issue us this permit and give us the opportunity to show you what we can bring to this county. I'm going to change screens. There's the code, which you know. But I want to also talk about how this benefits your community, because it's one thing to be able to, but I want to make sure you know the why. So in the why, the first thing is we pay a fee to the Denver Polo Club to use their property, and I don't think that surprises you. They pay taxes on income that they bring in, and some of those taxes go to Douglas County. So it brings more taxes to Douglas County. Additionally, we sell tickets, we sell food, we sell alcohol, and we pay taxes on all of that as sales tax, a portion of which goes to Douglas County directly. We have 4,000 to 5,000 young adults who are all with capacity and at the age where they will start looking for property, homes, etc. And they will be exposed, some of them for the first time, to your beautiful, beautiful surroundings. And I think that's good, because everybody can't buy in Denver and people should look elsewhere in this gorgeous state. We will increase the sales at local hotels, gas stations, stores, and restaurants in the area. And that is good for your businesses and increases your taxes. In fact, Oyo Hotel is a franchise. The actual Oyo Hotel Castle Rock is owned by somebody in Castle Rock. And they have partnered with us, and they are going to offer benefits to our guests who are coming to stay on their property so that people can be closer into the festival rather than commuting. There are many Douglas County residents who are attending this festival already. Those are your constituents as well. And employees are coming from Douglas, and particularly many of the staff for security are coming from Douglas County. Lastly, we would love to have Douglas County volunteers. We think that would be fantastic if people were interested in volunteering from Douglas County to help out at the festival. I'm going to just introduce now Erica Gandom-Carr before I talk a little bit about the road and the property and some issues there, because she wanted to say some words to you about her family, their time in Douglas County, and their interest in this festival.
Thanks. No, I don't need that. Hi, I'm Erica Gandom-Carr, and it's fun for me to look across this room and look at all of the citizens and the community members here in Douglas County. There's not really very many young faces in here, and so I'm sure as I go down and I reminisce a little bit about my family and I and how we've been here for 40 years, I'm sure some of you guys will remember those little pieces and parts. So my family and I have been in Douglas County for over 40 years now. Do you guys remember Plum Creek Elementary School? Down off of Santa Fe. It's now across from Town Center behind the Sunbelt rental. That's where I grew up. It was a small, teeny tiny red schoolhouse. And that's where I went to school. My 6th grade class was the one that designed the playground at Roxborough Elementary School currently. Excuse me. I used to walk to Miss Principato's house to catch the bus. I was the first one on and the last one off. My sister and I would actually ride horses from our ranch, our main facility, which is right next to Chatfield. We would ride our horses from our ranch across to the mansion in Highlands Ranch, before it was Highlands Ranch. Titan Road was a dirt road when we moved here to Douglas County. I was a kid. Do you guys remember Bud's Bar? Remember Bud? It's still there. Do you remember Bud's Bar when they had the hats on the ceiling? It was an old-timey town. When it was fine to have dirty, old, gross hats on the ceiling. Well, as we evolve and as we grow up, we got to change those things. Excuse me. Do you remember South 85 Feed, now Murdoch's? They still have the same phone number. South 85 feed right on the corner of Titan and Santa Fe. Remember Beeman's gas station? So as a kid growing up, those were frequent stops for my family and I. We've been in Douglas County for a long time. We've seen a lot of growth. My sister and I went to Douglas County High School in Castle Rock. It didn't have a movie theater. It didn't even have a hospital, let alone the mall. It's huge. Granted, we love it. Castle Rock was just Castle Rock was just a small town between Denver and Colorado Springs to get gas before you ran out of gas between Denver and Colorado Springs. In fact, one of my teachers, Miss Allie, Steve and Liz Alley, I went to her husband's retirement party. He was a firefighter here in Douglas County. My daughter now goes to Roxborough Elementary School. So needless to say, my family and I, we are Douglas County. We're here to stay. We've been here for a long time. When I was younger, I was like, wow, maybe I want to run for county commissioner because I love this county so much. Now I'm actually thinking Senate because I love Colorado. We have the most incredible, incredible state and the most incredible, incredible county. For almost 4 generations, we've been able to create and cultivate many relationships through the equestrian world that have been vital to Douglas County and the people who live here. There's a large equestrian community that now lives here in Douglas County because of my family and I, because we started them with horses and started them within this community here in Douglas County. Excuse me. Our community that we have within our industry, people have moved closer and here in Douglas County to be closer to their horses. They've gotten jobs here in Douglas County to be closer to this community. And we've now had people over the generations that have started with us, and now they're representatives, and they travel the globe, and they represent your county, and they represent us. At a grassroots level, we've helped to build and grow Douglas County into one of the most popular and incredible places to work and to live. And so we are Douglas County. We've had 4 large properties in Douglas County, totaling over 800 acres. Now Mom and Dad have retired, and my sister and I are taking over the business, so we've shrunk that down to 2 large pieces. But we love this county. My sister and I want to create a place that Douglas County, its citizens, its neighbors can be proud of. We don't want to create another random event. We don't want to create another development. We don't want to create another storage facility, although that would be easy and makes tons of money. We want to create an inclusive, multi-generational community where people can feel safe, included, and everyone's proud to call it home and be a part of it. I know a lot of people think Polo Club or equestrian. That's not Douglas County, and that's not our family. We want to create something that's inclusive. The properties around us, I know there's been some concerns. As we continue to grow and as we continue to host events and people and humans, this is going to increase the value of our neighbors' properties, just like it does Castle Pines, Denver Country Club, all of those properties around those parks and open spaces. With that thought, we want to have our future projects live in perpetuity so that our kids, their kids, and future generations can enjoy everything. My family and I are in the process of figuring out how to make that major development and facility live in perpetuity. Your staff is working on it currently for us. I've traveled the world in many places. I've traveled the state, and Douglas County is an incredible and special place to visit and live. There's nothing more beautiful than that Plum Creek Valley. When the sunrise comes up and the leaves sparkle, it's beautiful. We live in the most incredible county. We want to make sure that everybody feels comfortable. We want to be inclusive. Just like Joby was speaking, Highground Music Festival and their producers are of like mind. which is why we're supporting them. We've had multiple events. I've never stood up in front of the county for Highground or for any of our developments. I've sat in the back and I've sat quiet. But we are supporting Highground. We are of like mind. In 2017, 2018, and 19, we did host Polo Fest, and that was with a group that we were connected in with the equestrian industry. Another longtime Douglas County family. In 2019, we hosted our last Polo Fest. This was an ambitious project on many levels, with many moving parts and honestly too many cooks in the kitchen. And you can see what happened there. There was too many cooks in the kitchen. When my family and I partner with anyone, we take full responsibility, whether we're in direct control or not, because that's what you do as a leader, and that's what you do to move on. So we take full responsibility for Polo Fest. Polo Fest had many pros and cons, but as a family, for us, it had too many cons to continue. Prior to the 2020 COVID shenanigans, I call them shenanigans because everybody puts it in their own terms, we had already discussed with the promoters the many changes that would take place, and frankly, we weren't a big fan of continuing Polo Fest in how it happened for 2019. As a county, and here, Polo Fest was great. They checked all the boxes, and they did all the things. But as a family, and as a property, and as a neighbor, and people who live there, my own house, it didn't go right. So when we continue and when we build our business and we're here for 40 years, if you're not evolving and adapting, then why exist? And that's how we've been able to become so productive and so successful. My family ranch is at the doorstep, excuse me, of both Sterling Ranch and Highlands Ranch. We never opposed the growth, but we adapted, we changed, and we evolved with that growth. Because of COVID, we have not had the opportunity until now to really right the wrongs that we as a family recognized with Polo Fest. With the announcement of higher grounds, now we've been able to move forward and fix those changes and adapt and change and address the concerns of the neighbors. My heart is in Douglas County, my family is in Douglas County, and I would put my life on the line to not jeopardize our family, our county, and our property. With the advice from leading experts and together with Higher Grounds, we've developed a comprehensive plan for traffic, safety, parking, sound control, and the safety and security of all the attendees of the event. Excuse me. These plans also will ensure the safety and the security of our neighbor residents and their properties as well. We have also expanded our professional staff to ensure that everything is carried out to a T and to maintain that through the entire event. Again, those pieces from Polo Fest, we're excited to now be able to move on and fix those wrongs that the neighbors were concerned about. We would love the opportunity to move forward with a Higher Grounds Music Festival, future development for our county, and prove to the neighbors that we're here in their best interest to help protect them, increase the value of their property, and help keep Douglas County open and beautiful. Again, we don't want to develop our land. We want to create a place where everybody can enjoy, everybody can come and attend, and it's all inclusive. Somewhere where our citizens and our community can call home and be proud of for future generations. Douglas County is our home, and if I did not live here and I didn't feel wholeheartedly about supporting this event, I wouldn't be standing in front of you guys today. Again, we've been here for 40 years. And this is the first time standing up for an event that we've had. Thank you. Yeah.
I don't want to take too much more of your time, but I want to talk about some concerns from neighbors for Polo Fest, or for this festival. So the first thing I want to talk about is the easement. Let's see. So when you come on Airport Road at Louvieres, that's where the private road starts, heading down to the festival, or to Denver Polo Club. And you can see there's 2 offshoot roads about a half mile down, and then another small one. Then right before Denver Polo Club on the right, there's another offshoot, and then there's several below, each of which might lead to 1-2 properties that are developed. Most of it is undeveloped. Even down south where the HOA is, there's only, I think, 3 that are actually developed at this point in residential. So that private road was owned by some landowners, and when Denver Polo Club bought their property, they also purchased easements, as you would assume, because they have to get to their property. And Denver Polo Club also always intended to have the general public on their property and hold events. So their easements were, let's see, there we go. Their easements included an express agreement that they could allow the general public to access their property on the easement and that they could hold public events. So here, as you all know, an easement, of course, is not only a legal contract, but it's a property right, and it exists to the full extent of the language without any limitations, and this is the full extent of the easements. So their ability to do this should be clear from the easement. Out of an abundance of caution, starting with Polo Fest, the engineering department asked for acknowledgments, not approvals, but acknowledgments from the grantors of the easement that this was considered part of the use. Each of the 3 years of Polo Fest, all of the grantors said, yes, this is appropriate. And Polo Fest went forward. This year, again, engineering asked us to do the same thing. 2 of the easement holders have submitted approvals, which are in front of you. I think they have concerns about the festival, but they have approved the easement use. And I want to be clear, nothing requires approval of the easements for their use. I think engineering was looking for acknowledgments just so that you felt confident that this was encompassed in it, but you also are entitled to interpret the language of the clear easement. We also submitted an easement request to, this is going to sound convoluted, I'm just have my arms around it, but Banbury Cross Farms LLC had been an approver or an acknowledger of the festival. Now I understand that the care of the road has been ceded by them to the HOA, the Banbury Cross Farms, Baby Farms HOA. Sorry to stumble on that. The thing is, we submitted a request for approval from them, or an acknowledgement as well, but I'm not entirely sure that that was correct. We were just following what Polo Fest did. When I searched, so I'm an attorney and an arbitrator and a mediator. So I searched the public records pretty carefully, and I don't think that that is the situation. I don't think that they were ever a grantor to the Denver Polo Club. I think they're a grantee from the owners of the private road, and they have the right as a joint use with others. They don't have an exclusive right. It's specifically listed as a non-exclusive right. So we did ask them for an acknowledgement. They didn't give it to us, but I think that that wasn't necessary in the first place, and we just followed what Polo Fest had done. However, aside from your ability to find that this easement is an appropriate use and that the easement grantors appropriately gave us permission, I don't think that that's really quite enough, because I don't think it takes into consideration the concerns underlying this. So I want to put this up. Banbury Cross HOA, when we asked for it, they gave us a list of things that they wanted to see happen. And they would give us the acknowledgement if they saw these things happen. And I want to talk about them because I understand where they're coming from and why we could meet some of their requirements and we couldn't meet some of their requirements. So let's go out of order. I'm going to skip number 1 for a minute. They have security concerns. If there's a bunch of people at Denver Polo Club, they're worried about their properties. And I think that might emanate from Polo Fest, where there were people in the roads and walking around. We never planned to allow that, but once we heard those concerns, we said we would shut that down by putting barricade people at the end of Denver Polo Club on the private road and not allowing anybody to have access to the other properties unless they show. We're going to give the actual residents credentials so that they can show credentials and go through, and nobody else can, other than I think somebody has an Amazon Prime that's an accurate address. We won't stop them, of course, from getting things they need. So we think we've addressed that concern, but we couldn't address it the way they wanted. They wanted us to put professional security at every one of their properties, houses, empty properties, and we just cannot do that. We can't even afford to do that. It would be insane for us financially, and we don't think there's any evidence before you that that's necessary. No one's come forward to show damage to property by anybody from Polo Fest, and instead we're showing you the opposite, and hopefully really speaking to the neighbors, we hope you hear that we want to protect you. We're not looking for something to happen to you. We don't want people wandering down the road towards your properties. Most of these properties have giant gates and things that also protect them. They also wanted us to provide insurance on each of the properties. That's not even something you can do. You can't insure a property that's not yours. It's not insurable for us. But we have a $5 million policy to bring this festival, and if we are liable, please hit our policy. And we have talked about that with the HOA, that we can't know anything that could happen on a property or insure it, but we are insured, and if we are responsible, we will stand for our mistakes. They asked for a full access lane, and it was a good thing that they brought this up and brought our attention to it, and we appreciated it. Well, we can't just create a lane where a road doesn't have it. We can do what all of us know happens on all of our streets when there's utilities workers or construction, which is that those homeowners we will give credentials to, and our people will stop traffic and hold it, and you will be able to come into your property without sitting in that line. We don't think there will be the lines that you experienced with that, what we think was a 12,000 person festival coming in, for a couple reasons. The way Polo Fest was constructed, there were kind of 2 phases to it. It was an all-family event, and there were a lot of polo activities in the daytime, and then the real music at night. So there was one big chunk of people, and then they left, and then the night people. And we think that caused a lot of havoc for you guys. That isn't how this festival works. People will slowly come in through the day and they won't leave. The egress will never be a problem unless you decide you must go at 10:30 at night on a trip out of your houses, and then we may have to hold people again. But we don't expect that that's the big issue for you. We think it was more the constantness of traffic, and that's why we've provided this mechanism. Other festivals that are much, much bigger than us in communities use this mechanism very successfully. They want us to clean up the garbage 100%. That is without question. But we hope that's not going to happen. We have a very, very detailed cleaning plan you've been presented with. Our goal is not to have any garbage off of our site at all. Some of the properties, it couldn't possibly blow that far. But if anybody has a property issue, we're going to give them a phone number. They can call us. We will take care of it immediately. We do not want to be bad neighbors. So let's go back to the $2,500, because I think it's important to discuss a little bit. that doesn't really have to do so
Ma'am,
much.
if you don't mind me interjecting for a moment, I don't want to abbreviate your presentation, but just wanted to assure you that not everyone here is for this item on the agenda.
I'm so sorry.
No, not at all. I want to make sure you have all the time that you need. I would ask you that you limit your presentation to the approval criteria for us. We have reviewed the packet, and we're prepared to
Okay.
have some discussion on it. Thank you.
All right, I'm good then. Thank you so much.
Oh, no, please, no, you go ahead. I don't want to limit your time. I just wanted to provide some context.
Okay, so the last thing I was just going to say on that issue is that we've made us available to them so that they can call and have somebody come to clean if there's a problem of any sort. We know that there were concerns about lights shining in people's properties. We hope we've educated you on why that should not have any reason to happen. We know there were concerns about sound. We hope we've educated you and that you see that that should not happen. Like I said, we have our engineer on the line on sound if you want to speak to them. So I think that we have met the concerns of the neighbors. We've tried very, very hard to. I think that we've met all of the requirements of the statute. We have cleaning, emergency plans, bathrooms that were approved. So we would ask that you consider the evidence presented and not conjecture, and approve this permit and give us a chance to show you what we can do in Douglas County. And I'd like to just reserve the ability to respond to some of the concerns raised if more are raised in the community.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Helper.
All right, thank you so much.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
I have no questions.
I'm just going to leave you, I'm going to skip this because we went through it. I'm going to leave you with the recommendation letter to look at if you'd like to.
I'd like to thank you. You did answer the questions that I did have, so thank you.
Good, thank you.
Okay, and with that, let's open it up for citizen comment, both in person and online. I do have a sign-up sheet with, it looks like, about 7 individuals on this issue, but if you didn't get a chance to sign in, you're certainly welcome to still comment either in person or online if you've tuned in. So let's start with Elizabeth Banco. Is Elizabeth here?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Ms. Banco. If you just,
May I defer to Susan Ritz first to give you a little bit of history of what the Banbury HOA is? She's second on the list.
absolutely. HOAs have 6 minutes to present if they'd like, if you are the official representative from the HOA.
She's the representative, but I'm going to go ahead first.
Okay, and if you want to just state your name and address for the record.
Yes,
she is the
my name
HOA.
is Susan Ritz. I am the owner of Banbury Cross Farm LLC, and my address is 6150 Old Banbury Lane. And I'm here on behalf of my family who owns the LLC. It's my husband and my 2 daughters, and we actually have owned it just about the same time that the Gandom-Carrs went. And so I originally got the easement, and we had an original historical easement that went through the Gandom-Carr property. And when we bought our 365 acres there that we had planned to subdivide into a rural site plan at the time, it took about 2 years because, although the Gandom-Carrs promote growth, they did not promote my historical easement, and it took a couple years to actually condemn and move through with that easement to service a small rural site plan. And so my husband and I constructed the road, and, with cooperation, the neighbors were cooperative, and we've been longtime friends since then. But when we built the road, it serviced just a few homeowners, and it was really like a driveway to access into our farm, which we later subdivided, and there are 8 other home sites that are available to be developed on 365 acres. And one of the beautiful things about this area is that it's kind of been under the radar. It's one of the few large land parcels left. It is along Plum Creek, which is a huge area for wildlife. It's one of the only waterways through this part of the state. So we have deer and critical habitat along this area. But the fact that it is now, kind of encroached upon by development, it remains, one of the largest land tracts privately owned by me at this point, at about 200 acres now, a little over 200 acres. And we like the fact that it's kind of remained under the radar. When we bought it out there, I remember several of the places that Eric is talking about, and south 85 feet and such. But the applicant for this is not Tara and Erica. This is a third party leasing the ground. There's really no investment, has no history, and has no real commitment to the future of the area. They are, a concert company. And before I spoke today, my daughter happened to be in, who is a part owner of the farm. And she's also been an EMS and a paramedic for the last 7 years. And I said, why don't you look at the event? I'm going down to speak. And she said, this is an EMD event. She said, I've worked these events. I know what these events are. As a paramedic, I've worked them over years.
Ma'am, you have reached your time. If you can wrap up for us, please.
Oh, I'll try to wrap it up. But the EMD events are commonly associated with high drug use, including Molly, ecstasy, LSD, and they're basically tripping events. So if you haven't looked at EDM, electronic device music, then you might want to take a look at that. But this is my driveway. The road wasn't built to public standards when I built it. I built it, I maintained it over the last 20 years almost exclusively until that shared responsibility went to the HOA, which was a year ago.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Banco? And Ms. Banco, are you the official representative of the HOA? Okay.
I'm the elected neighborhood HOA president.
Okay, great. If we can just...
May I enter our communication into the record, because it kind of is a little different than what was presented?
You may, if you want to just provide that to council to my left.
This will be marked Exhibit 1 for today's public hearing.
Thanks.
This is my first time doing this. I'm in healthcare.
Welcome.
This is all new to me.
Great.
I'm learning
Glad
a lot
to have
today.
you.
Well, good afternoon. I want to thank everybody for just acknowledging how beautiful our county is to begin with, because it certainly is. I represent the 6 landowners in Banbury Cross Farms neighborhood as the volunteer president. I would like to share with you our concerns based on our tangible history, our intended cooperative approach, and the final vote of our members, which is in sync with the Banbury Cross farm owner. We share the lot lines, just so you know, as for the community. A few of our lots are directly on the lot lines with the polo grounds. Let me begin by elucidating the failure of the previous music festival, so you understand where we're all coming from, which was actually documented in the county with complaints. The neighborhood was impacted in previous years by festivals and concerts on the polo grounds in such ways. Residents were unable to access the road due to extreme traffic congestion. Cars and people encroached and trespassed on the adjoining properties. And for me to explain that people were trying to get through the lots so they wouldn't pay admission into the polo grounds, they were actually on our properties. Security and parking were issues due to the previous hiring of non-professional staff. The cost and aggravation to the lot owners included considerable amounts of trash left behind on properties, including beer cans, liquor bottles, and drug paraphernalia, not to include needles. Concert attendees using adjoining properties as free entrances, and additionally approaching decks of the private homes. The neighborhood gatehouse, we don't all have private gates. There's one gate that goes into our neighborhood, and that was being used as an Uber station. So in good faith and as a neighbor, we asked for the following conditions. Security provided at the multiple entrances of Banbury Cross property lines. HOA needs a contact name and number of a live person during the festival. She covered that. An HOA needs a contact name and number of a live person to contact after the festival to work on any issues. What we're also, and particularly for myself, I have a herd of cattle I want protected as well from anybody encroaching or interlopers on our property. Our requests were not meant to be punitive and whimsical, but intended to be preventive measures for an all-around successful event. The response for the producers was neither reassuring or helpful. Stating budget concerns didn't allow for the security that we asked for at our gate and on the abutting property lines. Fencing, no one's covering fencing on the acreage from the very top to the bottom and out past the creek. That's just not, I'm sure that's not feasible for their budgets. There was no performance bond that we asked for, offered. The response letter was presented to the Banbury homeowners, lot owners, for a vote. The lot owners have decided unanimously not to grant the easement for the music festival, if that is in our purview. This road is a private road that is completely maintained by us, 6 homeowners, plus the Banbury Cross Farm LLC. It is not meant for 2,500 cars. It is meant for light residential and agricultural use. And there is the grant of the easement is on 3E on that. A music festival far exceeds the scope permitted for this easement. Such use will cause accelerated wear and tear on the road and greatly affect the ability of the lot owners to access their own properties. There is already increased use on the easement as the Polo Club expands their equine event offerings, which we still have not yet addressed. The property owners did not purchase these large tracts of agricultural land to be next to a music venue. We are not opposed to growth. We are happy with the Polo owners wanting to increase the equine presence, but this is a completely different book of business. I am not entirely sure why tickets were sold to this event prior to this coming to your awareness. But your time and your consideration on our behalf is appreciated, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Banco. We'll reserve this time for citizen comment, but there will be an applicant rebuttal, then an opportunity for discussion and questions from the board. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you to your HOA. We'll go next with Eliza Schultz. Ms. Schultz.
Hello, everyone. As Joby and Noah mentioned earlier, I'm the art director for Highground Music Festival. I'm a 26-year-old who moved to Colorado last year, and I work closely with IRL Art, who offers opportunities for arts across the entire state. We have been a spearheader in quite a few opportunities over the last couple of years, and I would be honored to be brought back to Highground for a second year and to be able to move this to Douglas County. Not only did I move here last year, Noah was actually the first person to be able to offer me this step up in my career, as I was previously an assistant art director on a more national scale, but wanted to come to Colorado because of its large scale entertainment and the way that we are able to give opportunities to not only people like me, but to artists who live here in Colorado and have been able to express themselves and also be able to make money expressing themselves through the opportunities that we are able to facilitate with Highground Music Festival. I hope that the county can see how important this festival really is to not only the expansion of all of the companies involved, but to all of the Colorado natives who are being booked by me for this event to showcase their talents across the board. I want to thank you for taking the time to consider giving our permit to Highground to bring it down to Douglas County to enhance our art experience and the beautiful property that we have been contracted to. Thank you for your time today, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. I have a Susan H. Looks like her last name ends with a Z, 6120 Old Banbury Lane. That's you? Okay. So we'll move on to Pam Packer. Ms. Packer?
Commissioners, my concerns with this event.
Ma'am, if you just want to state your full name and address for the record, it's okay.
6306 Airport Road, Sedalia, Colorado.
Welcome.
First of all, there always seems to be a question of how houses came to be in this area. My husband and I live on the historic Woodhouse Ranch, homesteaded in 1883. I am the fourth generation. My daughters, who also own part of this ranch, are the fifth generation on this ranch. We are not Johnny-come-latelys to this ground and then want to stop and complain about things. We were there first. The ground and the buildings where the Polo Club is located is where my grandparents lived until their passing in the 1980s. First and foremost, this piece of ground is zoned Ag 1. I'm not a proponent of you folks issuing a special permit to use this for festivals, and it sounds like it's just going to be one event after another in what Erica has said that they want to develop and continue to use and bring events to this ground. It's Ag 1, and I just feel like that's what it should be used for. Traffic is a huge concern. The right-of-way on this property is not a public right-of-way, it's private. Most importantly, the deed to this right-of-way is attached to the ranch that my husband and I own. The surface goes across other landowners, but we hold the deed to that right-of-way. The right-of-way is provided to the landowners so they have access to their driveways. It is not now and has never been meant to be a public road. This right-of-way is the only way in and out of this piece of property. In the event of an emergency, public safety would be a huge concern. And I contend that 2,000 vehicles is a lot of cars to be on this right-of-way. Parking is going to be on pasture land that has grass and weeds that are tinder dry. One hot muffler or catalytic heater or a drop cigarette, and we have a grass fire in the blink of an eye. This Highground company wants to come out here, and I say why. Money is the sole reason. Based on their own admission, they want to sign a 5-year deal with the expressed intent of growing this event every year. More money in their pockets on the backs of the surrounding landowners. Alcohol is a huge concern. 10 hours of drinking is available to these people, with stopping sales only a half an hour before the event ends. We have 5,000 people here with the opportunity to consume alcohol. What percent do you think of those people are going to get behind the wheel of a vehicle and drive that are going to be impaired? Should be very fresh on all of our minds, the 2 teens that we just lost at the hands of a drunk driver. And you want to turn these people loose on the roads after consuming alcohol for 10 hours. In closing, I'd like to say this is nothing personal to the Gandom-Carrs. I like and enjoy knowing Erica and her sister Tara. Everything has to do with Highground. And they're wanting to use a piece of ranch land to create a music festival in the interest of lining their pockets with money. Thank you, and I respectfully ask that you deny this.
Thank you, Ms. Packer, for your testimony. Paul Packer has also signed up. Welcome, Mr. Packer.
My name is Paul Packer. I live at 6306 West Airport Road. I reiterate a lot of the things the wife just said. It's ag ground. I use it that way. I have cattle. And then the other thing is the right-of-way. Yes, it's a deeded right-of-way. We do own that. And I do help maintain it. I mow the weeds and plow snow at times. And then the parking in the pasture is a big concern with a fire today. Guess what? You couldn't stop it in 30 seconds, let alone in 10 or 15 hours. there's a lot of expensive homes around. Who's going to pay for all the damages that take place? I know they say they didn't have any instance with the other events with people getting hurt or drunk or whatever. And let me tell you, these are people, there's alcohol, and it does happen regardless of what their past record might be. It scares me to death. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your testimony. We have looks like a Gareth or a Garen Mendel. Red is in parentheses. Hey, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Red Merrill. Actually, it's Gary. I used to have red hair. It went with time. First of all, let me say it's a privilege for me to get to speak and present our case before the county commissioners. And I would like to also say that I have no enmity against the Denver Polo Club or against Highground. And what I am concerned about is the traffic problem. The last time the Polo Club held a major event, which this is stated to be, it took me 30 minutes to get from my house 1 mile away to Highway 85 because the road, which by the way is on my private land, the road is only a 2-lane road. And it was backed up both ways, all the way from the Denver Polo Club out to Highway 85 and a 1/4 mile each direction, north and south, on Highway 85 in the turn lanes. Coming back, now I timed this. It took me 45 minutes to get from Highway 85 to my house. I do not believe that it will be any different with this event. And I think, the reason all of us moved out into A1 zoning into the country was to get away from stuff like this. And I do not have any objections to Highground Music Festival, if I'm not got the name right. But I don't think I think they ought to hold it at a venue that is more suitable for this type of thing than on agricultural property. Because it tramples on the rights of the landowners that have bought land to get out and have privacy and be in the country and not be disturbed by a lot of this stuff. And they have had events there before, and every time that it was not really related to polo or agriculture, it caused a lot of havoc. And I very respectfully request that y'all deny this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Red. Thanks for being with us today. I have Erica on here, and I think you already provided, you're good? Okay, yeah. Great. And that's everyone that I have on my list for this item, but let me open it up to anybody else that has joined us either in the room today or online. Is there anybody else in person here that would like to testify? Okay, let me just check. Troy, do we have anybody online?
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no online comment.
Okay. With that, I will close citizen comment and bring it back to the board for any further discussion and/or a motion.
Did you want me to reply at all?
And actually, yes. If you want to approach, ma'am, I know a number of issues were brought up by the citizens, and we'll probably have some additional questions for you. And actually, if you'd like to go ahead and proceed with your response to what you heard.
I appreciate it. I think I need my... Thank you all for your comments. Like I said, they don't go unheard. Some of them there's nothing I can do about. Some of the comments are, we don't want a music festival in our area, and I can't make it not a music festival. I would love to line my pockets with money, but this isn't going to be the day. This festival is our hearts and souls, not our money. The first thing I want to say is I want to talk about this road. I think that there is a issue between neighbors on this road and who maintains it. Like I said, I wanted to mention the $2,500 that the HOA had brought up. I think they want contribution, and I think that the Gandom-Carr family plans to work with them on contribution for the maintenance of the road, period. But while it sounds like 2,000 cars would be the destruction of this road, instead I really want to talk about what is on this road already. There are multi-horse trailers going with large trucks. There are cattle trailers and very heavy vehicles and things that pull hay and all sorts of stuff runs this little road all day, all the time to service the needs of the actual ag properties. These cars aren't heavy, they're just cars. The only heavy thing we're bringing in are 2 stages that are substantially, minusculely underweight horse trailers, cattle trailers, and things like that. So I just didn't want to ignore that idea of what's going on this road, because cars sound like a big deal, but really the heaviest things are the actual things that are supposed to be on the road. And I think that the question of maintenance of the road generally seems to be an issue from, I'm not a neighbor, but being the person who stuck their neck out to do this, I understand that this maintenance is an issue, but I think it's a private matter between the landowners and not something that the commission needs to decide, the commissioners need to decide vis-a-vis this festival. Overall, I think it's an issue for them, and as I've mentioned, the Gandom-Carr family was willing to give them the $2,500 to address the road. We've seen the road, it has some cracks and small things on it. It's decently good shape. If we videotaped the entire road, and we represent and promise that if it's our festival that damages this road, we will be the ones to repair it. So that is one of the representations you can use as part of what we've promised in this festival. I wanted to talk about fire. First, the plan is, as you've seen in your packet, that the Denver Polo Club plans to mow that parking area right before the festival and then spray it. So it's not going to be a dusty or dangerous kind of space. There's no evidence of fires starting on parking, and in fact, they've had parking there in 3 festivals and no fire. But most importantly, you know that we got permitted by the fire department, who fully reviewed all of our plans. And if they had a concern about fire, they are the professionals who would raise that issue. So while I'm not negating their concern, I just don't think that it is a real concern that suddenly this place is going to spark. However, we also will have fire extinguishers clearly up in the parking, like we will throughout the festival, because that's our obligation. Alcohol, yep, people will drink, for sure, just like they do in bars and restaurants and all of the places they leave from. What keeps people safe? Our alcohol partner is Peak Beverage. They've been in this county and done many, many events here, and I think most people who do events here of any way are familiar with Peak Beverage. All of their professional bartending staff do not serve drunk people, period. Now, you can't always tell. I'm not stupid. But we also have the sheriffs everywhere. So am I concerned that people could drive drunk? They could drive drunk. They could drive drunk out of a bar. They could drive drunk out of a restaurant. Someone in here might have driven drunk last night. The question is, have we taken the right measures to protect the community? And we believe that we have. We don't want to trample on the rights of the landowners. I appreciated Red Merrill's comments. Red Merrill actually, while he objects to the festival, actually acknowledged the use of the road. But rights of landowners on one level exist on their property. And this is a use that you're permitted to approve. It is not a repetitive event 5 times a year. It's a single event once this year. And I would ask that you consider, let's see how it goes. The last thing I wanted to offer in listening to concerns is that while we seek an approval for 5,000 people, if the commission felt better about it, we would accept 4,000 this year as a smaller opportunity to see how it goes. Because we think we've got this beautiful plan that satisfies everybody's needs, but we want everyone to feel comfortable and see that we can do this. So those are my predominant comments. I just wanted to check and make sure I hit the neighbor concerns, because we talked a lot about traffic and access and how we plan to solve the access issues. We talked about the difference between Polo Fest and the way traffic moved and why this will be different. We've talked about noise, we've talked about lights. And we've talked about how we would present security. I think we can meet the needs of the neighbors, and I think we have evidentiarily met all of the points that are required by the regulations, and that approval is appropriate for this event. And we hope to be standing in front of you next year talking about what we want to do and hoping that you have no concerns. I really appreciate your time. We know we've taken up quite a bit. If you have questions for me before I sit down, I'm happy to answer anything that's on your minds or worrying you.
Great. Thanks, Ms. Helper. We do have a couple of questions, but I'll open it up to my colleagues to see if they have any comments or questions first.
I have no questions.
So I do have a question about, so while I'm looking at this document that we got from the HOA, and they were asking for a direct lane so that they could get in and out without having to sit in traffic, like we heard the Red discuss. Is that possible? Is that something that you could provide?
So I don't see physically a way to have a single lane that's just dedicated. This is a small number of property owners that live on site. That's why we have this mechanism where they show their credential and we close down the movement into the festival while they drive on the wrong side, much the way I'm sure you've done when you have utility workers and things like that on roads. So we can do that, but I can't create a road there. There's no road. So the width of it allows safe passage both directions, but not a third lane.
How many people did you have at the event in 2021?
2,000.
2,000.
Correct.
Okay.
And we never had, even at our gates, it's very easy to monitor at Levitt. We never had a point at our gates where there was any backup of people. It was just an easy, even flow in. And because of the way Polo Fest worked, it was different. Our people aren't leaving till the end. There isn't going to be poor Mr. Merrill sitting in his car for 45 minutes trying to leave his house. That's just not a thing, because nobody will leave until they're done watching the show.
So I had written down questions about the road and the fire. You had shown something on the screen in the very beginning that seemed to indicate that with this easement, public events were allowed. This one.
Right, that's the easement that's been granted.
I have no other questions, thank you.
So, Mr. Harper, I have a series of questions. We heard from our citizens issues related to traffic, drunk driving, fire mitigation, limitations on the, potentially on the number of events that an A1 landowner could host per year. I might direct that one to staff, but it sounds as though we have referral comments from the sheriff's office, from the fire professionals. It sounds as though you have coordinated with our sheriff's office with regard to both security and traffic. Is that correct?
That is very correct, both lining the road and making sure that that's secure, and we are discussing with them how many, but they will have sheriffs on site as well and be ready for anything, hopefully nothing. Hopefully they will be the most bored sheriffs in the entire world and just enjoying the music.
Great, and that includes security, right?
We have, I think that it's 31 or 32 private professional security members who are tried and true and very, very respected in this state.
Okay. And then in addition to that, obviously wildfire mitigation is a significant issue for this county and for this board. You indicated that you've coordinated with the fire professionals. Do you have anything additional to share on that?
No, but I don't hear concerns about fire emptily because I live in San Diego, California. There are no people who are more afraid of fire than we are. So I understand fire risks. That's why we are mowing, watering, and cars don't really generally start fires just by parking on property. It's not an issue. I'm more concerned about the guy who throws a cigarette, which we all know. We probably have those people on our property throwing cigarettes. And that's why we have fire extinguishers and we're ready for those things. But anytime people park at the polo field, at any of your properties, and many other places, that person, we can't plan for them other than to post signs.
But fire professionals are alerted, noticed,
100%.
and prepared.
They are prepared, they are aware, they are actually coming out to inspect our property and our setup on the Friday, and both the fire and sheriff have been invited to come while we do an emergency walkthrough so that we are sure we've hit all emergency questions and are prepared as a staff.
Okay. Well, it's not lost on us what has occurred tragically over this last weekend, and the county does partner on significant holidays, including New Year's, to provide safe rides to citizens through Lyft, sometimes Uber, just to ensure that that option occurs. Have you looked into any potential safe ride programs or options for your
We
patrons?
can definitely look into that if it's the commission's recommendation. People will be driving to the festival, but we also are trying to encourage people to come down and stay at local hotels, especially we're partnering with a hotel to make it cheaper and easier for younger people to do that. And we also think that that will cut down on a lot of the driving issues and more people will be inclined to use ride shares. I do want to say we will not be permitting ride shares to use private road time for pickup and drop off. We will require them to pull into our ride share and drop off.
So you have a designated area for ride share at the venue?
We
Great.
do. I think I can go back to the map. No, maybe not. Let me see, is it? It's not anywhere?
I think it's in the county.
Let me just see something real quickly.
I can say it is shown on their exhibit.
Okay, I think
Oh,
that's,
it doesn't, oh, there we go. Is that
Yeah, that's good.
where I want to go? So do you see the road at the top? That's the first road entrance into the Denver Polo Club. You can see the parking space, and you can see that that road has a designated drop-off area. We plan to post signs. Of course, we'll have people along the road, and we'll keep traffic moving instead of letting random people walking around and things like that. So that's our plan for letting people in and out. Needless to say, emergency vehicles will use the opposite side of the road when they need to, just like they do many times.
okay. Well, and let me ask staff to just pull up our approval criteria. This board is required to address applications such as this based upon the legal approval criteria in our zoning resolution. And for us, it's 2202B of the Douglas County zoning resolution. Let me ask staff, I did raise this earlier, but with regard to A1 land, is there a limitation, Trevor, on the number of events that this property owner could potentially host on an annual basis?
There's not a limit, but anything in excess of 500 people in attendance would need a board approval. So while there's no hard number limit, theoretically the board could decide, not approve any after a certain amount.
Well, I'm confined to 2202B.01, which talks about, again, the Agricultural 1 Zone District, which permits major entertainment events as an accessory use. But just to exaggerate the hypothetical for the benefit of our citizens, what if the landowner decided to have an event every single weekend? I mean, is there a limitation on the number of events that can actually occur, or is it just a number of individuals per event?
There is not one that I'm aware of. Jeanette, do you see?
No, I mean, the applicant would have to come and make an application for a major entertainment event, which we do allow folks to propose like a whole season or whole year worth of events. So that's something that would come before the Board of County Commissioners, and you would have to evaluate that in accordance with the same criteria. The current request is just for the one 2-day event at present.
Well, I get that, and I'm certainly cognizant of our comprehensive master plan and just ensuring on behalf of the citizens present that we're maintaining the agricultural character of this particular neighborhood. I don't have any further questions. Any additional questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Roper.
Thank you very much.
If I could just add, This isn't a question, but just to make sure everyone knows, the county pays about $6,000 a day to have a helicopter parked at Titan Road, actually Moore Road and 85, for fire control. So that helicopter has flown on several already this year. So just to let you know that the county commissioners have long been concerned about fire, and we pay for a helicopter to be at Moore Road, south of Titan Road, so that if there's any smoke even, that helicopter goes out and can start dropping water, just so that you know.
That's correct. Thank you for that comment, Commissioner Thomas. So, in red, thank you. I appreciate it. This is now the time for commissioner deliberation. Thank you. So I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion.
May I submit a document?
Ma'am, the time for doing that has expired, so now we are in deliberation.
Well, if it pleases the board, I do have a motion to approve a major entertainment event permit at 6359 Airport Road because it does meet all the approval criteria with 6 conditions as presented. Project file is EE2022003. Chair, it probably would be appropriate to ask the applicant if they accept the conditions.
We do.
Ma'am, you accept the conditions as presented, the 6?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second that motion, and then I would like to have some comments.
Please.
You know, this reminds me of a hearing that we had, I think maybe 3 years ago, for an event in Sterling Ranch called Tough Mudder. And everyone, I mean, we had a full hearing room with people very upset about it. And after a lot of consternation, I think, Abe, you might have been here, and we approved it. And I made a commitment that I would be there both days, and I was there. And there were people there who also were they were upset, and they came to see it. And we ran into each other, and they said, you know, this turned out to be an okay event. And so, you know, we listened to you, I wrote down the questions. My questions were answered. And I would just like to ask my fellow commissioners that we have heard a suggestion that the promoters are willing to provide only 4,000 guests instead of 5,000. Do we have a position on that? So that if you want to do this event every year and you are starting, and this is a good faith effort to show the neighbors that you want to work with them, what do you all think of that?
I mean, off the top of my head, the reality is we have a new event management company that's part of it. This was brought up by the neighbors. We've seen some event plans that have come before us that I will comment that are not as professional as the presentation we have received today. I have been impressed with the presentation by the event management team. I'm very impressed and very much appreciate the owner of the property being here. We rarely actually see owners for this sort of event. And of course, your longtime affiliation and residence here in the county is impressive for me in terms of this event. So, I mean, Commissioner Thomas, I guess, that had not been a part of my consideration during this time. I don't know. I'd want to hear from the applicant, I believe, in terms of their willingness to lower the attendance. It's just not really very material to, I guess, what I've been thinking about is going through this. You know, I heard the comments about fire concern. Well, then I pulled up on our packet the comments about fire mitigation measures that, you know, the applicant will be required to, attend to in order to be in permit. So, and then obviously the position on the situation with the road, I believe, is resolved. The right to use is established. So I don't know. Commissioner. Commissioner laden. Do you have an idea about that one? I'm really not sure about insisting on demanding or even calling for a voluntary reduction in attendees to 4,000. I'm not sure that's very important for me, but I welcome further conversation.
And they offered. That's the only reason I brought it up.
Okay.
Well, and let's have the applicant step forward, if you would. I do have a number of questions, and I think, one of the updated pieces of information from the HOA involves a series of potential conditions, and you did walk through those really well. And again, applaud you for taking the enterprise risk, coming here from San Diego, and addressing all of us here in the county. So thank you for that. But as I look through their correspondence, first and foremost, I do welcome innovative and creative solutions to work well with the neighborhood so that everyone can be on the same page and hopefully identify a win-win. Could you confirm for us how whether or not you would be okay with limiting the number of attendees? And then I'd like to kind of walk through, you're comfortable with that?
We can do that. Obviously we prefer the full scale of the permit, but we would rather have you and the community more comfortable than push to the full scale of the 5,000. We can make the festival work at 4,000. We probably couldn't financially make it work at less because it costs a lot to build a festival. But if you felt more comfortable, we could start at 4,000 and let everybody look at it and see how it comes out.
Well, that's a massive concession, and I just want to acknowledge, I know several comments were made about this being about profit, and it's okay for people to make money in America. I think that's how we all survive, so I'm not opposed to that on any level, and I think when you say you're going to reduce ticket sales by 1,000, that's going to hit you in the pocketbook. So you doing that is, I think, really significant. I'm not necessarily suggesting that, but if you are offering that up as a concession to appease the neighbors that have shown up today, I'm sure that they would welcome that. Let me ask you too, so we also saw a request for potentially a one-time easement donation of $2,500 to the Banbury Cross HOA based upon the sheer number of cars that would cause significant wear and tear for a roadway. That's one of the items raised in their correspondence. Have you seen that, and did you have any comment on that?
So I think that the letter from Liz Banco was directed to us. We worked through the letter. Liz and I had a nice conversation. Actually, I think we liked each other quite a bit. And we talked through the issues and what we could do and what we couldn't do. The donation came, or the money came from the Gandom-Carr family and Denver Polo Club. It was sort of, as we understand it, this kind of condition on their agreeing to the festival, which they didn't do. Now, I think what you're saying is, would they do it anyway, notwithstanding that the sort of quid pro quo of that offer failed. And I would rather have Denver Polo Club speak to that than me, if that's some condition that you feel is important. I think what I tried to highlight is, truthfully, it's a private matter. That private road and how it's handled, and in my conversations with Ms. Banco, I think that it's a bigger issue of uses in the Polo Club and their regular uses, and whether they should be adding to the field or to the private road. And it seemed to me, from my practice and perspective as a mediator arbitrator, is that they need to work this out. What should be happening, and I think that the Denver Polo Club's amenable to working it out, but if a precondition of the approval is the $2,500, then I think we need to hear from Denver Polo Club.
Well, thank you for that comment. Let me just say, no quid pro quo, and certainly no requirement from this board. It was simply raised in the correspondence from the HOA, so I wanted to clarify whether or not.
I do think that the intention is for the Denver Polo Club to work with those who are responsible for the maintenance of the road to take their role in maintaining the road, and I think they even are interested in stepping up their maintenance relationship. So I do think that's the entire intention. I don't think they
Thanks, Ms. Roper. So maybe we should hear from Erica, if you don't mind.
Sure. Yeah.
Great.
Sorry. Again, Erica, Gandom-Carr. I know that the easement has been a point of contention since the beginning. I know Douglas County, when creating developments, requires curbs, sidewalks, streets, and requires those developers to do such things. And I think we've been at that property for a long time. And when the Ritz family was required to pave that road to create their development, I think that did become a point of contention. There's been a couple discussions of maybe having Douglas County take over the maintenance of that road. Do we connect that road to Lambert Ranch so it adds another access, ingress, egress point for those houses back there and those other developments that are going on behind Banbury Cross? So we understand that, and we understand the development, and I say development, but it's just it's a facilities that we want to build. And so we want to talk to the HOA and talk to the neighbors and say, hey, look, how can we make this road benefit for all of us? Again, we go back to that adaptation and that change. Douglas County, it's not a dirt road. It's not small town Douglas County anymore. So we've agreed as a family to move forward, to evolve and adapt and to change and help put funding towards that road. Because again, we understand that was a point of contention, not even just to us, but as developers, it costs money. And so we're happy to help move that process along for the betterment of everybody. Again, higher property values, connecting it through Lambert Ranch would be genius, but again, that all costs money. And so we need to come together to figure that out. So that's where we are as a family.
Thank you, ma'am. So am I hearing you correctly that you'd be amenable to a discussion around at least some measure of financial contribution to the HOA at one time?
The HOA is so new right now within a year. And with the announcement of this concert, we didn't realize those concerns. And now, as a family, we jumped on it. We're like, oh, we didn't realize it was that much of a hot button topic. So yeah, let's discuss it, let's fix it, and figure out a solution that we can all move forward and move on together.
Well, we love when neighbors talk and work things out before it gets here.
Yeah.
One other item they referenced was interference with animals, cows, horses, pets. I don't know if it's too early in the discussion there, but is that something you can work on with them as well?
100%. Yeah, we love our neighbors. And in fact, going through, my concern is we want to keep that area just like it is. I had a discussion with Susie's sister, Janie, because it's a big plot of land. I don't want that to go to any random person. But I know under our family, it won't get developed. It won't be divided into smaller lots or pieces and parts. And Janie showed me her family is there. That's not going anywhere. And so we love our neighbors. We want to work with our neighbors. And you can see that in talking with Red and Pam and everybody around, we're all cards on the table. We have nothing to hide. We want to be there. And that's, again, that's something that we want to work together and help them protect the animals, protect the road, protect the facility. We're here to stay.
Great. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
And just one final item. They were asking to ensure that there's a real live person both after the festival and during the festival that they can make contact with.
I think that's us for us to answer.
Yes, it is.
But we will also be on property.
We both-
Myself and my staff will be on property.
Erica and I both plan to provide our numbers so that there's that access. And then as part of our emergency plan, which we don't talk about the details of an emergency plan in an open meeting because, as you know, nefarious people then learn your emergency plan, which is dangerous, but this is an appropriate thing to discuss. We have a person whose entire job, the entirety of the festival, is to sit on the radios and make sure that nobody's hitting what we call Channel 1, which is the emergency channel, which I'm sure others use in that way, in case there's an emergency that comes up so they can manage engaging the police, engaging security, engaging fire, engaging us. So that person's access the neighbors will also have the entire time so that if there's a problem, they can call and we can organize a solution that's responsive.
Okay, great. Any additional questions for the applicant?
I do have one clarification. Early on in this discussion, I think when we were talking about the roads, Joby, I thought I heard you say that you would look at what the road looks like before the event and then after the event. And if it looks different, then you would be responsible for taking care of that.
If we damage it, we'll fix it.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that was a promise that she turned to you, Trevor, and said, I'm making that commitment. And so when there's a question about the road, they've stepped up and taken responsibility for it. So it's on the record.
We have, and we have a video of it that we took the other day so that we're very clear on its condition.
I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
And for the commissioners and for the neighbors, we also are very happy to provide tickets. If anybody wants to come and see us, we'll organize it so you can come into the VIP parking so that you can park quickly. You're welcome to come for an hour, stay for the day. Maybe you'll love it. Maybe you'll be surprised. The music isn't what you think. It's really nice. We're perfectly happy to provide that for the people who live right around the property. And I think, Noah, we also wanted to do some sort of offer. I haven't figured out how we physically do this, but we want to do some offer in Douglas County where there'd be a day where we'd put tickets on sale with the Douglas County code for people who live in the county who'd like to attend, to make it a little cheaper for them. So I know we can do it as far as the code. It's more how we advertise that's in question, so that your constituents know that there's a benefit they get in hosting this festival, that they can come to it at a lower price.
Well, I love the creative solutions, and public benefit is our charge. I mean, part of our decision-making process in anything we do is to ensure public benefit for our residents in Douglas County. So I think that's a really interesting and creative concept. Are there any additional questions or comments for the applicant? Okay, well, just to bring it back to the board in our deliberation and discussion, in my review of the packet and based upon the testimony today, I do find that all of the legal criteria have been met. One of the conditions for today includes that all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the meeting would be included and relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. And what I heard today were a number of fairly significant concessions and commitments. And I would believe that this applicant and the landowner would act in good faith to continue to negotiate and work well with the neighbors to ensure that this is a positive opportunity for the community. I would agree with Commissioner Thomas that when we approved the Tough Mudder, it was challenging, but then we saw citizens actually go out, citizens that were opposed that ended up participating, and they ended up loving it. So I don't know what will happen with this particular event. I do wish you the best. We often say Douglas County is open for business. We support the business sector in Douglas County. But not at the expense of neighbors. And we want to ensure that neighbors and neighborhoods are preserved and protected. I don't find that a one weekend event is going to impair the A1 nature of this community. So I'm comfortable with the approval based upon the concessions and conditions that you've made today, commitments that you've made today. Further comments from the board?
Yeah, I mean, the land has been used for this sort of use before. The owners have had concerts there. We do have a new management team with a new concert concept coming on board. Obviously, if it's successful, you'll want to come back. When it comes to the commitments, it's obviously not material for or conditional for this approval, but obviously we'll be looking forward to, if you come back next year, seeing execution on all these conditions per the permit that's being given. So I would ask that, again, I made a comment about I'm impressed by the professional nature of the concert organizers. I appreciate the owner being here in order to present. Guys, you are taking on responsibility. Please act appropriately.
Thank you, Commissioner Teal. Further commissioner comments or discussion?
I have none.
Okay. So thank you for that. And the question from Ms. Roper, the applicant, was whether or not we were asking for that commitment to reduce from 5,000 to 4,000 in terms of the number of attendees.
I believe so.
I think about the Douglas County Fair and Rodeo that we just had, where we made a change of venue for one of our events that added 1,000 seats and the financial impact that was recognized by the Fair and Rodeo. So the idea of, I guess I'd want to see a successful execution or an unsuccessful execution before asking that of this organization, staff, and owner.
Well, I think it says a lot about the character of the applicant that you offered up that concession. I would agree with Commissioner Teal. We just saw 50,000 people come through for our county fair. And so we recognize the impact of significant events in this community. I would agree, before we penalize you on the front end of an event, let's see how it goes. We don't want to limit your ability to do well and be successful in this community. So I'd like to see how you do. And then I would like to hear from our citizens and all of those in the community after they've observed the event to determine what it looks like in the future. Further questions or comments from the board?
Call the question.
Okay, so we have a first and second on the floor. All those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And that passes 3-0. Thank you very much. We will take about a 5-minute recess and return back for the next item on our public hearing item agenda. Thank you. Mike on here. Thank you, everybody. We're going to reconvene our land use meeting and public hearing. I recognize that there are a lot of citizens here that are taking time out of their day to be here. So we have a bit of a trolley dilemma. I would like to take an informal poll to see how many people are here for each item on the agenda. How many people are here for item 3A, the Cherry Valley event venue? If you could just raise your hand. Okay, thank you. So that's most of the room. How many people are here for Burning Tree Ranch? Okay, and then how many are here for the Bear Ridge final plat? Okay, and then on the item 3A, the resolution adopting amendments to the zoning resolution? Okay. So what I'd like to do, obviously everybody is here waiting to speak. I'd like to knock out the item where there are more people waiting, which would be the Cherry Valley event venue. So I'm going to ask my board if we can move up item 3A next. And then we will follow that by addressing the Burning Tree Ranch and the Bear Ridge final plat, unless there are any items on this agenda that the board would like to approve on consent.
I'm fine shuffling and going next with 3A.
So I'm okay with shuffling. I don't think anybody was here for Bear Ridge. It's a final plat. That shouldn't take too much.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be fine if that's having reviewed the issue. I think if we want to go ahead and do that on consent, that would be fine.
Okay, I'll accept a motion on item 2C.
Commissioners, before you do that, I think you should ask if anyone's online. I didn't see any hands in the room either, but you might ask if there's anyone that wants to speak before you move it to consent.
Is there anybody online that would like to, well, and I'll ask in the room, is there anybody online or in the room that would like to speak to item 2C, which is now being moved to a consent item? Troy, do we have anybody online?
Just giving them an opportunity to respond. I do have a hand up from a gentleman named Ben. I do not know if it is on this item. We'll go ahead and unmute him and see if it is. Hang on.
Okay.
Ben, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Mine had to do with option 2 for the land use stuff, so I don't think we're on that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I will close citizen comment at this time and bring it back to the board for any further discussion or a motion on item 2C.
Would you like to ask the applicant if they accept the 10 conditions?
Normally we don't on consent, but because the applicant is here, I can go ahead and ask. Is the applicant comfortable with those conditions?
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, hi, this is Brett Patrick, 3700 East Mansfield Avenue, Inglewood, Colorado. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I got locked out of the room there for a second, so.
Are you comfortable with the conditions presented? Okay, great, thank you, sir. So I'll accept a motion from the board.
I have a motion to approve the Bear Ridge final plat because it does meet all of the approval criteria with 10 conditions as presented. Project file SB 2021-036.
Second.
There's a first and second on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that particular item passes 3-0. So, and sir, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. So with that, and thank you everyone for allowing us to be efficient with your time. I'm going to go ahead and move up item 3A, which is 8635 South State Highway 83 Cherry Valley event venue, project file US 2021-003. We do have Matt Jacobowski from staff. I will also mention to those that are present today, if your comments will be limited to 3 minutes, and to the extent you have already heard your comment presented or it's duplicative of something that has already been presented, I might ask you to consider allowing other citizens to present their comments, but that's entirely within your discretion. Matt?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Matt Jacobowski representing Planning Services. The applicant is proposing a use by special review for an event center at 8635 South State Highway 83. The project number is US 2021-003. Pamela Solly and Louis Miller are here as applicant. Before I begin my presentation, we did receive additional public correspondence and also some additional correspondence from the applicant. That was received after the Friday memo that went to the Board of County Commissioners on August 5th. So I'd like to present first the public correspondence that was received as an exhibit. If I might be able to bring that up to the county attorney.
Okay, have we labeled this with a number yet? Have we labeled this with an exhibit number yet? Okay. Yep. Commissioners, these packets will be labeled Exhibit 2 for today's public hearing.
And as also discussed, an additional exhibit, which is correspondence from the applicant received and provided after the August 5th date in which additional information went to the board. So also would be bringing that up as an exhibit.
Oh my gosh.
It will be labeled Exhibit 3.
You know, Matt, I just want to clarify for the record, we received an Exhibit 2, and the cover page has a font that is probably like a 1 or a 2. So I'm not sure any of us, I'm 46, and my eyes cannot read this. So is there a way that you can?
Right, I can address that. There was an email, and embedded in the email was a JPEG photograph of the letter. So the letter that is on the page directly after that email is what was submitted. So the text, which I agree is very, very small and can't really be read, is just basically indicating that the attachment, which is the letter on that next sheet, is what was provided and proposed as their correspondence.
Okay, thanks, Matt. If you want to proceed.
An applicant may request a use by special review for an event center on an A1 parcel less than 80 acres in size. A 6.7 acre USR permit area is proposed on the Highway 83 side of the subject site, which includes conversion of existing buildings, the barn for events, the caretaker residence as a bride and groom suite. A new concrete tent pad for event purposes and off-street parking are also proposed within that USR permit area. The barn and caretaker residence are within the required 200-foot setback minimum, and the applicant is requesting a reduction in the event center setback as part of the USR request. The intent of the USR process, as set forth in Section 21 of the zoning resolution, is to provide for uses in specific zoning districts that shall require a public notice and hearing and the approval of the Board of County Commissioners, subject to such conditions and safeguards as may be imposed by the board. The use by special review process begins with the submittal of an application. Following a review period by referral agencies and the public, notice is given for public hearings before the Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners. All referral or comments received are attached to the staff report. Of note, the applicant required completion of a water augmentation plan and re-permitted its well to allow for the proposed use per comments from the State Division of Water. The applicant required extensive communication with Public Works Engineering and CDOT to address comments primarily related to traffic and drainage impacts on Highway 83. Comments and a signed petition and objection to the project were received from nearby residents. Comments are in the staff report and were provided to the board in the packets on Friday, as well as, of course, the exhibit just provided to the board. Nearby neighbors object to the proposal, citing concerns related to management of the use, traffic, noise, enjoyment of property, preservation of rural character, and enjoyment of rural quality of life. The Planning Commission heard the request at its July 18th, 2022 public hearing and recommended approval by a vote of 6-0. Planning Commissioners expressed concern regarding the applicant's lack of public outreach, but felt that the approval standards had been met and the applicant had a well thought out plan. They noted the competing values of the comprehensive master plan must be balanced in the review of specific development applications. They encouraged the applicant and neighbors to continue to work together on issues that might arise. At that hearing, 19 members of the public spoke regarding the proposal. 2 neighbors spoke in support of the application and the character of the applicant. All other neighbors spoke in objection to the proposal. A petition in objection to the proposal was submitted at that hearing with 133 signatures. Public comments in objection to the application expressed that the proposal is incompatible with agricultural uses in the area and is inconsistent with comprehensive master plan policies regarding rural character in Cherry Valley by bringing a commercial use to an otherwise rural area. Comments indicated that adequate buffers are not provided and that the use negatively impacts dark skies, traffic, noise, and rural quality of life. Neighbors further expressed concern regarding community outreach and the ability for the county to enforce the use by special review management plan or other traffic controls. The site, highlighted in blue in the middle of this map, is located at the intersection of State Highway 83 and Lucas Avenue in southeastern Douglas County. The aerial shows the USR permit area in dash. This is within the northeast corner of the site. The existing structures to be used for the event center, as well as the area on the west side of the permit area for the tent pad and parking. The area is generally composed of agricultural and large lot properties that have residences on them. Access is proposed at the existing entrance, which is roughly across from Lucas Avenue. West Cherry Creek bisects the property, but no 100-year FEMA floodplain is present. The property was zoned agricultural with the inception of zoning in Douglas County in 1955. This is consistent with the historic agricultural and animal-related use of the property. The existing barn was constructed in 1911, and the existing caretaker residence and workshop were constructed in 2014. Before you is the applicant's USR site exhibit. The event center barn and bride and groom suite are located closer to Highway 83, just north of the entrance. The driveway travels through the middle of the site. A bus turnaround is proposed as part of the applicant's plan because shuttle service is proposed for larger events. This leads to a 34-space parking lot on the north side of the event area. The tent pad proposed here is west of the barn. The applicant is also proposing to construct an 800-foot deceleration lane for southbound traffic and right turns into the site. The applicant has proposed screening across the Highway 83 side of the property, inclusive of berms, walls, and other landscaping. The entrance is to be widened with a median to allow for larger vehicles to enter the site. USR regulations require structures and outdoor assembly areas at least 200 feet from all property boundaries. The tent pad and parking area proposed are 200 feet or greater from existing property lines. The existing bride and groom suite are within 200 feet of the Highway 83 property line, and the applicant is requesting a reduction of the event center setback as part of the USR request. Per USR standards, the Board of County Commissioners may establish a lesser setback than required if it's deemed that adequate buffering is provided to mitigate noise, visual, or other impacts. The applicant proposes various facade enhancements as part of the barn conversion, including windows, lighting, ingress and egress, and a deck at the rear, which is the west side of the barn. A catering kitchen is proposed on the east side, which requires removal of a portion of the existing barn. The applicant indicates no cooking will occur in the kitchen, and caterers will bring prepared foods to the site. USRs require an operations management plan. The management plan is located on sheet 1 of the USR plan exhibit and described within the staff report. Highlights of the management plan are in italics. Of note, hours of operation are by appointment Monday through Thursday with events over the weekend. A maximum of 100 events are proposed annually with up to 150 patrons per event. The applicant proposes to utilize shuttle buses as part of its event plan for larger events, as mentioned. The applicant will be required to monitor event traffic by video and submit a compliance report to Douglas County as part of ongoing monitoring. Following our site photos, this is a view looking to the site entrance from Highway 83 and Lucas Avenue. The existing barn is directly in front, the caretaker residence, bride and groom suite to the right. This photo looks north up the Highway 83 frontage. Again, the bride and groom suite is to the area against the 83 right-of-way. This view looks through the site in the approximate area of the interior driveway. So the driveway is proposed to traverse really through the middle of this slide to the proposed parking area to the north, and the parking area would be roughly behind the bank of trees here. This is a view behind the barn, roughly in the area of the proposed deck. To the left, a little beyond the barn, is the proposed tent pad area. And again, parking behind these trees. This photo looks through the portion of the site in which the parking area is proposed. This photo is taken from the east of the site from Lucas Avenue, looking toward the property. Property in question and the structures mentioned are here. Note there is an increase in grade along Lucas Avenue, so properties looking from the east have some views down into the site. The approval standards for a USR request are set forth in section 21 and listed on this slide. Staff's assessment of the approval standards is discussed in detail on pages 8 through 10 of the staff report. With regard to approval standard 2109.09, which is noise, the applicant did submit noise documentation. However, in the last several days, additional information related to potential noise impacts from the event center was provided by both the public in objection and from the applicant in response to that objection. Staff has not had sufficient time to fully assess the supplemental noise reports and applicant responses. If directed by the board, staff would propose to further review documents with the county's noise consultant. As a result of that review, additional noise mitigation measures and ongoing noise monitoring could be identified and added to the USR management plan to ensure compliance with adopted noise standards. It is anticipated that the members of the public and the applicant will be here to discuss those noise documents that have been submitted in the last few days at today's hearing. Staff has evaluated the use by special review request in accordance with section 21 of the zoning resolution. Should the board find that the approval standards have been met, staff proposes the following conditions be included in the motion. Condition number 1, prior to final approval of the record copy of the USR plan exhibit, a storm drainage easement shall be provided to Douglas County. Condition number 2, prior to commencement of construction of the event center, a CDOT state highway access permit shall be obtained for access to the property. Condition number 3, prior to final approval of the record copy of the USR plan exhibit, any necessary technical corrections shall be made to the satisfaction of Douglas County. Condition number 4, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the public hearing and or agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all such commitments and promises. Section 2109.09 of the zoning resolution sets forth the parameters for the board's recommendation of USR requests. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to take questions on the staff report at this time. Otherwise, Pamela Solly and Louis Miller are here as applicant and also have some of their consultants available for any questions that you may have of them as well.
Great. Thank you, Matt. Any questions for staff?
I do have a question for Matt. So Matt, you talked about a sound or a noise report that came from the people and then a response to that came from the applicant. And you said something about that is something that could be worked into the USR plan. So are you saying that if we approve this, then you will deal with that, or is there any reason for us to know what those reports say?
I think what we said is we did receive, additional technical information on noise from both the public and the applicant, and that we have not had time to fully assess that. It's possible, certainly, that we could take that information, review it further with our noise consultant, and that it might identify additional mitigation measures or ongoing noise monitoring that could ensure that the noise limits would be enforced. So there was just quite a bit of additional technical information provided by both the public and the applicant that we simply have not had enough time to assess.
I can understand that. I have another question then for Mr. Ingalls. Is this something that could be important enough for us to wait for staff to evaluate before we go forward, or can we go forward without having this information?
Well, I think you would want to hear from the applicant before reaching that decision, but it could be that you decide you don't have enough information ultimately to grant this application. But I think the applicant has asked for their day in court, so to speak, and so I think that's where I would start.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions for staff?
Yes, please. Matt, Jeanette, I wonder if you can take us back on the slides to the site map. And actually, the two forward. Nope. Oh, you went too far, dude. Come back a little bit for me, please. And another. Okay, thank you very much. So the actual piece of the property that is subject to this use by special review is identified by that dotted line. Is that correct?
Matt Jacobowski for staff. The property boundary is in blue.
Okay.
It's a 35-acre property. Under USR provisions, the applicant may propose a USR permit area, which limits the use within that area. So that's a 6.7-acre area out of the 35 acres, and that's where they're proposing for the use to occur.
Thank you. What is the proposed use for? I hope that wasn't a resident with a question on this subject. I'll have to get back to them later. But can you tell us, do we understand what the proposed use for the rest of the property is?
The rest of the property, and the applicant can provide perhaps some more information, but as I understand it, the rest of the property is used for cultivation of hay and also for cattle grazing. So there is an agricultural use that is provided on the west side of the property.
Okay, so, well, obviously a question for the applicant when we see them, but the continued use for the rest of the property is consistent with use by right for A1 zoning.
Correct.
Thank you. I think those are my questions right now, Chair.
Thank you very much. So at this point, I'm going to open it up for citizen comment, all of those who have been waiting to speak here.
Shouldn't we hear from our applicant first?
Let's start with the applicant first, and then I'm anxious to hear from you all, but the applicant's presentation, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you so much for letting us present to you today. I'm Pamela Lasali. This is my husband, Louis Miller. And we do have some of our consultants on WebEx today and in person. So we have Skip Hudson, and he is our traffic engineer from Turnkey Consulting. We have Brian Swain from KT Engineering. He is our civil engineer. And we also have our architect on WebEx, and his name is Tim Franklin. We also have two people in the audience. We have our counsel from Folkstad and Fazika in Castle Rock, And we also have Jeff Surgeon, who is our noise engineer. So with that, again, I want to say thank you for letting us being here. Thank you for letting us present to you today. Before we get to our presentation, I would just like to provide a bit of follow-up from the July 18th hearing. As Matt said, yes, the planning commissioners did recommend approval 6-1. 6-0. But they also made it very clear that they would have hoped that we would have had a bit more outreach to some of the community. We have very good relationships with the neighbors on the west side. It's just the proximity of their houses. And the neighbors on that west side are abutting neighbors to the north, to the west, and to the south. They are not opposed to this project. The folks on the east side, many folks on the east side are opposed, as you've seen in some of the comments. And the commissioners, two of the commissioners stated that they wish that we had done a bit more outreach and asked that we do that before this hearing. So we did. I just want to make the point that we did send out a letter 3 days after that July 18th hearing. There was an email that was sent to the county, and there was about 7 landowners on that, property owners, and we reached out to them, and our letter just said, dear, neighbors, Louie and I are reaching out to invite you to our home to discuss our proposed event venue and answer any questions that you might have. If you are interested, please call me gave my number, and we'll schedule a time. Thank you, and we hope to hear from you. This was, the commissioners did ask us to do this, and this was sincere outreach to the neighbors, because these are the neighbors who were really opposed to the project and had lots of comments on next door. We did receive a response letter from these neighbors, and they essentially said, thank you for the invite to learn more, but we learned all the information that we needed to from your presentation. Wish you understand how important our rural lifestyle is, and they respectfully declined to meet with us. One of these property owners has also been very active and vocal on Nextdoor, which is the way things happen these days, which is perfectly fine. So there, for 6 weeks leading up to this hearing, there was lots of comment. So we took advantage of that, and we posted our own post on this woman's thread. We thought, let's go to the people who are opposed to us. And most of the people were opposed on the Nextdoor posts. So we went ahead, we drafted a post, we posted it on her thread, and that post said, this is Louie and Pamela. We are property owners of the proposed venue. To those of you who are interested in learning more about our project, we invite you to stop by on Friday, July 22nd at 6 p.m. We'll have refreshments and open dialogue. Our objective is to meet as many of you as possible to engage in honest and fair conversation, provided our address, and I said, hope to see you there. And again, it was sincere outreach, and the reason we did this and went to those who were opposed, because those are the people that we need to talk to. Unfortunately, the woman deleted the post almost immediately and scolded us for posting on her thread. So we tried, and we made a concerted effort. The good news is we had about 12 people show up on that evening, and even though it was 12 people, it was very good, and it really speaks to what you all are talking about. They came, some of them were, were not opposed when they got there, and they were not opposed when they left. Some of them were opposed when they got there, and were not opposed when they left. Others didn't really indicate, okay? But not only was it open discussion, for about 2 hours they toured the property, they also had really good suggestions. They're like, well, we see you have this, you're gonna have berming, and you're gonna have a wall. Could you think about doing something else than the wall? Would you think about maybe doing this? And we're like, well, sure, let's sit down and talk about it. Now, it's been approved by the county, so we'd have to go back to the county if we want to make any sort of modifications. But that was one thing. What about balloons? We have livestock, and we're really, there aren't going to be any balloons, and we understand your concerns. So what was great about sitting down, and again, to your point, if we can just sit down and have open dialogue, let's figure out how we can work together. That's really the best course of action. So just wanted to go ahead and provide that bit of an update or a follow-up, because it shows that, the county or the commissioners asked us to do it, the planning commissioners asked us to do it, we said we would, and we did. So we just wanted to pass that along. So this is a picture of our property, as Matt was showing earlier. The barn, this is the barn. And over here, behind these trees, is where the parking lot's going to be. And as Matt said, right here on this side of the garage is where there is an existing apartment that the previous owners had put in. So that's going to be that area, and part of the garage will be the bridal suite and the grooms area. This area right here will be modified slightly, and this is where the catering kitchen and the bathrooms will go. So that will actually also provide some noise, somewhat of a noise barrier. And as he said, we'll have screening all along Highway 83. Just a bit of background about Louis and me. Louis is a fourth-generation Colorado native. His great-grandparents homesteaded in Dove Creek, Colorado, and the others in Nucla, Colorado. And his great-grandparents and grandfather, they had a 10,000-acre ranch in Nucla, Colorado, where they raised cattle early on, and then they went ahead and raised sheep later on. Louis spent most of his career in the insurance industry, and we lived in Parker for 25 years. We've lived in Franktown for 23. So we have been...
Franktown for 2 or 3.
Sorry, Franktown for 3. So we've been in Douglas County for about 28 years. I moved to Colorado in 1980. I've spent most of my career in the mining industry and working for publicly traded companies. One thing that we want to communicate to you commissioners today is that our experience, we're experienced with being regulated. Louis, of course, was in the insurance industry. He held an insurance license with the Colorado Insurance Commissioner, never a blemish on his record or on his license. And I, in my everyday life, every day I go to the office, I have to adhere to the rules of the U.S. Securities Exchange Commission, the New York Stock Exchange, and the TSX. So we follow rules. We are rule followers. We are experienced business owners. In the 27 years that Louis has spent in the insurance industry, he owned 2 of his own health insurance agencies. He started them from scratch, sold the first one, 10 years later, opened another one, and sold that agency. So he does have experience as a business owner. We also have a very successful short-term rental business in Breckenridge, Colorado. We were fortunate enough 21 years ago to buy a second home on an acre in Breckenridge, and we have turned that into a short-term rental property. We hold the proper licenses with Summit County, and we also pay our taxes. We've been married for 35 years, and we have 2 daughters, 23 and 28. I want to give you just a bit of history about the property, and this is one of the things that we are excited about. We are excited about the history of this property. Not only is it a beautiful ag property, there is lots of history. It was settled in 1864 by a gentleman named George Birmingham. The land patent document obviously signed by Ulysses S. Grant in 1864. It's one of the earliest homesteads in Douglas County. And one of the more prominent owners of the property is Clint Whittier. And as the owner of this property, he was the one who commissioned this amazing barn to be built. And it was built in 1911. So if you come to the property and you go down below in the barn area, the lower level where the cows were fed, and everything is still there. It hasn't been renovated. It's all still original. You'll see carvings just with dates. And Clint Whittier's name is inscribed in the cement in 1911, as well as some children, 4 or 5 children. I don't think they were his children, but their names are carved into the cement as well. This is a bank barn with a gambrel roof, and it was one of the first barns built with a cement foundation in 1911. So it was, there were the new FDA guidelines for dairy farms, And some of the newspaper articles that we read, he brought in 2 train cars of aggregate in 1911 to build this barn. It's really quite amazing. There's an older picture of the barn on the left-hand side, and this is what the barn looks like today. And the barn wood that is in the inside of this barn that's over 100 years old is spectacular. And our plan is to renovate the barn. And we believe that whether you call it renovate, restore, repurpose, we are preserving this barn and the history that comes with it. And we really want to be able to tell the history of this property and the barn. In your packet, of course, you have these next 2 slides, and I'm not going to read them. However, I would like to just point out a few of some of the cooler, newspaper articles. And all we're trying to show on these 2 slides is that there obviously is a strong history of social gatherings and social events that have taken place on this property from the past 100 years. Now, I'm going to talk about a few of them, but I don't mean to diminish the fact that for 100 years, people eked out a living on this property, for agricultural purposes. So yes, they farmed it. They had dairy farms, and yes, they raised cattle. But this is just evidence of the early times of this property where they actually also had lots of social gatherings. Starting as early as May of 1902, the Castle Rock Journal. A very pleasant dance was given at the home of the Mr. and Mrs. Clinton Whittier last night. Quite a large crowd attended. July 21st, this is document number 6, July 21st of 1911, the Elbert County Banner. About 200 people attended Clint Whittier's barn dance Saturday night. 11 were from Denver. July 21st, 1911, large crowds attend barn dance at the Whittiers. One of the most enjoyable evenings of the year was the dance given by Clinton Whittier just last Saturday night. The occasion being the dedication of his new barn just completed. People came from all parts of the country not only to dance, but to see the finest and largest barn in eastern Colorado. And that's the barn, essentially the same barn that you saw in those pictures. In 1915, Clint Whittier moved the old Case Grange, which became the Case Hall, to his property, which, was interesting as well. In document number 9, July 2nd, 1915, the Dutch Telephone Company held their annual meeting last Saturday at Case Hall. An elaborate dinner was spread at the noon hour as the Cherry people know how to entertain. 40 autos were present, and the crowd numbered about 400. This is in 1915, which we just find quite amazing. Just another one, document number 14, in 1916, the cold weather did not cool the enthusiasm of the candidates and people. An exceedingly large crowd attended the Republican rally at Clint Whittier's Friday night. Everyone had a thoroughly good time. About 200 people crowded the hall. So again, we share this with you because we are very passionate about the history that comes with this property. And we are passionate about preserving that history and telling the story. A little bit of background about the Cherry Valley event venue that we are proposing. Louis and I, back in 1989, had this idea to do an event venue. When Louis was working his way through college, he owned specialized wedding photography for about 5 or 6 years. And while he was doing these weddings, working through college, he said, you know what, we need to open up an event venue. This is where, this would be a really profitable business, and I think it's a great idea. So in 1989, we were looking in the Arvada area because that's where we lived at the time. We found a property. It had 2 ponds on it, so we named the property 2 Ponds. We did a business plan, and then started talking with banks and realized pretty quickly in 1989, as we were working our way through college, we had no business thinking about an event venue. So we did not. So we, just said, we would table that idea. But we kept this dream alive for 30 years. We knew it was a good plan. We knew we wanted to do this, and we kept the idea alive. We actually, before 2019, in 2017 was our first time coming to Douglas County because we had found a church. it was not on 35 acres. So in 2017 was our first meeting with the county to understand what the process was going to be able to open up a venue in Douglas County if we found the right property. Well, very quickly during that meeting, that church was not going to be the right property, like I said, because it was not on 35 acres. But the county was very good with us. They told us all the steps that we needed to go through, which is a very, very rigorous process. But we knew that if we wanted to operate in Douglas County, we needed to follow the rules, because we are rule followers. We weren't going to open something and fly under the radar. So we needed to follow the rules. But we were like, okay, well, this property isn't going to be the one. Then in 2019, I had two friends who lived in Franktown. They showed us this property, and we pulled up. It was agricultural. Louis really wanted to get back to his agricultural roots. We loved the property. We fell in love with it immediately. We knew Douglas County allowed venues on 35 acres or more, so we bought the property. And ironically enough, our property in 1989 had two ponds on it, and this property has two beautiful ponds on it. So
can I jump in just real quick? Just to clarify that story. Her and her friends found the property, came home and told me about it, said, do you still want to do the event venue? Do you want to go look at it? I said, yeah, let's go look at it. Went out and looked at it. I said, wow, this place is perfect. There's not, we're out in the middle of nowhere. It's beautiful. She said, good, because I put an offer on it. So it wasn't, we weren't, she got the thing going.
I did. So we have spent a lot of time working with our consultants to put what we believe is a solid management plan, addressing the issues that we have, addressing the issues that our neighbors would have, and addressing concerns that the county would have. So this is just a summary of the plan. I would also like, before I go through this, to reiterate that this management plan is enforceable. Okay, it is a written document. Everything that we say in the management plan, we are going to be held accountable for, and our permit is going to rely on it. All right. So hours of operation, as you see right there, Friday 3 to 11, Saturday 2 to 11, and then Sunday 10 to 8. We will be on staff for every event. We will also have one full-time event planner, experienced event planner, and one part-time employee. The event planner that we would like to hire, but is always going to be a timing issue, is a very experienced event planner from another venue. So we definitely will have a very experienced event planner on staff. There will also be 15 event staff, caterers, florists, photographers, etc. And we will also have a professional beverage company. We will not be serving the alcohol. We will not be making money off of the alcohol. We don't know how to do that. We don't want to try to do that. We're going to hire professionals to come in and to do that for us, to card people, to know if they need to cut people off. So we will have a professional beverage company serving the guests. There will be a maximum of 100 events per year and a maximum of 150 patrons, which will include the bridal party. We will have designated parking. There will be 35 spaces in the parking lot. There will also be 3 spaces in front of the garage that you saw. There is a cement slab there for handicap access, so we will have parking there as well. And there will be no parking on the street. We worked with Skip, our traffic engineer. We've put together a traffic mitigation plan where we limit the number of vehicles that will be coming onto the property over a 5-hour period. We will require shuttle buses for any events for over 35 vehicles, and initially we will pay for that because it's important, and if we have to pay for it throughout, we'll do that as well. But we believe that one of the safest ways for traffic in and out of our venue will be shuttle buses, so these people, limiting the number of people that have to drive. The other thing that we have agreed to is that we will have surveillance video at the entrance. So we will have, during events, the video surveillance will be on. We will see where the traffic's coming from. We plan to market to the north. The demographics, the larger population is up north, so we believe at least 80% of our business will come from the north. But we will have surveillance cameras, and we will have video surveillance to show where the traffic is coming from. We've also agreed to do an annual report to Douglas County showing the surveillance. We will have bus logs, and we will present this on an annual basis to the county. We did have a noise study done as well, and our noise, this is just a summary of that, but we do have our noise consultant here, and he will speak specifically to the noise study that was conducted. We have automatic, for the fire department, we've been in contact and have met with them several times. There will be an automatic fire sprinkler system, and there will be annual inspections of the sprinkler system, and there will be inspections every time a tent goes up. So if there is a tent for an event, the fire department will come out, inspect it, and have to issue the permit for that. This is just more information about the busing. We will have 2 buses before the event and 2 buses after the event. These will be a coach bus. It will have 80 capacity for, each bus will have capacity for 80 people. So conceivably capacity for 160 people, which is in excess of 150. Again, early bus, late bus. After the event, not everyone's going to stay until 10:30. So some people will want to leave by 8 after the cake cutting, so there'll be an early bus, and then again, there'll be a late bus. And as I mentioned, there'll be a bus log where we will, count how many people are on the bus, how many people are using it, and that will be included in our compliance report. Through this process, we also had to file an augmentation plan and re-permit the well, which we've done. So the previous augmentation plan by a former owner allowed for 12.6 acre feet per year of non-tributary Upper Dawson aquifer water. They were running a tree farm, like a nursery. So that's why they were using so much water. We amended that augmentation plan for 1.75 acre feet per year. And for the use, we have approval for a single family residence, irrigation of lawn, garden, trees, the in-building commercial, which is the barn, livestock watering, and fire protection through the well or new wells. The water referee signed it in the end of 2001. The judge signed it in December, and then the well was re-permitted in January of 2022. I'm going to move to the traffic and access permit. This is a lot of technical information. Again, we have Skip Hudson on the phone. He has 38 years of experience of doing this. He's very experienced. He not only has 38 years as a professional engineer, he serves as a CDOT regional traffic and safety engineer for 3 years and served as a statewide traffic and safety engineer for the Federal Highway Administration. So he will go ahead and speak to the study. He will also speak to the fact that we are doing things above and beyond that we don't necessarily have to do, but we have agreed to do, again, to keep people safe. So Skip, I'm going to turn it over to you. I think they would like for you to address yourself, and then if you want me to skip slides or advance slides, I'm happy to do that.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Skip Hudson. I'm the president of Turnkey Consulting. Our office is at Post Office Box 629 in Mesa, Colorado. Thank you for having me today. I'd love to explain the traffic aspects of this project, and I won't get into the weeds too much. And the main thing here is that traffic safety has been a major focus of this proposal, and Pamela has talked about that a couple times already. She mentioned that the site has serviced large events for decades. You're going to hear a lot from the public about how dangerous Highway 83 is, and that's correct. CDOT recognizes that. They've completed a safety study, and they're now working on design for selected locations along the corridor. They're related to the existing access, which aligns with Lucas Avenue and Highway 83. There was 2 comments from the public on the CDOT public comment page, which is really not that many comments there. This project included a southbound left turn lane, and so I can't comment on it, but it's in the works, or it's being considered. But even though this access intersection is on a corridor that's got a bad crash history, this location does not have a bad crash history. I obtained the most recent CDOT crash data for a 4-year period, and it showed no intersection-related crashes at the intersection of 83 and the project access and County Road 7, the other name for Lucas Avenue. And there was really only one crash that occurred at the intersection over that 4-year period, and it was a southbound hit-and-run driver who left the roadway and hit a fence and then took off. Site distance important. On the site driveway is requirements. And we've been meeting with CDOT and the county traffic engineers and planners for the last 18 months. We all agreed on a couple things, that a new right turn lane would be effective mitigation for peak event traffic. This would be in the southbound direction. As Louis said, 80% of our traffic would come to and from the north. So the inbound traffic, we'll talk more about the event in a minute here. And the other thing that they'd like to do is monitor this to see how it's working and see how the assumptions I made in my traffic study pan out to the reality of what's there. Next. So let's talk about the traffic flow in more detail. Like I said, 80% of it to and from the north, 20% to from the south. The largest traffic flow would be inbound traffic from the north during the hour before the event starts. And this is what we're going to mitigate. We study lots of event venues, existing and proposed, and from the existing ones, we understand the nature of how traffic flows in and out of these events. The traffic comes in all the inbound traffic comes in the hour before the event, and then after the event, traffic trickles out in waves, so the outbound traffic would not really be a peak event necessary for mitigation. We're talking about a maximum of 37 vehicles on the property for basically that works out to 1 minutes during the hour of peak inbound flow, which is relatively low. The other thing is that event traffic would not typical periods. You know, this is the morning rush hour sometime between 7 and 9. There won't be any traffic there, obviously. And then on a Monday through Friday, the afternoon peak hours from 4 to 6. Saturday peak period is usually 11 to noon. And these 100 of course of the year wouldn't be continuous like a regular business, every once in a while. And there's no overlap with the highway peak periods. As Pamela mentioned, the shuttle busing would be provided for events with more than 37 vehicles, and there's designated on-site parking, as you saw in the site plan, which means no parking on the highway shoulder. Next slide, please. So I won't talk about the first part because Pamela has already mentioned that. But one thing we heard at the Planning Commission was that, you know, we had outdated traffic data. We're actually studying future traffic 20 years from now based on CDOT traffic growth factors. So there's no way our traffic data can be outdated because we're projecting into the future. As I mentioned, at peak event flow would be mitigated, constructing the southbound right turn decel lane. It would be 800 feet long because of the high speeds out there. Important to note that we don't meet the CDOT criteria. Our assumptions are correct and traffic comes from where we think it's going to come to. But yet we're willing to put this in to mitigate this traffic. The site access to larger vehicles, meaning the buses. And there'd be a lot of communication with event contracts and attendee information that would clearly state the limitations for on-site parking and the shuttle use requirements. There may be one more. Yeah, this is the last traffic slide, but would force Douglas County's approval use by special review is valid for 1 year, and it can be revoked if the applicant violates the special conditions of approval. In addition, the CDOT access permit is going to include a condition, as a standard condition, every CDOT access permit, that CDOT has the right to modify or close the access if traffic safety or operational problems arise. Well, you can imagine how motivated the applicant would be here to make sure things are working, because the worst thing that could happen to them would have their access be closed. In order to follow up and make sure we're doing what we said we'd do, there'd be a compliance and traffic monitoring plan. that would include video surveillance equipment installed at the site access. This is how all traffic counts are done now, is by video camera. That camera would be up and taking videos before, during, and after the event to monitor the traffic in and out of the property. The data to verify the commitments and assumptions used in the traffic study, and specifically the number and timing of events per year, the site access traffic by specific movement, and direction of travel, and the vehicle type. Now, that'd be a lot of data. We're not just going to hand it to the county. We'd put this together.
Oops.
And I think that's the end of the traffic portion.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Skip. All right. So now we will move on to our noise study. And as I said earlier, we have Jeff Surgeon here from Surgeon Consulting. He has 22 years of experience in what he does, and he's going to come up and present his noise study. Sorry.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Surgeon, Surgeon Consulting. I guess basically, first off, I submitted a noise report, which included a noise model and with all my assumptions, and was able to show compliance with the noise regulations. So we're in compliance per the numbers that I used in my report. We're in compliance. And so you would think every single client that I work for, that every report I come up with is in compliance. That's not the case. I have had multiple music venues where I have told them we're not going to meet compliance. It's not possible. And to the dismay, they're like, okay. So it's not just because I work for them that I'm showing it being compliance. That's not the case. And also, typical limits for Douglas County for residential or for this zoning is 50 dBA at night, 55 dBA during the day. That's typical. For the event venue, they really raise the bar and they make it 40 dBA during the day and 35 dBA at night, which is probably one of the most stringent nighttime limits I've ever come across. So that's not. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's tight. It's tight. Going back to, so we show compliance. The opponents have come up with a noise study, and they raised some concerns. So I'm going to address those now. One of them is the 25-foot compliance line, and the only one they're concerned about is the 25-foot compliance to the east. So what the resolution states is that we need to measure 25 feet or more from the lot line where the noise source is located unless otherwise specified, and then it directly refers to the Colorado Revised Statutes 25-12, which is noise. So to the east is State Highway 83. The way this has been dealt with in the past through CRS 25-12 is the road and highway. There's no intent to mitigate noise for the road. That's not the intent. Essentially, the roadway is exempt, and so what you do is you go across the road to the next parcel, and then you go 25 foot into that parcel. That's the way I have done it over my career here in Colorado. I've done it in multiple counties. That's the way it's been accepted. It's not uncommon. And then if you look into the 25-12, even with railroads, they are not limited to the residential. Railroads are actually limited to industrial limits. And then getting into the noise model. So the noise modeling, that was another concern or question that was raised by the opponents. So I used for a sound pressure level inside the venue, at the walls and at the roof, not on the dance floor, at the walls and at the roof. I use 80 dBA. And what the opponent said was, no, typical levels inside for a DJ on a dance floor is 90 to 100. 100, you're pushing it. But 90, I don't disagree. But that's on the dance floor. When you add 100 to 150 people, you get sound absorption from all the people. Also, you are not, the speakers are aimed at the dance floor. As you get all away from that floor and you get to the walls and you get to the roof, that level goes down. And you also have 100 to 150 people inside absorbing that noise. So the 80 dBA, where I got that number was, for another project, I was working on a barn venue, and they hired a DJ. I had that DJ set up, set his levels. You satisfied? And I went in and measured. Lo and behold, it's 80 dBA. So, and it was empty, no people in it. So if you bring people in, you might have to crank it up and make it a little bit louder, sure. But when you get to the walls, it's not necessarily going to be 90 or 100, no. That's not what this venue's about. And also, I've measured large venues, 27,000 plus venues, large rock shows, the loud ones. At the board, we're measuring 95 to 100 at those shows. Oh, and then so if there is a concern, if you do want to say, well, I'm concerned, like maybe it is 90 at the wall, maybe we're not sure. Well, the applicant has offered to or suggested that maybe they should do their own noise study in their barn to make sure, because they're investing significant money into this project, so they want to make sure they do it right. So we may do our own study, but ultimately, we have to meet 35 dBA at the compliance location, regardless. Regardless. That is an option, and I think that'll help working with the architect and everything, come up with exactly the STCs and all the walls and the windows and the doors and all that, and how to do that. Because there's a lot of details involved in this, and we don't have all the details figured out yet. This is more of a proof of concept in a sense. And then finally, there will be live monitoring. You have to have live monitoring. It doesn't have to be necessarily monitors that are set up permanently and they just run continuously. What usually happens is the owner of the facility is going to go in there, measure at a door or somewhere inside and get a reference level, and then they'll go outside and they'll go to their property line and measure and see if they can see where they're at. And then if they have to turn it down, they have to turn it down. It is what it is. And then we get to the other issue, is traffic noise, the existing noise level that's out there today. Now, we haven't measured that. We didn't go out there and plunk a monitor down and let it run for a week. We didn't do that. But what I did do the other day, and which is probably in your new packet, is FHWA, Federal Highway Administration, has a traffic noise model, TNM, which is used by CDOT and everybody else. I went ahead and created a basic noise model. I used the traffic data from Skip that would show the hourly level or hourly volumes for each direction. It had a truck percentage on there, and I used all that at 65 miles an hour. And I did a prediction for each hour that they were proposed to be open, and got a range of traffic noise levels at her venue, at the compliance location, and at the residence. The predictions that I did for the venue itself, and compared to the predictions from the traffic noise model, which is an hourly average noise level, the predictions from the venue are a maximum instantaneous noise level, essentially. And they were, the traffic noise levels are generally 10 decibels over the predicted venue noise levels, even at the last hour, 10 to 11 p.m. So I'm not saying that these models are perfect and it's going to be that. I'm just saying that tells you it's not the other way around. So that's my point. And then I'll get to that later. And then we'll get and then again, like I was saying about the design details and things like that. Not really prepared to talk about all that. But one other thing to talk about is the opponents brought up that we didn't address the outdoor tent space where there's going to be no amplified music. There's going to be people out there. I don't see the concern when you're generating so much noise inside a venue, and then you have people staying outside with no amplified music. And another thing to consider about this as well is that the applicant the predicted noise level from traffic onto this tent venue is going to be around 60 on average, 60 decibels on average over an hour. And with car passes and things like that and truck passes, that level is going to jump up into the 70s. And that's not going to be real conducive to having a ceremony or having people talk. Or it's going to be an issue. They're going to want to put screening up. They're going to need screening. So it's going to be a noise barrier of some sort. They're going to want to do something. So I think that's going to work itself out. But as far as everything else goes, I think they're in good shape.
So I think what's important to note, again, is that there will be no amplified music outside the barn. The receptions will be inside the barn. There will be dancing outside on the slab. The slab is for the cocktail hour, where there would be garden music playing. But all of the reception will be inside the barn, and that's where the amplified music will be. So we have Tim Franklin on the phone, and he is our architect. And Tim was going to just talk about some of the construction details to help deafen the sound. Tim, can you hear us? Tim? It might be a no. All right. Well, unfortunately, I'm not sure why we can't hear him, because he said that he could hear us. So Tim Franklin is a very experienced architect. He's in Ohio. He is known for renovating historic barns. The barn he lives in and works out of is an 1870 bank barn back in Ohio. So he definitely knows what he is doing. The few bullets that he gave me, and if he comes back on, we can certainly ask him, but some of the design details that he provided to me was that, again, to specifically mention that that east side of the barn where the catering kitchen is going to be, the bathrooms, that's going to buffer part of that. He also said with respect to construction that we will be, when we talk about renovating the barn will essentially look the same, but the exterior with siding and whatnot might look will most likely look a little different, but we're going to keep the existing exterior, and to that existing exterior, we're going to add additional vapor barrier, we're going to add weatherproofing, and we're also going to add another layer of siding, and all of this, which will be sound deadening. For the interior walls, we will have deadening insulation, 2x6 walls with R38 or R42 insulation. We'll also consider spray foam insulation for the higher R value. And then finally, with respect to the windows, there will all be Anderson windows. They will be double pane, low ER gas filled, and extremely sound resistant. So, when I was talking to Tim about the concerns, with the noise, that we have to be able to make sure we can achieve these limits, these noise limits. Basically, he said, well, we'll construct the barn however we have to with insulation to keep that, to keep the noise inside. During receptions, the doors will be closed. I mean, once the reception starts, the doors will be closed. Will people walk by? Will people walk out? Keep the door open. The staff will continuously shut doors, but yes. So the thought is that once the reception starts, that the doors will be shut. Do you have anything to add to that?
No.
Okay.
Great.
All right. So,
I would like to add something to that. We just kind of backing up a little bit. All of our vendors, our caterers, our DJs, anybody that works at our venue will be approved. So we'll have, for instance, 5 or 6 DJs that are approved DJs to be used at our venue. Every single one of them will know how far to turn that music up. They'll know when to have the music on, when to have the music off, because if they don't, they're not going to be an approved DJ at our facility. So if we've got noise levels that have to be met, they'll know exactly what it is.
And we'll be doing our own internal noise measuring because it protects us, right? I mean, we have to be able to, through the events, monitor the sound so that we know that we are in compliance, and we keep a report of that as well. So we just wanted to show you a few more pictures of the property. So these are our neighbors to the west. Basically, our property is essentially very close to the road. The abutting properties are kind of on the far side of their properties, or our property, I guess. So this is our neighbor to the west. There is our neighbor to the north. There are our neighbors, abutting neighbors to the east, so going up Lucas Avenue from the barn. And this is our neighbor to the south. And then once again, you can see where the barn is located. Right here, whoops, I'm sorry. So here's the barn, right? This is where the pavilion, the slab with the tent will go. Here's the bride's room right there. So for the slab with the tent, there's a little bit of, there are trees here, but remember, then there's going to be a barrier, berms and fencing down here. And then this is where the parking lot is proposed to be, the 34 spaces right here. Again, it will be properly screened right there. So that really is, you have anything else on that?
Yeah, can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
And it's really interesting, these trees were planted here, must have been years ago, but they're just beautiful, these kind of these grove of trees right here. And the nice part about that is everything is going to happen right here. Nothing's happening back here, nothing's happening over here, everything's going to happen right here. So the wedding's going to be contained to that area. And light pollution, all the lights are going to be shining down to the ground, but also we've got these natural buffers here to protect light from escaping the property. One of the things that you can see here, I mean, it's obvious in all these pictures that we're showing you, this is beautiful rural country. And that was the attraction to us of this, because it's just absolutely beautiful. This is the only area that we're developing for the wedding venue. The rest of these hay fields and agriculture here, we want that. We want that look. We want to maintain it. The better, the more the better, because people want to come out of the city and come out to the agricultural land and see what it is. Right now, if you want to come out and see this, you can do it, but you got to go 65 miles an hour down the freeway because everybody has got their property fenced off and won't let you on. They can come to our property and experience what the agricultural life is. And we think that's special. One of the other things that I think is special, when we first came here to look at this property, when Pam had already put an offer on it, I looked at this and I said, wow, every single person, including the people on all sides of this property, have built their residences to the back side of their property. What's the luck? Because if somebody had built a house right here, then we got a bigger problem. Now we got noise problems, we've got other problems to deal with. But because we are lucky enough that everybody built to the back side of their properties, it gives us like an extra buffer. So when we looked at this, when we looked at this, I told Pam, I said, this has got to be the poster child for what Douglas County meant when they said you can put a wedding venue on Ag 1 property. Where are you going to ever find a place better than this? On a major highway with no neighbors sitting down on top of you. So anyway.
Yeah, and that is true. And, we are committed, obviously, to keeping the Ag 1 status. There's been a lot of comment about rezoning. We're not asking, as you know, for a rezone. We're asking for use by special review. And we plan to keep this agricultural, and with the agricultural, with the grass, with the the hay and the cattle, we lease our land out. So we lease it to a neighbor, and he did bring cattle over last year. He didn't bring cattle over this year, but he did bring over a small head of cattle last year. Beautiful view of Pikes Peak. So we do believe that that this property is currently compatible with the community, and we plan on keeping it that way. We are renovating the barn. There is no new construction. There is, the parking lot here, but other than that, the barn will be renovated, restored, whatever you want to call it, and then there'll be, the slab with the tent. Other than that, everything will look virtually like this, which we think is, yeah, exactly. So that is, so that's what it's going to look like. So in closing, we know there's going to be lots of comment. So quickly, just in closing, we want to say that we have taken great care to put plans in place to address the noise, the traffic, and to ensure that our property it remains compatible within the community. We are not asking for the rezone. We plan to preserve the agricultural property and keep it beautiful. Last year, we got about 1,250 bales of hay, and we assume we're going to get that much hay this year as well. Again, this management plan that we have put in place is enforceable. The traffic mitigation includes an 800-foot southbound deceleration lane, 37 cars on the property, limited that, mandatory busing for events that will have 37 or more vehicles, video surveillance, and an annual compliance report. We believe, again, that we will comply with the Douglas County Ag 1 noise limits. There will be no amplified music outside. Doors will be closed, appropriate screening. The garage will also prevent some sort of a buffer, that big, large garage that's existing. And during construction, that there will be some, deadening, sound deadening construction details that will be thought of as well, and during the construction. With that, I think one more slide just says that, yeah, we believe that this is good for the community as well. We're going to preserve the history, and we really are proud of this property, and we think Douglas County should be proud of this property and really embrace the history of it as well. We want people to enjoy this gem. We are very charitable people anyway, but we will continue to give to schools and our churches. There will be employment opportunities for the community, tax revenue to Douglas County, and we believe with what we have showed you and what we're going to do to the property that this is a low impact business on the property, and we do not believe that this will impede or negatively impact the harmony of the area. We just don't, and we think that we've thought and put together a plan that will ensure that. So. Do you have any questions for us before we sit down?
Ms. Soley and Mr. Miller, thank you for that presentation. Any questions for the applicant?
Thank you. I do have some questions. So if you can go back to a different slide that shows your property more closely, where is your house? Because you live on this property and you're going to stay there watching it all the time, right?
We do. Let me go to the very first slide. So yes, this is our primary residence, and this will remain our primary residence. So here's our house right here. It's a little 1,700 square foot farmhouse right there. Here's a chicken coop. We have 8 chickens. And here's a pond, and there's the other pond. So, when we come in, we just come in here, we go around the roundabout, and then the house is right there.
And so you will be on site managing all this. You're not going to be absent landlords.
Nope. We will not.
And I did have some questions for your sound. Jeff Surgeon?
Yeah, Jeff Surgeon, yes.
So thank you for your presentation. I tried to follow it. Did I understand that the traffic noise on 83 is 70 dBA?
No. This is Jeff Surgeon again. No. What I was saying was, so the traffic noise model, so like me talking to you right now, if you had a noise meter, you're going to be reading it, it's going to be jumping all around, 50, 40, 60, whatever. So for FHWA traffic noise model, they do, it's an hourly average. So it's they kind of figure it's actually the energy equivalent over an hour. So it may fluctuate, but then they're going to give you kind of this average level. And it's going to vary depending on the distance from the highway. So what I was saying when I said something about 70, what I was saying was like for their barn and for their outdoor pad area, where I predicted, it was saying the average is going to be around 60 for kind of when they would be out there during the daytime, which is not.
The highway is 60 or what's 60?
The noise level, dBA, 60 dBA.
From the highway.
From the highway. And so a point of reference there is that CDOT, when they eventually do expand 83 or whatever they're going to do, they'll do this same similar noise study. And if you hit 66 dBA for a loudest hour, now they're going to consider noise walls, noise barriers. So that's where you're at in those levels. Now, when I say that it's going to be about 70 decibels when like a truck goes by, like a semi-truck goes by or a loud truck goes by. So there's going to be times where, because it's not constant 60, it's going to be 70, it's going to be 50, it's going to be 30, it's going to be 70, it's going to go back and forth constantly as the cars pass. So I don't think that's really conducive to like an outdoor space. So they're going to want to screen it somehow. So an outdoor space that doesn't have any amplified music, I don't see how we're going to be too concerned about the noise propagating to the neighbors from that. And we're going to have to put screening up anyway to protect the tent space.
So while you were talking about the compliant site. And is the compliant site 25 feet into a property on the other side of 83?
That's what I'm saying, yes. What the opponents are saying is that they're just saying it's just you just offset straight out, doesn't matter what's there. I guess if they're abutting, I guess if it would be a railroad right of way, I guess they're suggesting that it wouldn't matter, but Colorado Revised Statutes 25-12, which they directly reference, says a railroad right of way is 75/80 or something like that. And what I'm also saying is that when I've worked on in other counties, not one or two, a handful of them, a number of them, that specifically call out CRS 25-12 as their noise code. We have always gone across on the other side of the highway or on the other side of the roadway before, because we're not trying to mitigate down to 35 dBA in the middle of State Highway 83. What's the point of that?
So I think that's what I'm trying to understand, is that there's already this highway that's generating this constant noise. Sometimes it's greater, sometimes it's less, but there's already this highway creating noise. So how much will a barn across the street that is insulated and built to maintain sound with speakers pointed towards the dance floor, how much of that sound will impact the noise that's already coming from 83 to this compliant site that's 25 feet into the property across 83? Can you tell us what that is?
Well, I can't tell you exactly. What I did say earlier was that in the quietest hour, the quietest traffic hour, from 10 to 11 p.m. at night, if you're looking at the houses, the two noise models show or suggest that the hourly average traffic noise level is going to be around 10 decibels at least below what the venue is going to be producing. So 10 decibels below. Generally, a rule of thumb is if you're 10 decibels below another sound, it's inconsequential. But am I going to hang my hat on this T&M model and say that's what's going to be? No, I can't do that. There's limitations, and also we have to work through all the details. In fact, we may be able to make this venue even quieter. We barely just started working with I just barely started working with the architect. So, and he has full confidence it's not going to be a problem. He said where he lives, he has weddings and his neighbors really close, and he's never had an issue. So.
And in your report that was submitted originally, and in your analysis, you showed that we would be compliant in different areas.
Right. Yeah. So what I did in the original report was I did doors closed, and I said that the walls and the windows and the roof would all have to be an STC of 38. That's good. That's not excessive. That's very achievable. I said if you decide you want to open one of these doors, like to the south or to the north, you're going to have to turn the music down. Well, maybe you want to do that when you're having dinner. You just have some background, light background music. You're not doing DJ music. But when you turn the DJ on, you want to crank it up to 80 or 90. You close the doors, and that shouldn't be a problem.
So I just have one other question. What is the sound, the dBA that is allowed to come from this site? Does that number exist, and what is it?
Yeah, so it's during the daytime, it's 40 dBA at the compliance locations. The compliance locations are not the homes. They're actually 25 feet outside the property line. And then what I'm saying, it's on the other side of the highway, 25 foot into the eastern parcel. So those are the compliance locations, not the houses. We predicted the houses because that's where people live. And honestly, that's where I think it really matters. But everybody glams onto this CRS 25-12, and that's what they go with.
So it's
and
40.
Then in the evening?
And then in the evening, it's 35 dBA, which is, like I said earlier, is like one of the most stringent. I think State of New York might be trying to do 35 dBA for wind turbines now, but really, you never run into 35 dBA.
And you think it's achievable, though?
But it's achievable, yeah. It's achievable. We predicted
With the right design of the
With the
barn?
right design, yep. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the board?
I found the applicant's presentation to be comprehensive. I have no questions.
Well, I have a series of questions, but I think I will hold off on those until I hear from citizens. So I do have a list of individuals that have signed in on this, and we'll begin with Jennifer Wagester. Jennifer, are you here? Sure, if you want to just approach our council to my left, please.
Exhibit 4 for today's public hearing.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I go or should I state
You
my
may,
name?
if you want to just state your name and where you're from for the record.
Sure. I'm Dr. Jennifer Wagester, and I'm an adjacent landowner.
Okay.
But most importantly, I'm a neighbor and a community member. While Cherry Valley's growing population has reduced large ranges to 35-acre lots, agriculture is alive and well. When we gather with our neighbors, we don't talk about our day jobs. We discuss our livestock, where we buy feed, and how to grow grass in our dry climate. We volunteer our equipment to those who need it and help when we can, just as farmers and ranchers have done for generations. People live in Cherry Valley because they don't want what town has to offer, and putting the proposed event center in the middle of a rural community is concentrating all that we are trying to avoid and advertising it with 3 acres of white lights. We are aware of the disruption and intrusion rural event centers force upon neighbors. The traffic is continuous, noise can be heard for miles. There are no more peaceful nights on a dock or enjoying country living. An event center wrecks a neighborhood while profiting off its picturesque rural setting. There's nothing rural or harmonious about partying till the cows come home every long weekend. When considering this specific USR request, our neighborhood believes that it has made it this far through the process because the only information considered was provided by the applicant, which contained gross errors and omissions. Had this project been objectively analyzed, as in the exhibit, it would have been found to not meet 7 of the 12 approval standards. It cannot comply with the minimum A1 zoning requirements. It does not comply with the requirements of Section 21. It is not in harmony and compatible with the character of the surrounding areas and neighborhood. It is not consistent with the Douglas County Comprehensive Master Plan. It will result in over-intensive land use. It will cause significant noise pollution, and it will not be adequately landscaped, buffered, or screened. The purpose of the USR process is to determine whether a small acreage parcel can shield residents from the incompatible use of an event center in an A1 zone community. At 35.387 acres, this proposal just meets the 35-acre threshold. It does not meet the 100 feet roadway setback for A1 zone properties, and it does not meet the 200 feet setback required by Section 21 for all property boundaries. A majority of proposed activities will take place within the 200 feet setback, and there is no buffer on the eastern property line, which means people will be partying next to a state highway and production agriculture. My past career experience managing events of 30 to thousands has taught me that plans never go as planned. People do whatever they want. Given the proposed site limitations, the proposed plan requires perfect cooperation from guests to work, which is unattainable. As a result, the event center will be a constant source of complaints and require a constant stream of management plan amendments, draining valuable county resources. The only assurance we have is that what is being considered for approval today will not take place in reality.
Thank you, Dr. Wagester. Appreciate it. So we also have Raymond Wagester.
Thank you. Exhibit 5.
Pardon me for a second. Old age is sneaking up on me, and I have to get my glasses out so I can read and speak to everybody today. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Raymond Wagester. I reside at 10505 Lucas Avenue. And with over 1,300 pages on today's agenda, I assume you have to rely heavily on your staff executive summaries and their analysis to reach a conclusion. Yet prior to the Planning Commission hearing, there was no community outreach or interaction. And so this analysis was built entirely from the applicant's opinion and their hired experts without peer review, as staff is not obligated to critically review these submissions. As such, the proposal and the staff report end up very one-sided. In the Friday update and the previous exhibit that was shared with you, you were provided with an 8-page analysis along with the noise study that peer reviews the applicant's study. These documents consider a much broader set of relevant factors, many of which are not discussed by the applicant or staff and may be less favorable to this project. The map provided shows the required A1 100-foot setback and Section 21 200-foot setback. As you can see, this is not a case of a minor intrusion, as the event center activities will require entirely operating within this 200-foot setback. This does not meet the approval standards for 2102.01 or 2102.02. Section 21 states the board may establish lesser setbacks than those required in this section if the board determines that adequate buffering is or will be provided to mitigate such concerns as visual, dust, other social or environmental impacts. The burden of proof is on the applicant. The applicant's landscape plan is drawn for aesthetics, not for mitigation purposes, yet it is proposed as this mitigation. A landscape engineer did not determine adequate mitigation, so we're to take the applicant's words and hope. The neighboring properties are at a higher elevation, so common sense can tell us right away that the proposed landscaping isn't an effective strategy to mitigate the neighborhood from the noise, the light, the sounds, the dust, all of the things spelled out to us in 2106.01. There is no 200-foot buffer from Highway 83, and multiple adjacent properties and the applicant did not address how the proposed plan mitigates such concerns in 2106.01. In zoning, variances are considered for explicit reasons, such as limited space, resources, or a building envelope. This property is not a hardship case. It can continue to operate as a typical rural residence. This property can be utilized in the manner it always has been, and this barn can be preserved without needing to grant a setback so a commercial business can operate within 200-foot buffer. Douglas County has an adequate supply of event centers. No emergencies exist to allow for spot development. So ask yourself this. To be fair and biased, would you want 150 people celebrating with alcohol less than 200 foot from your home, 12 months out of the year, 3 days a week, until midnight? And if the answer is no, then I would say this is the wrong site for this event venue, and it doesn't warrant a variance, and it doesn't warrant approval. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Wagester. I have a Kevin Walmsley.
My name is Kevin Walmsley, W-A-L-M-S-L-E-Y. My family and I live in the nowhere that's referred to by the applicant. We're also a nearby property. Thank you for your time. 30 days ago, almost no one in Cherry Valley knew about a proposed event center. On the last allowable day, the applicants put up a sign in front of the property. It's a little hard to read at 65 miles an hour, but fortunately, some of my neighbors and I did read it and called the planning department. For over a year and a half, the applicant has been working with the planning department staff to request something called a use by special review. They did not work with anyone in the neighborhood that I know of. Our neighborhood soon met, talked, and organized. We responded with a formal letter outlining our concerns. We gathered signatures in opposition from 142 Cherry Valley residents, and 17 of us spoke at the Planning Commission meeting. On that evening, I heard an awful lot about the hopes and dreams and plans from the applicants, but I left with real concerns for the important planning details that really matter. As one of the closest neighbors to the event center, noise is also very important to me. The applicant's assumption that sound levels of 150 people in a closed barn is only 80 dBA did not make much sense to me. But in deference to their noise expert, he himself said his assessments are based on imperfect models, estimates, assumptions, virtually educated guesses, and their mitigation involves somehow, might, and may. And as commissioners, you're being asked to rule on an estimate and a guess that affects our lifestyle and our livelihood. So as neighbors, we banded together and consulted a qualified sound engineer also. The professional sound engineer verified that inside noise levels of 90 to 100 dBA would easily break the Douglas County property line noise limits and would carry 2 to 4 times further up into our surrounding properties than indicated by the applicants. Our surrounding properties are the ones conveniently edited out on the east side by the applicant's pictures. Reading the applicant's study and more recent correspondence also shows the applicant's noise consultant uses a critical term, proof of concept. That's not a definite scientific statement by a professional in this case. It's an out. It may happen, it may not. Maybe they'll comply, maybe they won't. They plan to do another study with a DJ, but they have not. Once again, estimates and guesses. When will this factual real-world noise study be done? After they receive the USR? After it's too late to stop the train? Proof of concept's not enough for us. We live there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Walmsley. I have a Todd Chilkowski.
Good evening. My name is Todd Chakowski, and I'm a Douglas County resident since 1998. I'm an engineer, and I currently work in the federal regulatory enforcement in the renewable energy industry with utility-grade wind and solar plants. I am familiar with sound studies used for our wind turbines, and from the information that I have, these are serious and unanswered questions about sound and the repurposed barn. With no engineering and structural plans, it's not possible to say that that building will even live up to the application's concept. But more important, the outside noise seems to have been relatively ignored in this application. Now, there are, of course, the obvious problems of cheerful guests lingering in the parking lot as they depart late at night, accompanied by dozens of cars and trucks starting up and waiting to get out of the single exit onto Highway 83. Buses sitting idling to heat or cool ahead of the passenger's arrival, and the noise as they accelerate onto the highway. But what about the proposed patio and the 60 by 80 outdoor pad with a big white tent, which will presumably service parties, dinners, and other such events? Since the application says that there will be 100 events and further speculates that 35 will be weddings, what about those 65 St. Patrick's Day parties, or Cinco de Mayo parties, or graduations or anniversary parties when the clients wish to celebrate outside? If 100 people in an enclosed barn can generate 85 decibels just eating and talking, how much noise will 150 outdoor celebrants generate with nothing between them and the surrounding community? The only comment I've found from the applicants is that there will be no amplified music. But what about microphones and speakers for toasts or speeches, and unamplified live bands or musical instruments that can produce a whole lot of sound? We've heard about a 9-foot wall which will cover only a small stretch on the eastern edge of the property. While it may hide Highway 83 from the guests and to some extent reduce the center's road noise, our engineer tells us that it will do nothing to mitigate the party noise as it flows up the hill to the homes to the east. And finally, what about the heating and cooling an enclosed venue with 150 dancing guests? There's not been any engineering studies on the repurposed barn, but it's obvious that the answer will require some serious industrial scale air handling units, which will need to operate at some level, 24/7, 365 a year. That's going to be a whole new set of sounds for this rural neighborhood. All this less than 200 feet from the property line and just 250 yards from people's homes. In the rural community which we live, We need to consider property lines also, as homes are farther apart. This USR cannot be approved on hopes and dreams, speculation, or proof of concept. I respectfully ask that you deny this application.
Thanks, Mr. Chilkowski. I have a Stuart McGregor.
Good evening. Stuart McGregor, Engineering Dynamics, Inglewood, Colorado. I'm an acoustical engineer. I was hired by the neighbors to do a peer review of Mr. Surgeon's report. A couple clarifications. When earlier Councilperson Thomas was asking about traffic noise versus noise from the venue. So traffic noise is an event. Each car that comes down the road is like an event, like there's an event, and then it gets quiet. So background noise out in this area is like 30 dB at night. So when you have an event go by, the car goes by and then the noise goes down. But when you have music playing, another thing is a constant noise source. So in your evaluation, comparing the noise prediction from the venue and traffic noise is not, you really need to just dissociate those two and not try to compare the 60 dBA hourly average from the traffic noise with the noise from the venue, because you just can't compare the two animals. Jeff and I are going to disagree on the noise levels in the barn and the noise levels on the wall. I think his estimates are low, and with his estimates of 80 dB with the doors closed and 72 dBA with the doors open, he's just barely at the limit of 35 on the eastern property line, and I think his estimate of what noise is going to be in that barn is low, and if it's higher than he's predicted, they're not going to be in compliance. The outside noise from the tent was not addressed at all in Mr. Surgeon's report, and I think that needs to be addressed. Any type of music outside in that tent area is going to be hard to be in compliance unless it's like a string quartet or some type of acoustic guitar. But if there's a brass type instrument or drums, it's not going to be in compliance. So I think they need to redo their noise study, because I think at this point they've just not addressed enough of these issues. Thank you. Any questions?
No, thank you, Mr. McGregor. I'm going to ask for efficiency's sake is if you are next in line, if you want to just come up and line up, I think that might help us as you're making your way back and forth. So the next 5 that I have are Carol Bradley, Priscilla Queen, Connie Johans, Steve Vecchiarelli, and then Tom Johans. If you want to make your way up to the front. Hi, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Carol Bradley, and I live on a family ranch in Cherry Valley that was acquired in 1885 in trade for the historic Whittier home in Castle Rock. My mother was Violetta Whittier. I am Clint Whittier's great-great niece. Another relative of my uncle's was the poet John Greenleaf Whittier, and also Washington Irving Whittier, a Colorado state representative. The W.C. barn that is proposed to be repurposed was built by my uncle Clint Whittier. He and his family came from Vermont to Douglas County in 1895, and he married Anna Schreiber, who is buried in the local Case Cemetery. The historic Gambrel Roof Barn was built in 1911. It has an enormous upstairs with a thick floor, a loft above, and stanchions below for milking his shorthorns. In July 1911, the newspaper read, "Large crowds attend barn dance at Whittier's Ranch." People came from all over the county to see the largest barn in eastern Colorado. This barn should be on the State Historic Register, if not on the National Register. However, if there is any alteration, such as a change in existing windows, doors, or anything changing the appearance of the barn, it would remove its status as historic. There was an old Grange Hall at the same location moved from Lucas Road and East Cherry Creek. It had 4-inch tongue and groove boards on the floor. A past owner took it upon himself to tear it down and make room for the steel garage built in 2014. That building had been important to early settlers for a meeting place. We hope this historic place that marks Cherry Valley as a historic location does not get lost in time. Please protect this historic Douglas County site from non-urban land use, 2102.05. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. I have a Priscilla Queen.
Good afternoon. I'm a Priscilla Queen. We live at 7520 East Cherry Creek Road in Cherry Valley area. The Douglas County Zoning Resolution, Section 2101.04, requires that a USR request must be in harmony and compatible with the character of surrounding areas. This commercial project will definitely change the rural and agricultural character of Cherry Valley. The Douglas County Comprehensive Master Plan for Non-Urban Land Use, 2102.05, is set forth to enhance the quality of life for residents by protecting the natural landscape, rural areas, and historic sites of the county. My family has lived in Douglas County for 44 years and in Cherry Valley for 28 years. Our place is a historic ranch and dairy that I researched and landmarked for Douglas County in 2009. We continue to harvest the hay meadow and graze cattle. Today, the 120-year-old barns are still used for farm equipment and hay storage. Our children, grandchildren, and many friends have explored the land, the fossils embedded in the rocks, and learned about the history of Cherry Valley and Douglas County. Our quality of life is based on the historic and current agricultural uses and rural character of the land. My 11-year-old grandson and I frequently drive the length of Russellville Road, and as we drove it just the other day, I mentioned to him, there's another event center being proposed. He was quiet for another half a mile, and then he said, but that will just ruin this beautiful countryside. Our opposition, my family's opposition to this particular proposal is not only for our own comfort and sense of living in the country, but it is to preserve the beautiful countryside for our grandchildren and future generations. Not too long ago, when the Comprehensive Master Plan was approved, it wisely recognized the value of this rural, agricultural, and historical part of Douglas County and planned to protect it. Change may seem inevitable, but we as a society and here in this county can intentionally preserve an area that we still treasure for its rural environment, agricultural uses, and historic heritage. So we place our faith in you to continue that protection. Please do stand by our comprehensive master plan.
Thank you, ma'am. I have a Connie Johans.
Thank you. I am Connie Johans. I live at the property at 10610 Lucas Avenue. I'd like to thank you guys for hearing us speak. I'm a retired mother of two and a grandmother. I want to speak about the barn character. Per Section 21, structures used for the event center shall be of scale and of design that is compatible with the surrounding rural environment. 2107.14.2. When considering the proposed barn renovations, there are no properties in the surrounding rural environment that have agricultural buildings that showcase the extensive use of large glass windows and doors and an outdoor patio with a fireplace. While the design fits the barn's purpose commercially hospitality use, it does not mirror an agricultural building of the rural community. Cherry Valley also does not have any agricultural buildings that are accompanied by a white party tent that will see long-term use. No person would mistake the proposed barn and site improvements for a historic farmstead. A barn of glass and white party tent framed with extensive site improvements that include a lighted monument signs, a wide double-lane drive, walkways, and a commercial-sized parking lot, and a bus turnaround is not compatible with the design of agricultural buildings or their settings in the surrounding rural environment. I respectfully ask that you deny this request. It's the right thing to do, and this will protect our way of life and preserve our community and our family values. That's why we moved to the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johans. I have a Steve Vecchiarelli.
Congratulations, saying it right on the first time.
I tried.
No, that's very unusual. So my name's Steve Vecchiarelli, Crowfoot Springs Road, and I wanted to comment on something that was touched upon but not really gone into, and that's the white tent that will go on the property. So tents can be put up and down, but installing a cement pad suggests otherwise. Not only is pouring a cement pad a considerable expense, but it essentially makes the tent almost a permanent structure. And if we want to look at permanent structures with tents, all we have to do is look at DIA, and that is a tent with a cement slab. And if we look at, 100 events a year, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, a day to put the tent up and a day to put it down, if in fact it was put up and put it down, that means that the tent would be up for 5 days. And to take it down for 2 days, to me, does not really seem feasible. So the longer that this goes and the more events that they had, this tent would become a permanent structure on the land. If you extrapolate out the days, if it's operated only in warm weather days, that's about 33 weekends or so. And if it's expanded to full time, it's about 50 weekends, which would be 165 to 250 days that the tent would be up if it was taken down. And then if it stood up all the time, it would be 180 to 365 days. And that's the way it stands now. Now, as time goes on, this could be expanded into 2 separate events, one in a tent, one inside, which would only exacerbate all of the other issues like traffic and noise and everything else. So I'd like to reiterate that nowhere did we see in the management plan how many days this structure was going to be up. So I don't know a single property owner in Cherry Valley that has a long-term tent up for use by anybody. So a party tent is not part of our rural landscape. It's a long-term structure that does not meet the requirements of Section 2107.14.2, and it is not in harmony compatible with the character of our neighborhood, nor is it consistent with the Douglas County Comprehensive Master Plan, as it detracts from the neighborhood's natural landscape and rural character. So, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Vecchiarelli. I have a Tom Johans.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Tom Johans. Our family home is on Lucas Avenue in Franktown. We're on the hill just east of the proposed event center on Highway 83. We have a full view of what is now and has been for more than 100 years the White Dairy Barn. I'm asking you to vote no on the proposed USR for that address. I have lived in Castle Rock and Franktown for 54 years. When we wanted to live in the peaceful rural setting of Cherry Valley, we purchased our Lucas Avenue property in 2008. This property had the zoning we needed to raise cattle and involve our children in the future farmers of America and 4-H animal projects, as well as cut and bale the hay in our pastures. My testimony is about how this proposal does not meet the approved standards of 2102.04. Commissioners, as you know, in zoning, harmony and compatibility refer to how the appearance and use of what is proposed blends into the neighborhood. In this case, putting an event center into the rural bedroom community on the smallest lot possible within the setback is like smashing a square peg into a round hole. It just doesn't fit. The commercial appearance and use of the proposed site in no way dovetails into the harmony and character into the Cherry Valley sub-area. Few gatherings are held in the neighborhood, and mostly are with friends, family, and neighbors in the home to celebrate a holiday or graduation. Hosting 100 weddings or parties of 150 people annually for profit is inharmonious and incompatible with the character of our neighborhood. The only current bus traffic we have is school buses. Noise generated by charter buses utilizing their engine brakes to slow down when entering the proposed site and then accelerating to exit the property is not heard in our community. And by 10 p.m., there's little outside human activity and light shed in the neighborhood. No property has 34 cars and unknown number of buses start their engines and turn the lights on 11 p.m. while people talk and laugh outside. Causing this disturbance 100 times annually would be out of the character for the neighborhood. It would also burden residents who are trying to sleep or peacefully enjoy the weekend or the evening. The majority of us work Monday through Friday, and our children go to school Monday through Friday. So the weekends are the most important time we spend with our children and our grandchildren. This is the exact same time the event venue wants to operate at 100% and purely for the owner's financial gain. The last thing any of us want to do is to forfeit all the reasons we chose to invest in our dream properties, especially when this proposal is for the financial benefit of one property owner. One of the commissioners mentioned everyone's entitled to profit in business. I agree. I've been self-employed in our county for the last 31 years. I agree everyone's entitled to a profit, although I don't believe it should be at the expense of 95% of the neighbors. Finally, if I understand correctly, a use by special review permit goes with the property and stays with the property. I assume the property could be sold at any time with the USR in place. That leaves the door wide open. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. I have a Wesley Deek, or DYK. And as you come up, sir, if we can have Megan Mulqueen, Patrick Stoneham, JC Cothra Mercia, Kathy Wilson, and Deb Stoneham. Come up. Yes, sir.
Commissioners, my name is Wesley Dyke, DYK. I live at 6206 South Highway 83, north of the proposed venue, on a property that my family has owned since 1993. I'd like to talk about how this application does not meet the approval standard 2102.04 for being in harmony and compatible with the character of the surrounding areas and neighborhood. No resident currently brings 15,000 people from outside the neighborhood to their property each year. If 50% ride buses and 2.5 people per car on average travel, that puts 3,000 drivers on local roadways each year who are unfamiliar with the Cherry Valley sub-area. Residents know the hazards and challenges associated with local roadways. They know how to avoid bicyclists, wildlife, and escaped livestock, navigate gravel road conditions, and use driving strategies that avoid accidents on Highway 83. Highway 83 drivers tend to use speeds 10 or more miles over the speed limit. And drivers pass in no passing zones, use the shoulder to pass a turning vehicle, and pass multiple cars at once. Hosting over 100 drivers who are unfamiliar with local driving conditions every weekend will be out of the character for the neighborhood and increase the risk of traffic accidents. Event center guests who are unfamiliar with local roadways may also drive past the event center and need to turn around. It is unusual and unsafe to have drivers pull into a driveway in Highway 83 to switch their direction. Furthermore, and this goes to the management plan's defect, the applicant is recommending northbound traffic use the gravel lot at the intersection of Lake Gulch and 83 to turn around and enter the venue from the southbound direction. The curve of the road of the highway at this intersection is dangerous for several reasons, including being a steep grade over a 90-degree change in direction, leading to an inability to see the oncoming traffic from the north or the south at a distance. In the last couple of years, vehicles have left the roadway at this intersection and driven through my fence on more than one occasion. This has also happened on the other side of the road where a car traveled into the pasture and caught fire, leading to a grass fire. At the very least, adding concentrated traffic to that intersection will increase noise pollution. There will be horns honking at drivers who, in a rush, to get to an event take the right of way from others. It'll have an impact on the residents nearby during the weekend when they're trying to enjoy the serene atmosphere. I also have a clear view of this lot from my backyard and is regularly used by families on weekends for custody exchanges. Children are often loose in this lot while waiting for their guardians to arrive. Adding congestion to this intersection would disrupt these families and put their children at risk of injury or death. Traffic is a major concern for residents, and the event center will worsen it by creating situations in which accidents are more likely to occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyke. Megan Mulqueen.
Hi, my name is Megan Mulqueen. That's spelled M-U-L, Queen. I've lived in this area for over 15 years, and I've been driving past the old white farmhouse for over 22 years to go down to my horses that are just on the south side of town. I go past there every single day and often at night, and I look at the sign about the development, and I want to get out and read it, but I'm afraid to get out of my car because I'll probably get hit. I can tell you about all the fatalities that have happened within a couple of minutes from that lot, and I can tell you about all the animals who've been hit out there and have laid dying in the ditch until somebody comes to rescue them. And I can tell you about all the winter days when the road was so slick with ice that your wheels spun, and we all waited out there on 83 until the sand truck came. And it takes them a while to get down there because that road doesn't get plowed very often. And I would like you to consider the teenage kids who have to go to school and drive up and down the road every day as they're learning how to drive, and now they have to contend with inebriated drivers and partygoers. And that's on the weekends when they're out, and that's scary. And it's not just the parties, it's the people who come to look at the place and see whether it's what they're looking for, and whether you have them come on the weekends. I understand trying to do that, but they will drive by, and they will slow down, and they will turn around, and then they'll bring their friends. It will just happen 7 days a week, and it's a threat to our community 7 days a week, and that is 1,000 yards from an elementary school on a 2-lane road, and that is scary. And there's a reason why an amphitheater is set up so that the bands are at the bottom of a hill and all the people sit up along the side of the hill. And that's because sound travels up. That's an amphitheater, and that's what we have right out there on Lucas Road. It's basically a natural amphitheater, and the people that live out there are getting to listen to it. It's zoned agricultural. The infrastructure of the area is undeveloped and barely sufficient for the agricultural community, and you want to drop a party facility in the middle of this? No, it's unnecessary and unneeded, and it's a liability rather than an asset. God bless those children who passed away in that head-on collision last week, and I do not want that to happen again on 83, ever on 83. And so I say no to this development, and I hope that you will too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mulqueen. I have a Patrick Stoneham.
Thank you. I apologize for my attire. I rushed here at 3 o'clock to get here, and it's now 7:30 or something, so apologize.
You look a lot more comfortable than we do, so
I just like to talk about the
jealous.
traffic
Go ahead.
implications from my perspective a little bit. My wife and I own a property at 7193 83, just a mile and a half north of the facility being proposed. The folks here who've lived on 83 during the wonderful GAP project will know what I'm saying. For about 3 years, most days of the week during traffic times and all weekends, it would take my wife or I at least 5 minutes to make a left turn out of our property, because the traffic was constant, because everyone on 25 came to 83 and used it for 3 years. So we got out of that heck about November of last year. And what we are proposing here is to go back to a version of that for weekends and peak traffic times most weekends of the year. And that concerns me. During that time of the GAP project, we would hear sirens twice a day during those times with accidents happening. You never knew it was going to happen, and traffic would back up worse. To turn onto our property and make that left turn, I would have people drive into the ditch around me 5 feet down to get back up. So I'm concerned that during peak commuting and non-commuting times and very late at night, we're going to have that increase in traffic. This will result in accidents. I do not believe that busing is a solution in the long term. It's inconvenient. People have to go somewhere else, get the bus, be told when to leave. They like convenience. They're going to eventually drive themselves. So we're going to have a lot more than 34 cars there. So I don't think that's going to pan out, and we're going to have a lot more traffic. There are going to be guests that are drinking alcohol, and in Colorado, other things are legal. So we're going to have a lot more impaired drivers out there because there's going to be some serious celebrations. So just north of the little elementary school where my grandson will probably go to school next year, we could be in a situation where people picking him up and dropping him off are at risk during these times. And there's going to be a lot of times that that's going to happen. That's going to drastically increase the risk of accidents, injuries, and possibly deaths. And we don't want that. So I request that you respectfully deny this request.
Thank you, sir. So I have a J.C. Cothra Murcia.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm J.C. Murcia. I live east of the proposed venue. I've taken time off work today to come here and speak to the fact that the proposed event center does not actually meet approval standard 2102.04, as it will not be in harmony and compatible with the character of the surrounding area and neighborhood. As you've no doubt heard, Cherry Valley is an agricultural community. And as any rancher who borders public land can verify, people treat rural areas like parks. They go where they want. They trespass on private property in the process. They stop by the side of the road to observe the animals, or they get out of their car to take a closer look. Some of the more curious and adventuresome will even put their fingers through the wires or climb fences to interact with the animals, which can be very dangerous. Inevitably, trash gets left behind, which is not only an unsightly nuisance, but also a danger to the lives and health of the livestock and wildlife in the Cherry Valley when they ingest party trash that, as you know, can be carried for miles in our eastern Colorado winds across the prairie. Putting 15,000 people annually in contact with ranching communities places a tremendous burden on us. Each weekend, there will be large groups of people next door that could cause harm to our animals or to themselves. What liabilities do I face as a rancher if someone's hurt on my property? What allegations will we all have to defend ourselves against when somebody mistakes basic animal husbandry like ear tagging or hoof trimming or branding for harmful practice? Unfortunately, human behavior being what it is, the applicant has no way to shield residents from their guests who will be right next to the eastern property line of the event center in an A1 zoned property that is in production agriculture and has a herd of livestock grazing in that area. I deeply understand and appreciate the desire of the applicants to start another lucrative business, being somebody who would love to work for myself. Unfortunately, a ranching community is not the venue for this type of commercial venture. And a failure to conduct proper neighborhood outreach and research and examination of land use agreements is not and should not be the burden of the community to bear. It's with that and everything else that you've heard here tonight and will hear that I ask you to please deny this application, and I myself oppose it vehemently. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your mass amounts of time this evening.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I have a Kathy Wilson.
Exhibit 6.
Hi, I'm Kathy Wilson. I live directly across from the proposed event center. And it goes without saying that a parking lot is not in keeping with the character of our community, but obviously one is being proposed and it warrants discussion. Per the management plan, there will be a total of 37 parking spots, and video surveillance will be used to monitor that number. It also states that parking will be prohibited on State Highway 83. The applicants are proposing an unachievable scenario of accommodating 150 guests and 17 staff in 37 total parking spots. They are stating 58% of their guests must ride the bus to comply with a management plan and have used 2.5 people per car as the standard. This projection does not take into account the staff coming from different businesses. From hairdressers to bartenders to wedding planners, they will more than likely arrive 1 per car. Reality is the staff will take up at least 12 of those parking spots, leaving 25 for the 150 wedding guests. The provided photographs are a visual comparison between the applicant's property and what currently exists at Crooked Willow. It was referenced multiple times in the applicant's narrative and the planning meeting. As referenced in their narrative, the transportation model they are proposing mirrors the model used at Crooked Willow, and it provides transportation for approximately 50% of their total guests. However, there is no documentation from Crooked Willow to support this, nor even a name associated with the above statement. The letter I presented to you is from Richard Maxey, who works for Agri Travel Services and has personal involvement in over 100 events at Crooked Willow and Spruce Mountain. A direct quote from the letter: no matter how many charter buses and motor coaches a group provides, there are almost always more people that choose to drive themselves than ride on a provided charter vehicle because of independence, not wanting to ride a bus, or the ability to depart the venue when desired. There are almost always 50 to 100 cars at these venues for each event, in addition to the buses and vans. This comes from a person who drives the coaches hired at the facility the applicant is comparing themselves to. From the photos, Crooked Willow has ample parking for both guests, staff, and internal roads for overflow. They are on 90 acres with more than 3 times the parking capacity. When you try to put a similar commercial business of this scale on less than 7 acres, it just can't work. The scenario provided by the applicants was also used in their traffic study. Like the sound study, the numbers used in the parking plan severely underestimate the number of cars that will arrive on site, making the management plan before you unattainable. There is nothing wrong with being inexperienced and having a dream, but there has to be some reality behind it when it affects a community as much as this one will ours. I respectfully ask that you deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The commissioners have been going strong since about 1:30 when our business hearing began. We'll take one more piece of testimony. We're about halfway through for this item, and then we'll do a 5-minute recess. So I have a Deb Stoneham.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Deb Stoneham. I live at 7193 South State Highway 83, just north of the proposed event center. Pedestrians on State Highway 83. Let's continue the discussion around what will happen when car 38, 45, or 50 show up minutes before an event and are told the parking area is full. They will now be faced with 2 choices: miss the event or find an alternative place to park. As you can see from the, As you can see from the photos, the closest...
And ma'am, we'll just pause so our council can register the exhibit for the record.
Sorry?
Exhibit 7.
Thank you, Mr. Ingalls.
As you can see from the photo, Lucas Avenue is directly across from the proposed site and will become the obvious choice to park. Lucas Avenue is a dirt road on a steep grade with no shoulder and no street light. The small turnout is one of the few safe areas for motorists experience an issue on State Highway 83 to safely pull over. Parking is not currently done on Lucas Avenue and is not consistent with the character of the neighborhood. Parking across the street from the event center will also mean pedestrians crossing State Highway 83, something that is never experienced currently. At 11:30 at night, after being served alcohol all evening, guests with impaired judgment who don't know the road will be attempting to cross without a street light and with traffic traveling 65 miles per hour or more. This will put not only guests, but those traveling on State Highway 83 at risk. All traffic projections along with safety predictions have been made following a plan that has little chance of success, and backup plans for those extra vehicles have not been presented or discussed. The applicants have no experience in this industry, and there is no historical data at the proposed site that they can point to for reference. Per Richard Maxey, who has driven for events at Crooked Willow, the applicant plan is unrealistic, and regardless of the number of coaches provided, the majority will choose to drive themselves. This is yet another example of why this is an inappropriate location for the type of commercial activity being proposed. At a minimum, this does not meet approval standards 2102.04, 2102.08, 2102.12. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So we will take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll reconvene with Wendy White, Peter Rosow, Megan Gunterman, Jim Sanderson, and Dan Brown. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, everyone, for indulging in the brief recess. We'll continue our testimony with Miss Wendy Wyke. Hi.
Cherry Creek Road. And wildlife is one of our most valuable community assets. I will speak today for some of our wildlife that have no voice of their own. This proposed venue will have a negative impact on wildlife in our area due to increased traffic and noise. The area is listed as a wildlife habitat and major movement corridor. As per policy 9-1B4 of the Douglas County Master Plan, the recommendation is to locate any development outside of these corridors. In addition, along this riparian conservation zone is the habitat of the Preble Meadow Jumping Mouse. Now, the habitat for this mouse should be protected as it is listed as an endangered species. These little mice exist only in the wetlands of Wyoming and Colorado, right along the middle, and they are right in this, they exist nowhere else in the world. A corner of the proposed event area overlaps into this riparian conservation zone. Any construction, grading, brush removal, or significant human activity, such as crowds walking around in the area, would be considered a take or violation of the Endangered Species Act. The conservation strategy to protect this critically imperiled jumping mouse is to minimize disturbance. Having crowds of people tramping about in the riparian area will be detrimental to all wildlife, but especially to this endangered meadow jumping mouse. Thank you for considering this small little mouse. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Wyke. Mr. Peter Rosa.
Good evening. My name is Peter Russo. I'm a 13-year resident of the Cherry Valley neighborhood. I'm a federal employee at Buckley Space Force Base in Aurora. I'm also a volunteer firefighter with the Franktown Fire Protection District, responding out of either Station 182 or most of the time out of my own house. I'm opposed to this use by special review application based on the facts that it does not meet the approval standard for being in harmony and compatibility with the character of the surrounding agricultural areas and properties. In my experience as a resident volunteer firefighter, I'm also very concerned with the safety of local residents, as well as the proposed attendees of this venue. Traffic accidents are my #1 concern. As mentioned, working at Buckley, I have a 94-mile round-trip daily commute. I can intimately attest to the conditions and hazards of driving Highway 83 each and every day. In the years 2012 through 2021, Franktown Fire reported 268 accidents in District 182. This district is framed at the north, at South Russellville Road, and at the south, at Palmer Divide. I will agree with one thing that the traffic study gentleman said earlier. There has only been one accident at Lucas. The majority of the accidents we have are 1.5 miles south at Gillian and 2 miles north at Russellville. So, yeah, that little one isn't as bad. I acknowledge the traffic study, which shows Highway 83 can easily absorb the addition of up to 37 vehicles daily. But this number is based on the unrealistic proposed parking limit. What this traffic study does not address is the addition of these cars at the end of an event, several of which will have, by statistics, will have drivers who have been drinking, will be entering onto an unfamiliar, very dark stretch of highway, near the apex of a curve, and immediately out onto a 65-mile-an-hour stretch. There are many dark curves and very few streetlights out there. Simply put, this is a recipe for disaster. My second concern is the strong possibility of grass fires. Improperly disposed of cigarettes or cigars, kids running around with sparklers or party poppers, etc., can easily start a dangerous wildland fire. As you will note, neither of my concerns have to do with the petitioner's planning or their direct actions. My concerns are fully centered on the unintended actions of their event attendees. In 1871, the Prussian Field Marshal Helmuth von Moltke wrote, "No battle plan survives first contact with the enemy." While, please note, I am not saying that their attendees will be the enemy, I will be willing to bet that the petitioner's plans will not survive first contact with their attendees. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have Megan Gunterman.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Megan Gunterman, Guntermann. My family were some of the original settlers to Douglas County, and more specifically, the Cherry Valley area. My cousins actually are Clint Whittier. He built the barn, and so I have a long history in the area. The quality of life in our valley has remained much the same over the past 100 years. Generations have enjoyed the quiet, simple pastoral lifestyle that this beautiful valley provides. My testimony tonight is about how this application does not meet the approval standard for being consistent with the Douglas County Comprehensive Master Plan as amended. The Comprehensive Master Plan for non-urban land use is set forth to enhance the quality of life for residents by protecting the natural landscape, rural areas, and historical sites of the county. We do not believe that bringing 15,000 people per year to Cherry Valley enhances our quality of life or protects our rural area. This commercial use puts more people on the roads at peak weekend travel times. It creates noise, bus traffic, and commotion in a peaceful neighborhood, and it has nothing to do with our rural area beyond making a profit off our pastoral settings. And reconstructing a century-old barn into a commercially trendy one is not protection or preservation. It is repurposing. This renovation will destroy an icon of the Cherry Valley area and erases its humble history as a dairy barn. It will cost many times that of the value of the existing barn, essentially making a new commercial venue from the bones of a barn that has sheltered generations. Under no circumstances does hosting 100 gatherings of 150 people annually for profit maintain our agricultural lifestyle and rural character. Objective 3-3B in the Comprehensive Master Plan is to maintain the agricultural lifestyle and rural character of the Cherry Valley sub-area. Weddings and parties are not farmers markets. They are not farm-to-table supper clubs. They are large-scale commercial activities in the hospitality industry. Just because this use is proposed in a barn does not make it appropriate for our agricultural community. This proposed use will take away from what Cherry Valley residents are trying to preserve most, their agricultural lifestyle and their rural character. I ask that you vote no on this amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. I have a Jim Sanderson.
Commissioners, my name is Jim Sanderson. I live on Lucas at the top of the bowl. My testimony is about how the proposed event center does not meet the approval standard for being consistent with the Douglas County Comprehensive Master Plan as amended. Policy 3-3B.1 states rural development must be low intensity. Of the 6.7 acres proposed for this USR, only 2 to 3 acres of the site are to annually host 15,000 guests, which is not low intensity use. Indicators of intensive property use include the features proposed for construction, such as walkway, gravel driveways, and a parking lot. That supports high intensity use by reducing the stress on the guests and the cars placed on the property. Policy 3-3B.6 requires that development in the Cherry Valley subarea should minimize visual impact within major view sheds. A view shed is a natural environment that is visible for from one or more viewing points. The neighborhood and all those who visit will see the commercial infrastructure that is inconsistent with the rural environment of the surrounding rural properties. While passerbyers on Highway 83 may not see this impact, much of the Cherry Valley subarea sits above the site and can view the proposed commercial use. This negatively impacts the major pastoral viewshed associated with Greenland Ranch and the adjacent ranch pastures. At night, the large glass windows and doors of the barn and the property lighting will generate light pollution, as will the parking lot, in which the buses and the 34 cars will turn on their headlights when exiting the event. While lighting may be within the Douglas County requirements, 3 acres of white light will cause a once dark valley to be lit in the Cherry Valley subarea, the dark sky view shed. We will lose that forever if this is approved. And I urge you to please disapprove this. There are many standards that have not and could not possibly be met. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. And I appreciate staff putting up the approval standards. It is certainly helpful and maybe useful for us to inform all of the citizens that we're basing our decisions this evening upon the legal approval criteria. So if you restrict your comments to that criteria, that will be helpful for us. I'd like to call up Barbara Brown, Cassie Anderson, Kaylin Russo, and Alan Bassett, please.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Brown. I live on Cave Spring Road. I have just one question to ask. Who benefits from this project? It's certainly not the residents of Cherry Valley. All this project will do is take from us. It will take our peace and harmony. It will take our rural character. It will take the sounds of nature that we hear at night. It will take our dark night sky. We lose all this on the management plan that is unattainable based on speculative information and data provided by the applicants. Please deny the applicant's request as it doesn't meet the use by special review approved standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. And I had a Dan Brown on the list, but it sounds like he may have left. Okay. Okay, well, please extend our best to him. Let's do Cassie Anderson, please. Hi.
Good evening. My name is Cassie Anderson. My family resides pretty much at the corner of Lucas and East Cherry Creek Road. My testimony is about how this application does not meet the approval standards for Section 21 and air, water, or noise pollution. Does noise have to be above Douglas County standards to be noise pollution? I ask that because this proposal will generate noise that is currently not found in our neighborhood. We have been assured by the applicant that the noise will not be above what is allowed, though review of their noise compliance studies suggests otherwise. And noise studies were not provided for the music during these events, outdoor guests, white party tent, and the starting of multiple cars and buses on the property at once, which is likely at the end of the event. While these noise sources may seem insignificant in a valley such as we live in, sound waves are funneled, which means they are concentrated and intensified before being deflected upwards when they encounter the valley slopes. Sounds can also be heard much more clearly at night over longer distances. This is due to temperature inversion, which refers to when temperature cools at night, when night falls and altitude increases. This means the evening events proposed by the applicant are much more likely to cause noise pollution than the typical daytime activities of our neighborhood residents. This is because the sound will be intensified in the valley before traveling a longer distance than in daytime due to cooling temperatures associated with the evening hours and our higher elevation, which is about 6,500 feet or so. Residents often hear a coyote howl or cattle call for her calf. We can even hear the train on a quiet enough night from Castle Rock. These sounds are much lower than Douglas County standards, but still add noise to our community. And if they are replaced by music playing, outdoor guests laughing, mingling in a party tent, and the starting of multiple vehicles, we will lose the sounds of Cherry Valley. I respectfully ask you to help keep our beautiful countryside that we all chose to move to country-like and not approve this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call up Kaylin Russo.
Hi, my name is Kaylin Russo. I have lived in off of County Road 76 at Lucas Avenue for 13 years. Through that, I have raised several swine and cattle for both the 4-H and the Future Farmers of America programs. Today, I continue to still live there and work my family's cattle ranch as we have stepped away from the swine. Douglas County zoning does not have a Sorry, it's been a very long day. Prerequisites, I can't even try. Requirement for vegetative or physical barriers to provide an adequate visual screen. The applicant chose to use landscaping as a screen. However, An expert assessment of the landscaping plan does not assure that it would work. The proposed site sits in a valley with major viewpoints located on the hilltops above it. Given the elevation change and the lack of buffer on the eastern property line, no amount of landscaping will shield the community from noise pollution, light pollution, and the negative visual impact that this project will cause. As an example, per Google, our house currently sits at approximately 6,890 feet above sea level. The applicant is approximately 6,798 feet, roughly 100 feet lower in elevation. Noise pollution will come from a proposed outdoor activity such as gathering in the white party tent, mingling on the barn's patio, or the turning on of cars and buses. Light pollution will come from the 3 acres of lighted monument signs, a barn of elevated glass windows and doors, car and bus lights, lights within the party tent, and the property lighting to help the guests find their way. Negative visual impacts will come from covering historical farmstead with commercial infrastructure, such as the two-lane drive, monument signs, commercial parking, and a bus turnaround. While the landscaping plan may prevent the pass-buyers on Highway 83 from viewing the commercial infrastructure, a majority of the neighborhood will sit and still hear the proposed commercial use. As such, this proposal does not meet the above standard 2102.10, that this requires a project to adequately landscaped, buffered, and screened.
Thank you, sir. Let's move to Alan Bassett, please.
Alan Bassett, 11060 South State Highway 83, just a stone's throw away from the proposed venue. Zoning laws create organization, consistency, and criteria for protecting neighborhoods and managing development. Variances are counter to the law and create inconsistency in organization and planning. So the bar for approving a variance should always be set very high. Granting variances creates precedent. In this case, the threshold for granting the variance is by screening use with the applicant's choice of the landscaping. So does this now mean that anyone who doesn't meet a setback just has to place a row of trees or other barrier between it and the road to put their structure wherever they want? To have an unbiased and fair application, zoning ordinances must be applied equally to everyone. And if a variance is granted to one party, all expect the same consideration. So wouldn't it be unreasonable for Douglas County residents to expect the same treatment as that provided to the applicant? If we are forced to consider a variance for everyone's special circumstance or trendy project, what's the point of the law? I strongly object to the granting of the setback variance for this project, which will allow the applicant to subvert the approval standard for the compliance with Section 21. Setbacks are in place for a reason. They provide important buffers and improve safety, and they should not be discounted because the applicant chose an inappropriate site for the proposed event center. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Carrie Onda. And then let's have Doug Wilson, Scott Kumo, Carol Meisner, June Presnall, and Mel Dahlberg come up if you would. Hi.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Carrie Onda. Can everyone hear me okay? All right, great.
Yes.
I am a resident of Terrain. I am not a nearby neighbor, but I am and have been active in our community here in my personal capacity, but I used to be a director of Plum Creek Metropolitan District. I was on various HOAs, Plum Creek North Master, the Meadows Company, Sawgrass at Plum Creek. And so I just like you, I'm a member of the community who cares. I haven't cared about something like this in quite a while, so it's kind of nice to have a reason to be here. And thank you for being here and listening to everyone. there's a lot of information out there. As I've been attending these, and I don't have a dog in this race, right? I'm not a nearby neighbor. What am I seeing, right? I attended the Planning Commission meeting. What do I think about basic fairness here? And what do I think puts you in a really difficult position? So it looks like the homeowner actually started this in 2019. They've been getting advice from the county ever since that point. One of those pieces of advice, one of their directions actually, was to notify their adjacent neighbors. It was spoon-fed to them, told exactly how to do it, to get envelopes ready, to pull the addresses. Here's the map. They didn't do that. The first that any of us, other than what looked to be their personal friends, who were their neighbors, from what we heard in the Planning Commission meeting, first we heard about it was a little over a month ago. And I'm imagining how much work has gone into so many people being involved with this, and these massive pieces of information being pulled together, and how quickly and easily holes have been poked, not even holes, massive gaps have been poked in all of the information that was provided by the applicants. We've seen the sound engineer backpedal so hard here that there are skid marks. Just looking at the assumptions that were used, none of them real life. And then as soon as some of the other neighbors came up with a peer review, now we're, you guys are in politics, right? You've seen people backpedal before. I think even with the traffic engineer, Skip, he was the one during the last meeting who mentioned that everything he had to say was an assumption, that his data was outdated, that it was all, I think he said, like, that's just the nature of the beast. All I have are some assumptions, and my data's outdated because I don't have any better data. So I'm somewhat concerned about this. When I look at these criteria up here, I got 15 seconds left. What I don't see is what the character of the applicants are. They seem to be nice people, but that's immaterial. We're talking about zoning regulations, and that's independent of any particular people. Right? This was a bad idea when it first came up in 2019, and it's still a bad idea today. We've bled resources at this for years. I don't even know how many thousands of hours must have been spent on this by staff. But hopefully we can stop the bleeding. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Onda. Let's go to Doug Wilson.
Mr. Chair, for the record, I missed labeling one exhibit. It was handed out at the end of the break, and before we started, that was Exhibit 8. I think the speaker was Ms. White. Now we have Exhibits 9 and 10 that will be addressed by the next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Ingalls. Sir?
Well, good evening. The first exhibit I gave was a picture that was taken from the deck right outside our bedroom window. A little while ago, the applicant laughed when he said if his northern neighbor was a little bit closer, it would be a problem. This picture will clearly show you that I live a whole lot closer, and yes, it is a problem. For 70 years, the consistent application of A1 zoning has nurtured, protected a culture, a way of life, a close-knit Cherry Creek Valley. As you've already heard, just over 1 month ago, we all got a big surprise. Some of us were able to be here today to express our deep concern and opposition. Many others have sent you letters and emails. 184 have signed a document in opposition to this USR. There's a map coming around that will demonstrate to you where those signatories live. This isn't just a few grumpy neighbors. There's not one county-approved non-agricultural business within 10 miles of this proposed center. In Douglas County, there are no businesses providing similar event services which are located on less than 80 acres and certainly not on 6.7 acres directly adjacent to a major highway. There are none whose only entrance and exit is on a 65-mile-per-hour curve where CDOT acknowledges that drivers regularly exceed the speed limit. There are none with private residential properties 200 feet away. To overturn a long-established and successful order, there should be a compelling reason. This party business is not a compelling reason. It brings 15,000 mostly non-local guests to our community every year. Thousands of them will leave at night on unfamiliar roads after spending the evening celebrating. Both buildings to be used in this plan fail to meet zoning requirements in section 3A1/307 and in sections 2102.01 and 2107.14.3. Granting such a variance will justify similar expectations from future developers.
Okay, thank you, sir.
This facility's proximity to neighbors under no circumstances can comply with Douglas County noise standards. We've heard that that's still a discussion in progress, but with this proximity, it just can't happen, especially with the outside venue. It will be a source of constant disruption to the residents' peace and complaints to county law enforcement, because we will monitor it if it comes to that point. As noted by today's speaker, this application fails to meet numerous other approval criteria. 2107.14.2, structures compatible with the rural environment. That barn is now, but when it's full of big glass windows, not anymore. It'll just be a building with a gambrel roof. 2107.14.3, setbacks. We've already addressed that, both buildings. 2102.04, harmony and compatible with the surrounding areas and neighborhood. Well, visually, we've had a lot of people testify to that, but I think...
And sir, your time has expired. If you could wrap up.
Okay, I'm sorry. 2102.05, comprehensive master plan to enhance the quality of life, protecting natural landscape in rural areas, historic sites, again, the barn, over-intensive land use. Add all of that to an impractical parking plan and an unenforceable management plan, and you've got a proposal that simply can't be
Thank you very much, sir.
This business is clearly something that our community does not want.
Sir, thank you for your testimony. I'm going to have to ask you to conclude your...
That close. Good.
You said that about 15 seconds ago, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Just please affirm the lifestyle, the safety, the right to peaceful enjoyment of our community over the business aspirations of one recently arrived family. Thank you. And
thank you, sir.
Sorry about the overrun.
That's okay. Appreciate it. We'll move to Scott, looks like Como.
Hello, my name is Scott Como, and my wife Olga and I have been residents of Douglas County since 1995. We have the absolute privilege of being close friends with Louis and Pam Miller for over 25 years and can attest to their outstanding character. They are honest, kind, generous, and the most hardworking people you could ever know. Louis, a Colorado native, is also what most people call the salt of the earth. He is gentle, soft-spoken, honest as the day is long, and hardworking, and a very funny guy. Pam, well, she's the epitome of a woman who can do it all. I've watched her raise her daughters to be strong, independent young ladies while working a full-time, very demanding job and obtaining a master's degree from DU. Since purchasing this property in 2019, they had one agenda in mind and one thing only. Being impeccable rule followers, they wanted to open this venue by the book. Even though they knew it would mean going through painstaking, grueling, and sometimes frustrating 2-year-long plus process to get where we are here today. Knowing that this would be an arduous task, apparently a first time for this Douglas County's Planning Commission and you, Douglas County Commissioners, they hired several of the best experts to try to guide them and direct them along the way to make sure no stone was left unturned. They worked very closely with Douglas County's wonderful Planning Commission, following each and every multiple revised requirement, graciously stepping over each hurdle to present their proposal for us here tonight. I was here on the July 18th Planning Commission public hearing when staff told us that Louis and Pam were the first ever wedding venue to go through this special land use permit process. It's certainly a fact that there are several well-known Douglas County wedding venues who chose not to obtain the proper permits to operate lawfully from the start and currently run their business without a special use land permit. but I really guess that none of that really matters. The fact is that this couple chose not to fly underneath the radar and go through Douglas County's long permitting process. Their excitement grew significantly once they hired a research firm to uncover the magnificent history of this barn and property. This historical research report revealed that their property was the gathering place, as we've seen in some of these other presentations, as early as the 1900s. There are beautiful pictures and newspaper clippings highlighting the actual wedding and dances that took place there, and it is the Millers' intention to display and exhibit this barn's past history to their future patrons. I believe bringing back the venue to the property of this property will honor that history under the Millers' guidance. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Let's move to Carol Meissner. Is there a Carol Meissner in the room? Okay, thank you for that. And so June Presnell also left. I have a Mel Dahlberg.
Yes, I'm Mel Dahlberg, and my family live at 9995 Dahlberg Road. We've been out there for 120 years, and I have nothing more to add to any of the testimony here, but my family and everybody that's around my neighbors would like for you to consider not approving this special use permit because it doesn't goes against everything that Cherry Valley stands for. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's move to Steve Allen Shin. Mr. Allen Shin. Okay, and I don't see him here. I don't think he's online either. Let's move to Teresa Sanderson.
Good evening. I'm Teresa Sanderson. I live at the top of the hill on Lucas Avenue. I've lived there for 20 years with my family. And we can see the proposed venue from our windows. And I just wanted to say, not to take any more time, I agree with everything that my neighbors have said, and I implore you to vote no. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And then we have a John Bell.
My name is John Bell, and I represent the Bell Ranch Trust at 7715 South Highway 83. I grew up in Douglas County. I grew up there. I grew up about 1,000 yards from, we called it the O'Brien place, but that's because O'Brien's owned it since I was a kid. But one of the things that I know for a fact, there was no venues in that barn. From the time I was a kid until, I don't know, maybe last 2 or 4 years, there might have been something, okay? It's not, the precedent of that building is not that it was a dance hall wedding venue. When my mother, who still lives there at 7715 South Highway 83, was young, everybody in the county used to have barn dances. They'd dance in their houses. They'd invite their neighbors over and they'd have dances in the houses. This is not a wedding venue. The precedent that the applicants are trying to set is not correct. The pictures that the applicants show are skewed beyond, like I say, I've stacked hay in that barn. I've worked in that field as a kid. The road looks like it's a long ways away from the barn. It looks like 83 is not even close to the barn. Go out there and look at it. I can tell you from memories, because I've lived there, it is close. The shot of the south showing Jerry Dahlberg's place, which is their closest neighbor to the south, looks like it's a mile away. I'm not going to say how far it is, but I'm going to say it's probably not over 700 feet from their driveway to his. There are 4 houses, driveways, directly north of their venue on the same side of the road of not their venue, excuse me, of their home, that are within 1,000 yards of their driveway. 4. One of them was the house I grew up in. So I would like you to not set a precedent based on what I think is a false precedent that they're trying to set. Excuse my emotion. I'm tired of seeing this county turned into what it's being turned into. My family has been here for a long, long time. So is my wife's family, 150 years with my wife's family. Please do not continue to let this kind of thing go on in this county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. And then the final person who signed up here who may have already testified is Carrie Onda. I think we already heard from you. You only get one time tonight, but we'll welcome you back on another item in the future. Thank you for your testimony. So with that is everyone that we have that has signed up and that has been provided on the list for us. Are there any additional citizens in the room that maybe didn't sign up that would like to testify tonight? Anybody in the room? Yes, sir. If you want to just state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Orlando Ornelas. My neighbors know me by Charlie. I am here to tell you that I have seen cars upside down and on their sides right in front of their house. Lucas Road is a turn to my house. I've stopped there and I've watched them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other additional testimony from the room? Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name's Clint Burnham. I'm on Pleasant View Drive in Castle Rock, a long ways away from this, but I've been down there. I travel that road a lot. We host cadets from the academy, and so we travel that road, usually Friday, Saturday, Sunday evenings. That's a dangerous road. We all know that. There's no doubt about it. I can't imagine what can happen. As they say, you will not be able to enforce people not trying to park somewhere when they get there late. It'll happen. They will. They'll try to cross that road. And the passing that someone mentioned before about passing, my wife was almost in it head on because some bozo was passing a car. And luckily, she managed to hang onto the gravel part and keep us alive. I was a passenger, one of our cadets was a passenger. What is a commercial entity doing in that spot? That's, again, as the last couple people said, this is getting crazy, folks. There's a lot of other places this is a great venue. It looks terrific, great idea. Not there, just not there. It's not a good spot. How long till it first opens, till you have the first death? Do you think you can go 100 days? Then what do you say to these people? Who's at fault then? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone in the room that would like to testify tonight that hasn't had a chance to do so? Okay, I'm not seeing. Yes, ma'am? I saw some movement. Okay, maybe not. Let's go ahead and move online. Is there anybody online, Troy, that would like to testify?
Thank you, Commissioner Layden. I believe I have Travis Ham on the line.
Okay.
Unverified on the item, but I'm going to go ahead and unmute him. Go ahead, sir. Travis?
Yes?
You are unmuted. Go ahead.
Oh, forgive me. This is a little tricky to do remote. My name is Travis Ham. I am a 40-year lifelong resident of the Cherry Valley area. I grew up at 8070 Southeast Cherry Creek Road, and I'm raising the third generation on our family ranch. I personally know every neighbor within a 5-mile radius of here, and call these people my friends and family. We find this area sacred to us. It's our home. It's where we have raised families and chosen to live our lives. I personally knew the O'Briens at the bottom of the hill, and This venue would be a detriment to our community. The traffic is terrible as it is now with the added growth in Colorado. Personally, myself, I've been run off the road twice in the last 6 months where I've had to take the ditch rather than meet a head-on collision of somebody impatiently trying to pass. The traffic is already terrible on 83, and adding 15,000 people to that highway is a death sentence for anybody traveling it. I myself now have a 6-month-old daughter I have to worry about, along with my wife, along with my mother. We have to take back roads to avoid the traffic because of how severe it is. But there are sometimes we have to choose to take that highway, and it's a gamble of your life. On top of that, the noise pollution of this area would be horrible. I can hear the highway from where we live. And you can, it's quiet. Noise travels. You can hear anything. So to hear music, parties, anything, we'd hear it all the time. What scares me the most is the adding of alcohol to a party event. People will then be leaving an event at night. You can never say that no one's not ever going to leave there drunk or inebriated. There's going to be someone. And it's only going to take one person. And one time somebody leaves there and kills someone or a family or, God forbid, anybody out here, it'll be a stain on everybody. This area does not need an event center. It's not zoned for this area. It doesn't belong in this area. And I ask that you please don't allow this to happen. I appreciate it. I agree with everybody else that it does not belong here. Thank you for your time.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Troy, do we have any other individuals that would like to testify online?
Yes, sir. I do have Ben who has returned, but I'm still unable to verify which item he wants to speak on. Ben, I'm unmuting you. Go ahead.
No problem. As far as wedding venues go, and as far as like this traffic stuff and noise stuff, which I think is a lot of pabulum, most of us live on rural streets, and they get louder and louder as we go. We've got a lot of people from California, a lot of people from other states moving in. We are growing exponentially in Douglas County. And I do think that the argument against noise and stuff is disingenuous, because the reality is that Highway 83 is unbelievably noisy to begin with. And it was built for incredible amounts of traffic. And it's ridiculous to me that people are like, oh my gosh, what if there was a wedding venue where people enjoyed themselves? What if people had fun? It's that whole thing about if somebody somewhere is laughing and enjoying themselves, oh my gosh, we better quell it. Are we Americans? I mean, my goodness, it's crazy to me that we believe that nobody should have fun. Somebody somewhere needs to have a place that people can have weddings and enjoy themselves. It's Highway 83. It's not actually this tiny little community. It's literally on the highway. Why are we so concerned with this incredible amount of noise? And oh my gosh, the decibels are 60 or 80 or 120. It's for a very short period of time. I used to have a band that lived next to me. I chose not to call the county for the very reason that it would be stupid to start a feud with my neighbor. People are scared about their cats, their dogs, their horses, whatever, and the noise. It's a very short period of time, each evening, whatever. It's on a highway. I've driven that highway many, many times. I just can't believe that we're having this argument over this tiny little thing. I'm completely for letting the wedding venue be there. And I know that, and I'm a citizen of Douglas County, but it's to me kind of incredible. These people are like, oh my gosh, it's going to be horrible. They're going to find they're not even going to notice it. How many people are that close to that little venue? So anyway, that's my opinion. Take it for what it's worth. But I'm just saying I'd let it happen, because nobody's allowing anybody to have fun anymore. It's like, oh my gosh, they might be running a business. Oh my gosh, they might be enjoying themselves. God forbid. Let it go, people. You live where you live, and they have property. Let them be what they can be. That's it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any additional online citizen comment?
I have no additional online comment.
Okay, thank you, Troy. And with that, I will close citizen comment and bring it back to the applicant to respond to what we've heard this evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Katie James. I'm counsel for Pamela Solly and Louie Miller, helping them out with this application as needed. So I just wanted to just hit a few things. We had a lot of public comment. They did an excellent job with their presentation as far as informing you, so I'm not trying to reiterate things that they've said. I know staff report was pretty thorough as well. And I don't want to presume that you guys don't already know some of these things, but I just want to make sure we hit on some of them and regroup a little bit. Just clarify a few points from the standpoint of the process and the review and approval standards. Obviously, this kind of request for a use by special review and a revocable permit that we should all keep in mind as well is all about balancing the applicant property rights with county management and control, and you have your approval standards in front of you. We can't change, I think I heard this in a previous applicant today, we can't change that the request is for an event center, but we can certainly speak to some of the criteria that's necessary for approval. I think this is clear to all of you, obviously, but there is no rezoning proposed here at all. An event center is not a use by right in an A1 zone property. That's why they're here for an application under use by special review, but it is a permitted right if all the criteria are met. And a lot of the criteria is technical and relies on expert reports and opinions, and we presented a lot of that to you today, and obviously people are still here for your questions as well. I think the key component here is that a special use permit is a revocable use permit. It requires a management plan that's been heavily vetted by your staff. It requires a management plan that has to be adhered to or the permit is revocable. In this particular case, I know the applicants have voluntarily submitted to a little, well, I shouldn't say extra because I think somebody already made the point that this might be the first event center permit that's been processed, so maybe it's a little bit of new territory, but they've voluntarily submitted to or been happy to deal with some extra reporting and some things like that. So, for example, I know there's an annual review of the management plan, so any criteria that's in it or any commitments they've made in it, this is not the same thing as maybe approving a subdivision, and once it's built out, end of story, you're not going to make people necessarily rip their buildings down. This is something that can be taken away from them, the use right, if they're not following their management plan and implementing it in the way that the county approves. They have voluntarily, and this is part of, I think, what came to months and months of focus on the traffic. One of the items that I think made staff comfortable, if I'm not speaking out of turn, is, and this engineering staff as well, is that they are going to do video monitoring of their traffic. This is not just something where they say we're only going to have X amount of cars on the property at each event. We're going to definitely use buses. We're going to, limit this and that. They're not saying we'll tell you that and then we'll make all our neighbors have to report on us and tell you if we're right or wrong. They're going to video monitor and video track and whatever else comes with the traffic tracking in order to show the county that they are implementing their management plan the way they said that they would do it. I think it's important to note that the monetary level of investment in implementing that management plan is nothing to sort of sniff at, that they would sort of willy-nilly decide if they were going to try to really follow it. I know there's a lot of reference in the public comment to for-profit and, maybe that's a bad thing or whatever, but, that's their right as property owners to make a profit if it's an acceptable use. And I think that the profit piece of it that's important is it's going to be a long time before they realize a profit with the amount of money they're going to be spending on this project on the front end. And the point there is that I don't know any person that would voluntarily spend over, I think it's the projected amounts, $200-something thousand for the deceleration lane that they're going to put in. I know it's several $100,000, I believe, for the remodeling and bringing the barn structure into a manner that they can use it. So I think all of those things sort of factor into the fact that there's no way this applicant can take their management plan not very seriously. If they do, they'll be sort of shooting down their own investment, if that's the case. And it seemed like a lot of the public comment was geared towards certainly specific items, and I'll touch on some of those in a minute, but I think a lot of the undertone was, you know, maybe their management plan looks like a good thing, but how can they do what they say they're going to do? And my point is that your process is intended here to create a situation where people have to do what they say they're going to do, or they don't get to keep their permit. Touching back a little bit on some of the main issues that we heard, you know, traffic was a big concern. We have a traffic study. They worked very closely with the engineering department and with CDOT to come up with, you know, double checking of that traffic study, ways to, again, self-monitor the commitments in the study, you know, all of those kinds of things. We talked about noise. I think the bottom line with noise, and that was very technical, I've read the reports, it's still hard for me to follow because I'm not an engineer of any kind, and the noise things are also a little out of the norm of what I look at. But if you take it at the absolute crux, there is a noise component that has to be adhered to. So it does these applicants absolutely no good to give some sort of inaccurate assessment of what the noise level will be and their ability to mitigate it. I do think it's important to note that we're right next to a highway. I think some of the questions earlier, I was having trouble being totally clear, but I mean, I think we have to factor in that the highway noise is only slightly higher, really, you know, than the projected wedding venue noise. No one's mitigating highway noise. In fact, they're going to want to mitigate highway noise to have a successful, somewhat quiet event, and that's going to work both ways. I mean, what would benefit them for noise mitigation, and this is even above and beyond what's required from their noise emanating out, but the noise that's coming in that they'll want to mitigate just for a more successful operation is going to work in turn to help additionally mitigate the noise that might be otherwise, you know, measured. But again, these are all revocable use permit items. If there's a noise complaint, if they're not doing a good job monitoring their noise levels, that's something that's entirely trackable. It will result in them putting hundreds of thousands of dollars into a project that they may not get to keep the permitted use for. So the point of all of that is there's really a lot of investment by the applicant in this kind of a technical and detailed and self-committing management plan. When we talk about the barn remodel, I just wanted to clarify a few things. You know, we heard a lot in public comment about the nature of the barn, how their proposed renovations might take away from that. I know that Pamela and Louie love the history of the barn, and they're like completely, I mean, in fact, all our conversations tend to lean towards the historical components. I'm like, let's get back to the part I need to talk about, you know. But it's, the fact is that barn is not on a registry anywhere. I mean, it's not on a historic registry. I'm not suggesting that that means anybody needs to, you know, disregard it. But there's no obligation for them to do anything with that barn. I mean, they could decide to raise the barn and just build themselves a house on top of it. I think what they're trying to do truly is help preserve the community harmony and the community character, because even if they're repurposing a barn and adding some updated components, they're still using a historic structure. And there's plenty of people that, if that thing falls into disrepair, would just take it down altogether. So I think we just have to note that, I mean, if it was a historic building and there was some other, you know, historically registered building, whether it's a state or national level, and there's some other additional process for that, I think that would come a little more into account. But I just want to be clear it's not, you know, that this is their effort to maintain some consistent community character. In addition to the consistent community character piece, I did want to just read one thing from the non-urban land use part of the master plan. You know, the very last sentence in the intro of that says, and there's more in here, and obviously there's way, you guys are familiar with it, staff's familiar with it, but this is just a telling sentence. To support and protect community values for non-urban residential and agricultural communities, limited commercial service and civic land uses are established. I think that's probably the genesis for why an event center is a use by special review on agricultural A1 zone properties. It doesn't say no commercial operation at all, it says limited. And that's what this process is about. They're trying to really limit the effect of this. we talked about it's right on the highway anyway. It's not like this is, way isolated or something from the public thoroughfare, the public, area of this larger area. But 29 of their 35 acres would be remaining agricultural use. And I don't just mean empty use, but they have active agricultural operations. Now, we've heard from a lot of people that may have had their operations for a lot longer, but that's their property and those are their operations. So we've got cattle and we've got hay production as well. So as far as compatibility, the existing buildings are going to be staying. I know that there's a parking lot added, supposed to be screened and buffered with the landscaping plan, but otherwise the existing buildings will remain, and no one's proposing any kind of tear down or massive event center built on top of it, and preserving at least 29 of those acres for agricultural use. The last thing I just want to touch on is there was a lot of talk about a variance. It is true that, and Matt can probably speak more to this if there's really technical questions from the board on it, but there is a separate section in the zoning resolution for requests for a variance. I just don't want it to get lost. This is not that situation. This is not somebody trying to slide through a actual provisioned variance that another part of the resolution covers. There is a specific reference and the ability for you to approve the use by special review that if the activity is occurring in the setback, you can decide that that's still appropriate given landscape and buffering and what have you. That's written already into this part of the zoning resolution. It does not redirect you back to the variance section. So I just want to be clear that this is not a request for a variance under a different part of the resolution that is somehow being slipped in here. There's a specific provision in this portion of the resolution that allows you to make accommodation for that. And just on that same note, the building that sits in the setback has already been permitted. It was just built as recently as 2014. And so that's already an approved structure, like fully with a permit. So we're not talking about something that's being new that's added or something that was unpermitted before. We're just talking about if you're satisfied with the level of screening and the other planning around this permit and requirements and such, that would be allowed to be part of the operation. So just want to clarify that piece about the variance. I think that's all that I really wanted to talk about, just making sure we hit some of the things that seemed a little unclear to me given the public comment.
Do you want to stay up here while I finish up there, and then we can decide the next? So as Katie said, first of all, thank you for listening to us today and letting us present to you. And everyone has a voice. We respect the process, and we respect that people here today have concerns. And we have the same concerns, which is why we believe we have put a management plan in place, an enforceable management plan. We have addressed traffic, we have addressed noise, we have addressed compatibility. We believe we have met all of the standards. A couple of things just for the record. For anyone to stand here today and make accusations that we have skewed photos or photoshopped out, that is so far beyond who we are as people. And it is incredibly offensive. And that's not who we are. So any sort of comment that we are dishonest or we're skewing photos or playing games is simply not true. And I feel like I need to say that because it is simply not true. With respect to the traffic plan, if permissible for you, I would like to just have Skip touch briefly on that, just because they questioned his credibility and questioned the fact that he didn't use updated data. So if we could just take, not a long time, if we could just let Skip speak to that for just a minute or two, with your permission, we'd like for him to do that. Commissioners.
What would the board like to do? I am fine with that. That's fine.
Skip, you can go ahead, but we probably need to make it brief.
Yes, I'll make it brief. A little overview of traffic engineering. Number one, everybody who drives is a traffic engineer, so I appreciate everybody's opinion on this matter tonight. Traffic Traffic safety is 3 E's: engineering, education, and enforcement. We've done everything we can do on our project to mitigate and do the engineering we need to mitigate the impacts at the point site access. You know, why do crashes happen? 85% of the time it's driver error. 10% it's vehicle failure in some way, and 5% is the road. So there's nothing that the applicant can do for the 85% of crashes out there that are bad driver behavior. For instance, traffic engineering is behavioral science. I know from the data that 10% of the people that were involved in this hearing tonight didn't wear a seatbelt. And that's just the way it is. It's human behavior. Roads are dangerous. We know that. What do? Do we quit driving? Do we cut the road off? Do we get rid of the road? No, life goes on. It's a risky thing. We know it's a risky thing, but we got to do what we got to do. People are going to do things on property, and people are going to keep driving. But what does all that have to do with this project? This is not going to recreate the Gap detour traffic. It's not the Death Star. The world isn't going to come to an end. We're talking about 100 times a year, there's going to be 40 extra cars on the roadway system out there. So this has been made out to be the worst traffic nightmare imaginable. And in my experience, I just don't see it that way. And like was already stated, we're not sure there's assumptions because we're dealing with human behavior. I can't tell you what you're going to do when you're behind the wheel. But because of that, we've come up with the management plan and the compliance plan where we're going to report, we're going to learn, we're going to tweak, and we're going to make it better. So we're saying what we're going to do, and we're willing to do what we say. So you can throw all the discussion about assumptions out the window from a traffic perspective. There's plenty of on-site parking. I think there's confusion between the number of parking spaces on site and available parking versus the number of cars that would be coming in and out. We talked about 37 vehicles in and out. That doesn't necessarily relate to available parking on site. That's it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Skip.
All right, do you have, did you want to say anything or ask any questions?
Just real quick, I want to address the question that came up about the white tent. But I actually thought it was a really good point that the gentleman made. I don't know where he is, but it was a great point because that did seem a little bit unclear, and I apologize for that. The tent on the property is not owned by us. It will not be owned by us. Anybody who wants to put a tent on our tent pad will have to rent that tent, have them come in, put the tent up, and come back the next day and take it out of there and be ready for the next wedding. So we're not providing a tent. We're not raising a tent. It's a tent pad that they will have to rent, and somebody else will set it up. So just to be clear.
Okay. Anything else from the applicant?
Have we asked the applicant if they accept the 4 conditions?
We have not, but let's conclude with any additional rebuttal that you have, and we'll get to that. Did you have anything else from citizen comment?
You know, I think, again, we believe that we have addressed the light pollution, the traffic, the noise. We believe we've met all of the standards. I don't think I have anything else to add, sir.
Okay. Do you accept the 4 conditions as presented?
Yes.
Okay. Further questions or comments from the board for the applicant?
I just have one question. If your application is approved tonight, we've heard that there's a lot of renovation and things that you need to do. When do you think that you would be open for business?
We don't anticipate to be open for business until sometime next summer. We have a lot of civil work that has to be done because of drainage, and so if there's a lot of civil work that has to be done, landscape, and then the barn itself. So we would love to be open by July or August of next year, but I'm not sure that might be a stretch at this point. It's also important to note that, you know, we do have within the management plan no more than 100 events a year. We believe that that's going to grow slowly, which will give us opportunity to work through whatever kinks there might be. We have plans in place. Does everything go perfectly? No. So probably the first year, I believe we're estimating like 30 or 35 weddings.
20 or 30 would be
I think it's 30 or 35 weddings the first year, depending on when we open. If we open in July. If we don't open in July, then, you know, because we can't really market it until we know when we're going to be open, right? So we can mark it coming soon, but I can't we can't book weddings until we know literally when that date is, which will probably be maybe 4 to 6 months out. So we do believe that over probably the first 3 to 4 years, maybe 3 years, there'll be a ramp. I don't know that we'll ever get to 100 weddings, but it's permissible, but it'll take us a while to get there, to ramp and to work through our operations.
Thank you.
So I have a number of questions, and Ms. James, thank you for being here. We always appreciate your advocacy when you come before the Board of County Commissioners. We were talking a little bit about 2102 et sequitur in terms of the approval criteria that we have before us for USR. You don't interpret that to be a shall. You're reading that as a may, as I do, correct?
Yes.
So even if we believed that all of the approval criteria had been met, it's still not a shall approve, it's a may approve. Am I interpreting that correctly?
I think you have discretion. I'm sorry, I need to back up a little bit on that question.
Sure.
I think you have discretion, certainly, but I think that the reason for the zoning resolution and the approval standards is that if you feel that they've been met, that you should approve the, I mean, we can't make you, but but I do think that if an applicant has met all the criteria, then you are supposed to approve their application.
Thank you for that response. So at page 706 of the staff report, it says per section 21 of the Douglas County zoning resolution, a USR may be approved upon the finding by the Board of the County Commissioners that the following standards have been met. So I do read that as a may, not a shall. Even considering that, as I look through these approval standards, I heard from a lot of citizens around the comprehensive master plan, around harmonious nature with adjacent property, and I'm really struggling with that. We heard an application earlier this evening related to one weekend music festival in a similar area where there was a lot of citizen concern. When I hear about events that would be weekends long for 32 weekends, conceivably, that is a massive portion of the year. The struggle I have with one commissioner is that I do believe Douglas County is open for business, and I hear the hopes and dreams that Ms. Soley and Mr. Miller have shared with us this evening and through the afternoon, and that is highly regarded. I respect that and want to see your dreams manifest, but it can't be at the expense of your neighbors. I do appreciate that you've had some attempted conversations with adjacent landowners and a few neighbors. It just doesn't sound tonight as though you have the support of the community, and I find that really significant. For me, again, as I go through this criteria, I don't think that 210205 is met. I don't think that this plan is consistent with the Douglas County Comprehensive Master Plan. It doesn't seem to be compatible with 2102.04 being in harmony and compatible with the character of the surrounding area. And so I think and again, we heard about the noise pollution, 2102.09, the landscaping, buffering, and screening. From a viewshed standpoint, I'm not sure that is occurring consistent with the standards set forth here. So I'm really just struggling with all of these standards, but those in particular I don't think are being met. So I guess I would turn to my Board of County Commissioners for further comment and discussion, but that's where I am.
Well, I guess I disagree. And I kind of disagree going back, quite frankly, when we see the historical uses of this property. The fact that that was built to be a barn for a dairy operation does not imply a passive agrarian use. A dairy farm is essentially a century ago, 2 centuries ago, a dairy was in essence an active agrarian use. It was big business in the agrarian environment. The fact that we had to have a reduction in the pull from the Dawson well, we heard, was because for a period of time, that entire property was being used as a tree farm. And so it was a high-intensity agrarian use not involved in food production. And I understand that, our zoning inherently allows that, and that's okay. I don't mean to be disparaging of that use by any means, but that tells me that this property does have a historical legacy of high-intensity use. The fact that it was agrarian in nature, and now it's going to go to a commercial use, well, actually, that's what dairies were. They were commercial use in agrarian settings. That's what tree farms are. They are commercial use with an agrarian allowance. And so the fact that we are going to a commercial use that, I gotta tell you, I am not seeing the high impact. I wish I could be in a business that I could guarantee this level of performance that a lot of you guys are saying is going to happen immediately. I mean, I wish that I could be in a business. Well, I guess I'm in public service now. But when I was in business, I wish I could be in a business where I could perfectly pipeline to the maximum allowance of my business. So I question the assertions of the high impact. When it comes to Highway 83, there is no doubt Highway 83 is a dangerous road right now. This county has embarked upon a safety improvement project on Highway 83 that will take us years to accomplish. Our state has little interest, I'll say, in participating. We are before one of our United States senators asking for federal help to improve that road right now. Quite frankly, guys, the turnout that's being demanded of you, I'm not saying it perfectly fits within our plan, but it is very consistent with the plan that we're actually, commissioners, I remind you, we're spending several $1 million on and allocating this year. And when we're working on the budget this year for next year, there's going to be several $1 million on that for safety improvements to 83. The turnout that will be demanded in order to grant this use by special review will actually help that. It won't solve it by any means, but it will help it.
I am going to ask for an order in the room here. We just want to make sure that we hear from everyone. We did listen to everybody here tonight, even though we may disagree. Let's offer some respect to our colleagues here.
Thank you, Chair. And to the public who spoke against this project, and by the way, I do know some of you. There's one speaker that I've known for almost a decade that spoke today. The bottom line is, I realize this is a change. Believe me, I live in a part of Castle Rock that I have seen transformed since the day we bought it. I realize this is a change. I do not recognize the level of impact that the rhetoric we have heard tonight sees. So, Mr. Chair, I do disagree. I do not see this as actually breaking the harmony of that area. I see this as a very low impact commercial enterprise, to the point where, at the risk of being disparaging to the applicant, it's hardly commercial. You guys have expressed your, professional backgrounds. This is certainly a lower use commercial activity than you two have been a part of in your professional lives, at least in my opinion. As far as the damage to the view shed, I think you did luck out or achieve finding a good piece of property, because those trees appear to be some of the tallest trees in that stretch of the valley. So prior owners did proper planning, and quite frankly, I look at those trees, I see those trees soaking up a lot of the noise that everybody is concerned about, as well as actually screening the view shed. I'm just not seeing the impact on the view shed, mostly due to the existing vegetation, not to mention whatever you do in the future. The noise studies, I found the noise studies to be contradictory and inconclusive, period. So I think that's something that as staff will need to be continued to monitor based upon the terms of the use by special review. Because as of right now, no offense to the to the individuals involved. I just found it to be contradictory and inconclusive, so that's not even factoring into my planning. And lastly, you guys are residents there, right? You live there.
That's our primary residence, yes.
I got to tell you, I am an advocate for the ability of people in Douglas County, if nowhere else in America, people of Douglas County have the right to capitalize on their property, particularly when it's their residential property. And, you know, we're going to be hearing something about that a little later. I see this being a matter of people in a residence wanting to capitalize on that residence in a way that we allow. We do allow. And based upon my prior comments, I see the minimal impact. So I do speak in favor of the use by special review application.
Thank you, Commissioner Teal. Further discussion?
Commissioners, before we get to Commissioner Thomas, Commissioner Teal, you made a comment about the noise being inconclusive. Ultimately, the question is going to be then for you, does it satisfy approval criteria 210209? So if you could contemplate that before there's a motion and a vote, I think that's important. The reason for that is under section 2102 approval standards, the first sentence says, a use by special review shall be approved only if the Board of County Commissioners finds that the proposed use and then the approval criteria follow. So you'll need to consider that.
Well, then allow me to clarify. Thank you, Counselor, for giving me the opportunity to sharpen up that comment. I do not find any of the testimony pertaining to noise pollution to be conclusive, significant, or showing evidence of noise pollution.
And let me correct the record too. So Lance, in the staff analysis, staff used the word may. Are you saying that's a shall based on the resolution?
Yeah, staff in their staff report tends to tell you what your options are, so they use words like may, but your regulations actually use the word shall under the approval criteria. I can read it again if it helps you.
That would.
I don't know if it'll change your opinion because you didn't feel it met a couple, if I heard you right.
Right.
But the use approval standards under 2102, a use by special review shall be approved only if the Board of County Commissioners finds that the proposed use and then the approval criteria are listed. So you can only approve it if these are met. That's how your regs read.
Shall, if every single one of these criteria are met.
Shall only if, yes.
Shall only if. And for me, there are several that there's a miss on, and so it would not be all of those, at least for me. Do appreciate the historical background that Commissioner Teal always brings to our deliberations. I think that's helpful. Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. You know, it was interesting hearing from everybody. I became familiar with Cherry Valley, Highway 83, when I came to Douglas County in 1984 as a state trooper. So I spent a lot of time traveling on all the roads in Douglas County back in 1984 for many years. And, you know, I know the accidents that happened on there. And like the engineer said, most of them were driver error. And we're not going to just stop living because we are afraid that something might happen. I have friends that live actually in Elbert County. So I drive that area frequently and I go down Gilliam to see my friends. And so I've seen some changes from back in 1984. So there are changes going on. I do applaud Mr. Miller and Ms. Sully for the time that you spent working with staff when you took a 35-acre parcel and worked to make it within what staff guided you to be were requirements that could be acceptable. And I appreciate Ms. James reinforcing that this is a revocable permit, that you've made a lot of promises on what you're going to do, and you have worked through these issues. The noise. I asked a lot of questions about the noise. I know about the noise on highways. You know, stopping cars on the side of the road and then getting out and trying to talk to a driver inside a car with traffic going on behind you. I'm familiar with traffic noise. That's why I asked those questions about traffic noise. They have worked to mitigate these issues, and I feel that they have met these requirements for this proposal, keeping in mind that if you do not meet the management plan requirements, you know that your permit can be revoked. So thinking about the kind of financial investment, the emotional investment, the sweat equity to make this happen, I don't think you're going to stand before us and make a bunch of promises and not follow through on them. And so I am in support of this application.
So I'm an attorney by trade, but I'm also pretty practical. And I know what a wedding is. Usually, for most families, it's the most significant party you ever throw. And what you told us, I think, is very honest. I believe you to be honest and straightforward, and I believe that when you say that. But what you honestly told us is you're going to have 32 weeks out of the year where you're having massive, massive parties. And in my mind, that is categorically inconsistent with the harmony of the surrounding area under 2102.04. So for me, I'm still opposed. I've heard my colleagues and certainly respect their views, but I would be a no.
You got this one?
Yep.
Go for it.
I have a motion to approve 8635 South Highway 83 Cherry Valley event venue because it does meet all of the approval criteria with the 4 conditions as presented. Project file US 2021-003.
I will second.
So there's a first and second on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, same sign, aye, and that passes 2-1. Thank you very much, everyone, for spending your evening with us. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And afternoon.
Thank you.
And afternoon. Does the board need any additional time or recess, or shall we plunge ahead?
Can I just ask you, do you expect these, it appears that both of these have a lot of comment, and I'm wondering if people have left because of the late hour and we have lost some of the input. Is a continuance for any of these a consideration?
Been here for 6 hours.
It does seem like we have some diehards who have been willing to stick with us, so I guess my initial vote would be let's stick with them and see this out.
Council, do you have any additional input on that?
I was going to offer that you have the discretion to continue if you want. You may choose to take a show of hands to see who's still here to speak. You have discretion.
Yeah. Well, and I know a number of individuals were here earlier for the amendments to the Douglas County zoning resolution. Let me take an informal poll. We would go in order. We would do 2B, Burning Tree Ranch. How many citizens are here to testify on Burning Tree Ranch? Still? Okay, thank you. And then on item 3B, the resolution, home occupations, how many? Okay. Okay, so, but we've lost a lot.
There's online.
I don't see anybody online. Troy, is there anybody online?
I have 7 attendees online, sir.
Oh, you do. Is there a reason that's not showing up on our screen?
Not sure why.
Okay.
Looks like 2 of the folks spoke on the
just the
last
panelists.
item. Yeah.
Okay. It sounds like just the panelists will show up for us. Okay, well, with that, let's go ahead and let's move forward. There are citizens here on both items, and I want to respect the time that you've allotted us this evening. Let's move forward with item 2B, which is Burning Tree Ranch, Fourth Amendment, project file SB 2021-050. Matt Jacobowski presenting for staff.
Good evening, Commissioners. Matt Jacobowski representing Planning Services. The item before you is the Burning Tree Ranch Fourth Amendment replat. The project number is SB 2021-050. Daniel and Julie Warhola and Richard and Marilyn Hagan are here as applicants. The applicants are requesting replat approval to narrow the width of a platted future roadway easement from 80 feet to 30 feet. The easement currently exists over lots 24 and 25, of which the applicants are owners of those respective lots. An emergency vehicle access, or EVA, will be retained by Douglas County, along with a temporary easement to allow for construction of the EVA. The applicant has requested, per this application, that the temporary construction easement be reduced to 60 feet in width. However, Public Works Engineering supports the full 80-foot width for temporary construction purposes. The temporary construction easement, regardless of width, will automatically terminate once the EVA is constructed. And I should say that the EVA is related to a proposed subdivision currently under review at the preliminary plan stage to the south. The intent of the replat process is to provide a review process for the replatting of an existing subdivision plat or super block final plat. The replat process is identified on this slide. Originally, the applicants requested the vacation of the entire easement. The request was later modified to retain the easement as referral comments were collected. The applicant agreed after that fact to narrow the width to the current 30-foot request, as had been supported and indicated during referral by Public Works Engineering. This is a view of the general area, which is in Franktown, just northeast of Highway 83 and 86. The lots in question are Burning Tree Ranch Lot 24 and Lot 25, off Burning Tree Drive, near Tanglewood Road. The subdivision discussed is called Oak Bluff and is directly to the south. The blue dashed area is the area that roughly approximates the existing roadway easement. This aerial shows again, by blue dash, the approximate location of the roadway easement. This aerial is a little old. The applicant on Lot 24 to the west has currently constructed a barn, which there are some photos that will show that barn later on in the presentation. Those structures are outside even of that existing roadway easement. Burning Tree Ranch was platted in 1979 with two minor amendments in 1990 and 1998 concerning lots 60 and 68, different lots in the subdivision. The future roadway easement, as well as two additional roadway easements in the subdivision, were platted as part of that original 1979 subdivision. The roadway easements were generally platted to assure road connectivity, secondary access, and redundancy in the road network. The easement in question was never developed or used for right-of-way purposes. Before you is the proposed replat exhibit. The area highlighted in yellow in the middle is the width of the proposed 30-foot wide EVA. At time of construction, a 20-foot wide gravel traveled way is anticipated within the 30 feet with shoulder on the sides. The easement is split at the property line, so 15 feet on each side of lot 24 and 25 is what's proposed. The sky blue outline, which is difficult to see here, is the 60-foot width for the temporary construction easement that the applicant has requested consideration. The red dash on the edges is the 80-foot width, which would represent then what engineering has indicated support for the temporary construction easement, which I should again say would be an easement that would dissolve once the EVA is accepted, at which time, if approved, the subdivision to the south is constructed. The reason by which engineering has supported the 80-foot width is that there aren't construction plans at the stage that the proposed subdivision is in at preliminary plan. That would come at final plat. So without those construction plans, it's difficult to understand what might be involved in the construction, which is why engineering has indicated the 80-foot width is what they support. As part of the board's determination today, the board will have to determine the appropriate width for the temporary construction easement. Following our site photos, this is a north to south view through the roadway easement from the area of Burning Tree Drive. So this is actually the barn that the Lot 24 property owner has constructed, as well as this fencing here. This view is from the southern property boundary looking north to Burning Tree Drive. So lot 24 on the left side with the existing barn, lot 25 here. The property line is basically right down the middle of the picture. Another view for perspective of the barn in lot 24, and that's looking north. This is a view of the lot 25 residence, which is further away from the roadway easement. This photo is a photo the applicant asked that I provide in the presentation, which just provides another perspective of the barn in lot 24. And a wider view looking from north to south, again, of that barn. Before you are the approval standards applicable to a replat described within pages 6 through 8 of the staff report. Should the board find an evaluation of the replat per Article 7 of the subdivision resolution that those approval standards have been met, the following proposed conditions should be considered for inclusion in the motion. Condition number 1, prior to recordation of the replat approval certificate, the replat shall be amended to show an 80-foot wide temporary construction easement. And condition number 2, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the public meeting and or agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of such commitments and promises. Section 706.06 of the subdivision resolution sets forth the parameters for the board's determination of the replat request as noted on this slide. This concludes staff's presentation. The property owners and applicants, the Warholas and Hagens, lot 24 and 25 in Burning Tree Ranch subdivision, are available for any questions you may have, and I believe had some additional information to add. Thank you.
Matt, thank you for that. Any questions for staff?
I have none.
Matt, within, if we go back and we look at where the barn is in lot 24, I believe, I mean, is that within the easement that we're talking about here, or is that outside of the roadway easement as it exists right now?
It is outside the easement and was permitted through the building department.
Okay.
Matt, just one question for you. So it looked like in the referral comments that engineering services originally did not support full vacation of the 80-foot roadway, but could support the reduction in width to 30 feet. And it looks like the applicant proposed that reduction to allow for a 30-foot wide EVA. I guess wondering if anything additional needs to be done by the applicant to comply with the recommendation from engineering.
Matt Jacobowski for staff. At referral, the applicant had originally requested full vacation. The applicant, after referral comments from engineering, agreed to reduce the EVA to 30 feet. However, the sticking point here is the temporary construction easement. So as far as the EVA, there's agreement here on that, but the temporary construction easement is the sticking point.
With whom? With engineering?
With engineering supporting an 80-foot wide temporary construction easement and the applicant requesting 60 feet.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, let's open it up for the landowner and the applicant, please. If you want to come forward and state your name and address for the record.
Matt, would you back up to the plat where, yeah. Keep going, one more. Just one more.
Oh, you know, it's funny.
Sorry.
There's a delay.
It's the one that showed, no, keep backing up. That's the one.
Okay.
Okay,
Sure.
Can I borrow the pointer?
Yeah, sure. So the pointer is that button right there in the middle.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, my name is Richard Hagan. I live at 8818 Burning Tree Drive, and this is my wife, Marilyn. She lives with me most of the time. Okay. And I want to thank, did you want to introduce yourselves now, or?
Sure. Well, I'm Julie Warhola. I'm property owner on the west side of the easement.
This is my husband, Dan. He also lives with me.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dan Wahola. I live on Lot 24, homeowner there next to the Hagans on Lot 25.
Great, and thank you for your patience for this long hearing today. I know you guys have been sitting for a while.
No problem. I appreciate what you do after listening to all that. Anyway, thank you for your time and consideration. I just wanted to point out that we have been on the property for 29 years and have maintained it and used it, the field for family gatherings and social events. A road through there would have a very significant impact on us and actually on the community around us. Originally, pre-Oak Bluff, the pre-Oak Bluff submission in this area was submitted without the easement without the easement being used, so we never actually expected it to be used. In fact, years ago we had a conversation with the owner of the property. He used to burn stuff, and we'd go over and visit him. So years ago we had a conversation with him, and he told us that the plan, and they had a verbal agreement, was to run the road from Tanglewood over here to a thing called Timberline. And so there was no anticipated use for this easement that was up that we've known about since we bought the property. So we've known about the easement, but the expectation was that it would never be used. And so we originally requested, as was pointed out, that the easement be completely vacated. We've had the support of the Burning Tree Ranch neighbors and of the HOA. And we've talked to the developer in hoping that he would find another way and look for another way. There's an opportunity for access there. They could put two there. The reason for the easement is because the fire department has said that if they build a road from here down to there, sorry, I shake a lot, down to here, that's a little too far, and they would like to have access to abbreviate that access. So like I said, originally we intended to just vacate the whole easement. We submitted it to the plan to the county. The county said because of the fire department regulations and all that kind of good stuff, they really couldn't support completely vacating it, but they could support reducing it. So we said, okay, we would really rather not do that, but if it's necessary to put an emergency access, as long as the county and everybody agreed that it was emergency vehicles only, it would not be used for construction access and not used for residential access or anything but emergency vehicle access, then we would agree to modify our request, and we did, and so that's where we're at. And so the sticking point, as you will, if you will, is between their request that the temporary construction easement be 80 feet, and we're looking at a construction estimate of 60 feet, because as was shown, the barn has been constructed, there's fences there, there's horses there, and we're concerned that it might be disruptive to them. And even more so, we can't figure out, and engineering can't tell us why they need 80 feet versus 60 feet to construct a 20-foot gravel road, which is what they have agreed to, is a 20-foot gravel road gated on both sides. The county says they cannot support that because without construction plans to show the actual scope of the EVA's construction, engineering can't support reduction of the TCE. Oak Bluff, the development to the south, is not required to submit construction plans until after preliminary plan as part of the final plat. As I mentioned, we would just as soon they found a better way or a different way to do that. If they have to do that, then they need only construct a 20-foot gravel road during this. They cannot use the property for materials, for equipment during the construction process because they have all of this area to store the materials and stuff like that. So we're concerned that they would use the 80-foot temporary easement to be as disruptive as possible, maybe not deliberately, but so in other words, we need to see how Oak Bluff wants to use the property. In other words, the engineering is saying they need to see how Oak Bluff wants to use the property for and during construction. And our position is the major objective of our request is to prevent Oak Bluff from using our property for anything but a gated 20-foot gravel EVA road. If they need additional space for construction of that access, for such things as storing materials and equipment, etc., while they're constructing that, they have ample room in the currently undeveloped property to facilitate that. And so we're simply asking them to guarantee that the access is for emergency vehicle access only, and that the construction is for the emergency road access only and nothing else. And if you drive through Castle Rock, you can see them building roads between houses and stuff. So it doesn't make sense that they need 80 feet in order to do that. So the question is, do they really need even 60 feet to construct a 20-foot gravel road, especially since the extra space is available to them? And by the way, we paid for a surveyor to mark the property line because they had tried saying earlier in their exploration that they couldn't find the property line, and so they just put a road in there. So when you looked at the pictures, you could see the road. So we've actually saved the county some money because we've paid, or the developer some money, because we've already flagged and tagged and paid for the center line on the or the property line. And I appreciate your time. Sorry about rambling on, and we'll turn it over to Dan.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you again for your time. I know it's late, so I'll be brief. This process started with us requesting to vacate this easement between our property and the Hagen's property, and the reason for that was our position, which it still is that this easement is assigned to the homeowners. That's based on the exhibits that we previously filed back in January of this year, exhibits 1 through 9. And just to quickly summarize those, it starts with the original plat for Burning Tree Ranch that was started in 1979 that essentially conveys easements to the homeowners within Burning Tree Ranch. Additionally, we have a letter from David Archer. He was actually the original architect for Burning Tree Ranch. His opinion is provided as an exhibit as well regarding his belief that these easements are the homeowners
And the HOA.
and the HOAs as well. Thanks. Franktown Development Company, that's who owns the 100 acres there, wants to develop the 100 acres. Part of, just in anticipation of what they would say, based on their letters as well, that I know you all have seen, is that they've relied on these easements since the 1970s. However, if you go back and look at their proposed plans, and sort of what Richard has touched on as well, those plans do not discuss using this easement at all whatsoever until the latest submission for the development that was recently submitted. Previously, as Richard had stated, the easements were using Tanglewood Road as well as Wild Timber Drive. There was apparently a verbal agreement to use Wild Timber drive before the residents, is a verbal agreement before the residents there apparently reneged on that, and it has since become a private road. We've also had conversations with Douglas County Engineering, or at least planning, and we understand that based on their position, they are agreeing kind of two issues here. One is vacating, or at least reducing that easement between our homes to a 30-foot EVA, emergency vehicle access only easement, and then from there, the width of that EVA during the construction of the EVA. And so it sounds like we're in agreement with planning regarding the 30-foot easement. I just bring up the background regarding the homeowners and our position that we own those easements, because I do believe that we have a right to make these requests of the easement regarding the EVA being 60 feet versus 80 feet. As Richard had noted, we do have concerns with our animals. That's why we asked Matt to include a couple photos in addition to what he provided, and we appreciate what Matt did, providing that as well. Just wanted to show how close our barn is to this easement, as well as the fact that we do have horses that are right there, and it would be extremely difficult for them to have construction going on. Also just wanted to ensure that the construction on this easement for the EVA would only be limited to that EVA and would not include the ability for Oak Bluff to use that EVA to build homes, to build utilities and whatnot in that area of land as well. That's all I wanted to say. I thank you guys again. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Anything else from the applicant or the landowner?
Yeah. Do you have any questions for us?
I will ask for that from my colleagues, but did you have anything else for us before we open it? Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Why don't you stay up, sir?
No, sir.
No questions? Okay. I guess that was the question I had, is just the discrepancy between the recommendations of engineering and what you have agreed to. Do you feel like that has been sufficiently resolved?
Which portion, sorry?
So it looks like it's the support of the 80-foot wide temporary construction easement rather than the 60-foot wide temporary construction easement proposed by the applicant.
Well, they according to the slideshow, that's supposed to be a condition. We haven't agreed to that. I think that Matt put that in there, saying that if we've submitted everything at 60 feet.
Right.
And if you tell us we have to make it 80 feet, I guess you're the boss. But we don't understand why, and if you removed that one condition, then it would be basically a yay or nay kind of a thing. There would be no auxiliary conditions.
Well, we always believe our citizens are the bosses, but in this venue, we do have two conditions, and I will ask you now if you will agree to those two conditions as presented.
And I think I misunderstood. What were those two conditions that you were saying, 80 feet?
Sure, and if staff wants to bring up the two conditions for the applicant.
The bottom one is the legalese.
I'm sorry.
So the first one is prior to recordation of the replat approval certificate, the replat shall be amended to show an 80-foot wide temporary construction easement. And then the second condition is any commitments or promises you make today that we would hold you to that.
Commissioner, I think we're agreeing to number 2, but number 1, we're asking that you guys would make a decision on whether that could be a 60-foot instead of an 80-foot.
A 60 instead of an 80.
Yes,
okay.
correct.
Okay, so thank you for that. And so let me ask our engineering staff to maybe address that condition and the rationale for that.
Al Peterson for engineering staff. This is kind of a timing issue, as Matt had mentioned. We're only at preliminary plan stage, which means that engineering has not received any construction plans or any grading plans. So we support leaving it to the 80 feet until I at least see how this thing gets constructed in there. there's going to have to be drainage improvements that happen in there, which means there may need to be a little high point in there somewhere so that we can get the drainage going in the right place. Ultimately, whether it's 60 or 80 feet, those easements go away as soon as the EVA is constructed. And yes, it will not have any construction traffic on it. It will only be a gated EVA, period. So it was left to the commissioners to decide. If you tell me that you'll go by their 60 foot, then that's what we'll go by. But engineering's position is at this point, without having seen any construction plans, that we would like to have the 80 foot until we know what's going on. And I'd be happy to share those with you before they ever get approved so you can see what the alignment is.
Well, thank you for that explanation, Al, and I'm not going to pretend to be an engineer up here, but I do defer to the expertise of our staff, and particularly in engineering. Let me just ask the applicant, does that explanation make sense, persuade you at all, or are you still set on the 60 feet?
It makes sense, Commissioner. I think my understanding based on what Al just said is that we still have the opportunity to ask for 60 feet down the road. It's just kind of not ripe yet at this point.
Well, and you can also, and I would defer to council to clarify this, but you don't have to accept that first condition, and you can ask this board to simply accept the 60 feet. Is that correct, Lance?
Yes, Mr. Chair. It's my understanding that's exactly what the applicants are doing. Staff is requesting 80 feet temporary. The applicants are requesting 60 feet, also temporary. So either way, this easement's going to go away, and the right-of-way that's left behind is going to be the 30 feet if you approve this particular application. But the question is, how wide is the temporary construction easement going to be? That's something for the board to decide. Because this is vacation of right-of-way, you have pretty much unlimited discretion to do it or not, or to do it to whatever degree you feel is appropriate.
Okay. Well, and I don't want to predetermine anything prior to citizen comment, but I do appreciate the clarification. Any other questions or comments from the board for either staff or the applicant? No. Okay. Thank you very much. So at this time, I'm going to open it up for citizen comment. Is there any citizen comment in the room for this item? Yes, ma'am.
I'm representing an HOA.
Yes, and we know you. Welcome back. Good to see you again.
My name is Tammy Denhard. I am Vice President of Burning Tree Ranch HOA. I live at 8177 Burning Tree Trail in Franktown. The importance of a secondary access is not disputed. But how and where they are provided is. A secondary access cannot be installed without creating a major impact to a community, then other alternatives must be looked at. Per the county, this road is supposed to be a continuous Burning Tree Ridge from the south to connect to the road through Pine Moor on Highway 86. Now that road connection, Pine Moor, is labeled as a private road now by the county, and permission from the owner to make it public, highly unlikely, obviously. If it were the case that this road was supposed to go through, as the county has stated numerous times in the past, then the county would never have allowed the private road to happen, and the gates to enter Oak Bluff from Burning Ridge Drive would never been allowed either. We've always been told that this road was supposed to go through from Legacy Pines through our neighborhood and all the way down to 86. If that were the case, those private roads would never have happened, and neither would the gate for the gated community for Oak Bluff would have happened. We believe the county and the developer have known this from the beginning. It is a known fact that CDOT is not going to expand Highway 86 anytime soon, at least not in the lifetime of the completion of Oak Bluff and Sundown developments. So with no deceleration lanes to access Tanglewood Road from Highway 86 and acceleration lanes to get back on Highway 86, it is not a viable option for construction traffic for either development to get built easily. Using Timber Point as an access, which the developer in previous documents stated would be an access for Oak Bluff, leads to Highway 86. No access, same as Tanglewood. Timber Point has also been deemed a private road now, so that is not an option for future access, the development when it's finished. We believe this was done to eliminate any possible options using Pine Moor and Timber Point as accesses, leaving only Burning Tree Drive as the only option for access to these developments, as we both have acceleration and de-acceleration lanes for construction traffic. Numerous documentation stating that secondary access to future Oak Bluff subdivision would be via Timber Point to the west, or a right-of-way running along the border between Burning Tree Ranch subdivision and the proposed Oak Bluff subdivision, exiting onto Burning Tree Drive just outside of Burning Tree Ranch. Both were per the developer's own documentation. The Burning Tree Ranch covenants recorded in 1979 indicated the intent of the 400+, which were the landowners of Burning Tree Ranch subdivision, to reserve to itself its successors and assign perpetual easements as indicated on the inside of the project boundary and on both sides of each property line as described by the recorded plot. Additionally, David Archer, the original land surveyor of the Burning Tree Ranch, has submitted signed document stating that the rights of these easements in Burning Tree Ranch, specifically between lots 24 and 25 of Burning Tree Ranch, belong to the landowners, therefore the homeowners, and no third party has any right to them. The homeowners for lots 24 and 25 had decided, in an effort of good faith and not to be forced to go through this process again and lose the money they have spent, agreed to Douglas County's request to reduce the easement instead of totally vacating the easement, and allow a 30-foot emergency access only. And this is only after the county threatened to keep the full 80 feet of the easement with no reduction and would have to pay to reapply, and the reduction would most likely be denied unless they proceed with litigation against the county. Very few have as deep a pockets as the county is to go through litigation and win, knowing the county is in the wrong. Unfortunately, the county will be counting on this. The condition that to allow 30-foot easement shall only be for emergency accesses only. Douglas County has done everything to make sure these easements are open despite the numerous documentations supporting that they have no rights to them and belong to Burning Tree Ranch residents bordering them. Interpretations are not facts. When subdivisions are built, certain promises, considerations are made to whom will be buying and making their home in that subdivision. It is expected that these promises and considerations, which are factual on approved plots, are honored. Any subdivisions coming in must work around what's already existing. Poor planning on the part of the county or the developer should not supersede the rights of existing subdivisions and their residents. Oak Bluff was Plan B. When the water facility was supposed to be put in for the Franktown Village, and that was defeated, the Oak Bluff was now being put in. Basically what this comes down to is that Oak Bluff and Sundown cannot be built without Burning Tree Ranch. We have the only access to them. You cannot access from Tanglewood. And what we're asking is for the 80-foot temporary construction easement. That's unacceptable. That's too wide, and the county has a way of getting in and allowing things to continue on just because. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tammy. Additional citizen comment. We're going to need some fold-out cots here eventually.
I know. Alan Westfall, 1972, Castle Pines, Douglas County resident for many years. I think we can get to a real easy solution here. As engineering has said, we still have yet to, because I'm the developer to the south, sorry I should have said that, but we need to engineer that road. There's some cut as we tie into Burning Tree for the EVA, and I think realistically we only have three purposes for the EVA. Number one is for emergency egress into the property or out of the property in case of fire, in case the other one. Number two is this is our point of egress for a gas line to run, so a utility easement, and for cable and phone. That's it. So the end result, when it's all done, is 20 foot is more than adequate for our needs. However, having been here in Colorado a long time, it still snows occasionally in the winter. And if we are responsible to maintain the road, and if we only are limited to 20 foot or 30 foot, and we have a big snow and we have to push it, are we pushing it onto somebody else's property? We don't want to do that. So we'd simply like the easement to be there for maintenance. Other than that, we're responsible for it, to keep it going. We're fine with the reduced width as long as we have some method of dealing with snow or what, if we have to get onto the property to maintain a gas line, a broken line for phone or cable. That's it. So we're very affable to work on those. And I think with engineering, that's a very solvable problem.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Westfall. Any other additional citizen comment in the room? Any other citizen comment in the room? Okay, let me open it up online. Troy, do we have any citizen comment online?
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no online comment for this item.
Okay. With that, I will close citizen comment for this item and bring it back to the board for any further discussion and/or motion.
Well, I mean, right off the bat, I'll say I'm all in favor of the road vacation. It sounds like we're hearing from the developer to the south, we're hearing from the residents that, and then we're hearing from our own planning staff that we're amiable to vacate the road easement. I'm still inclined to go with the 80 foot. And I understand, guys, I get what you're saying, but I mean, I don't feel like this is like a bargainable, this isn't a bargain. We're not like, trading cards here with this 20 feet. We heard from the developer that'll be to the south, a very reasonable explanation. And then we're hearing from our engineering staff, and I've done plenty of software engineering, but I'm not a construction engineer. So from that perspective, I'm still inclined to go with the 80 foot, knowing that, absolutely supporting that will then be vacated down to an emergency egress of only 20 feet. And of course, again, let me say again, I'm very much in favor of the road vacation. So it's a matter of timing. It's a matter of time before, you guys do get the 20-foot emergency egress that you can plan around and, plan appropriately to the edge of that easement with your property. So those are my ideas right now. I don't know.
I support the easement, and I support the 80-foot as well that staff has requested.
So I appreciate the citizen comment and the comments from our board. Again, based upon the recognition that a potential wildfire has been identified as the most significant risk to the entire county, I don't want to tread lightly on the importance for emergency vehicle access. That EVA has been recommended and supported by those that operate those emergency vehicles, and the 80 feet has been supported by engineering staff. So again, I certainly appreciate the citizen comment, but I would also be in support of this application with the 80 feet.
So may I ask a question to council? Council, unless of course the applicants do decide to agree to amendment number 1, can we proceed forward if they agree to only amendment number 2?
Yes, Commissioner, you can because of the nature of the beast. This is a right-of-way vacation, and you have the authority to vacate right-of-way or not. You have the authority to assign ownership to adjacent property owners, which is the primary request here. And you also have the authority to reserve easements. So all of that is statutory. That is within your authority to do. You don't need agreement to do it.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I wonder if we would like to ask the applicants again if they accept both or at least one of the conditions and agree to them.
Sure.
And Mr. Chair, too, I thought, it's Jeanette Bear with staff, I thought maybe a suggestion would be, some of this is revolving around the fact we don't have construction plans, so you don't really know how wide the construction easement needs to be. It's possible that when we do get those construction plans at some point in this process, I think we could amend that construction easement or reduce it, if it's appropriate, through an administrative replat process, which is, much simpler.
Sure.
So that's something we could consider in the future if that's still something that the applicants are very concerned with, is we could look at it again at the point when we actually have construction plans.
So let me just ask the applicant if you would be comfortable with us moving forward with this with the 80 feet and then allowing for staff to potentially do an administrative replat once additional detail is provided. Well, and sorry, I apologize, but you are going to have to approach the podium and share that for the record.
Well, since I guess we're not trading cards and negotiating. Oops. Okay. We can live with that.
Are we going to have to get the surveyor again? We were wondering that. No.
If I understand, number one, we have to resubmit the exhibit with the 80-foot instead of the 60-foot. Is that right?
So
The 80 feet is already on we already know where that line is, I think, so it's not like I think you have to
So you would not
it's a
need-
technical change. I don't think you have to do any additional surveying. And if we were to administratively amend the temporary construction easement in the future, that also wouldn't have to be something involving a survey. So I don't think it means, we've already got the 80-foot line, so I think it's a very simple change.
Okay. So I don't have to call the architect up or the guy up and have him resubmit a plat?
We have to change a label.
Pardon?
We have to just change a label. We would have to have Archer change the label on the exhibit.
Okay.
Just a different point.
So
Yeah, remove a line.
we can do that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to put on the record, just to be clear though, with this EVA, that would not allow for permission for construction vehicles to go through this EVA easement.
That's what the resolution, I think, says right now, and yeah, that's true.
We agree.
great. Okay, thank you very much. Anything else from our board?
Well, if it pleases the board, I do have a motion to approve the Burning Tree Ranch Fourth Amendment because it does meet all of the approval criteria with two conditions. In addition, colleagues, based on legal counsel, I would instruct, as a part of this motion, instruct staff to process that administrative easement replat. Thank you. Replat amendment. If it turns out that the 80-foot is indeed not required when construction plans are submitted. Project file, SB 2021-050.
Second.
So we have a first and second on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that carries 3-0. Thank you very much for spending your time with us this evening.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Our last item for this evening, and let me just ask the board if we need to take a break or if you'd like to power through.
Power through.
Push on.
Okay, let's push on. I like that. So our final item is item 3B, a resolution adopting amendments to the Douglas County zoning resolution, sections 3, agricultural 1 district, 4 large rural residential district, 5 rural residential district, 21 use by special review, and 23 home occupations. CJ Gates presenting for staff. CJ, thanks to you as well for hanging out with us for 6-7 hours.
Thank you, Commissioners. First and foremost, for Mr. Engels, I have additional public comment that we've received after the last time we submitted the staff report, so.
Is it still today? This will be Exhibit 11 for today's public hearing.
Good evening, Commissioner. CJ Gates representing Community Development, project number DR 2022-001. The request before you today is approval of the amendments to the Douglas County Zoning Resolution, Section 23, Home Occupations. Per zoning resolution, section 109, the board shall evaluate the proposed amendment, referral comments, staff report, the planning commission recommendation, and public testimony, and shall approve with modifications, table for further study, remand to the planning commission, or deny the amendment proposal. Staff presented the project file DR 2022-001 to the Planning Commission at a hearing held on June 20th, 2022. The Planning Commission unanimously voted to continue the item until the July 11th hearing date. The Planning Commission ultimately voted to recommend the item for further study at the July 11th hearing. Staff then presented the proposed amendments to the Board of County Commissioners at a public hearing held on July 12th. The board continued the item and directed staff to prepare revisions to the amendments that would address their concerns. Staff presented 3 different options to the board at a work session on July 18th. During that work session, the board directed staff to further edit the proposal and bring forth 2 options to the upcoming public hearings. Staff presented the 2 options to the Planning Commission at a public hearing held on August 1st of this year. Staff presented the 2 options to the Planning Commission at a public hearing on August 1st, where the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of option 2. Feedback from the Planning Commission was that the 1,500 square feet was very restrictive, and a use by special review process would be too costly and burdensome for the applicant. The Planning Commission believed option 2 would give residents more flexibility without going through the use by special review process. There was also discussion for the need to ensure that home occupations did not change the residential character of the neighborhoods. Option 1 addresses concerns about the extent of the changes to existing criteria in the proposed amendments. This option modifies the intent of Class 2 home occupations in Section 2304 to allow for businesses, professions, occupations, or trades to operate from or within a dwelling or an accessory structure. Section 2310 would be amended to extend the opportunity currently provided in the Agriculture 1 zone district to apply for a use by special review for a Class 2 home occupation that exceeds specific criteria in 2305 to large rural residential and rural residential zone districts. Specifically, a use by special review would be possible in the A1, LRR, and RR zone districts for Class 2 home occupations in order to exceed criteria for the maximum area of the use in subsection 2305.01 or exceed the criteria for maximum number of non-resident employees in subsection 2305.02. Option 2 is identical to option 1, except it eliminates from section 2305.01 the maximum area within an accessory structure that may be used for Class 2 home occupation. With the proposed change in option 2, the regulation reads, such use may be conducted within the dwelling, provided that the total area for such purpose shall not exceed 50% of the floor area of the dwelling, one permitted accessory structure, or both. After evaluating the proposed revisions, referral comments, and staff report, the board may approve with modifications, remand to the Planning Commission, or deny. Thank you, Commissioners. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions if you may have any.
CJ, thank you for your work on this. Any questions for staff?
No, sir.
And I don't have any questions at this time. I will now open it up for citizen comment in the room. If there's any citizens that would like to speak to this last item on our agenda, you're welcome to come up and share your comments with the board. Sure. You can. It's a whole new item, Tammy. This time you only have 3 minutes, though.
Yeah, I'm not HOA for that one. The issue we have with this home occupation is that you're actually allowing, I have no problem with people having businesses within their home. I get that. The problem we have is that I'm not sure how the county intends on enforcing the new regulations as far as bigger building, what kind of traffic, all that other stuff. I haven't seen anything yet that shows basically how they intend on enforcing this. They did manage to put a little, our HOA personally does not allow businesses of any kind within our neighborhood. But the county does not enforce HOA enforcement. So that puts us kind of in a quandary. You give them a permit, and then they come back to the neighborhood and basically say, we can do this, when it's totally against the HOA. Now, putting the little disclaimer in here that the permission granted or implied by this shall not be construed as an exemption from the covenants and stuff like that. Basically, what you're doing is you're putting all of this back on the neighborhood, the HOA, and the residents of that HOA or neighborhood to have to basically enforce your rules. How is that going to work? You're putting more on us to have to try and enforce what you guys are wanting to allow. And that's not right. There's no way to enforce it. You're going to pit neighbor against neighbor and HOA against, whatever they're trying to do. And I can almost guarantee that calling the county to come out and take care of this, I don't think is going to happen very often. We've already been through that. So I'm hoping that, you'll deny this, but I'm one of the few here. So I appreciate your time and thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional citizen comment? Let's go, guys. If you do have citizen comment, let's go ahead and line up and just do it in order, please. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Tyrone DeMaria. I'm resident of Castle Rock. And so I've been following this issue for a little while. And I think the big thing here is businesses are already allowed in home occupancy. That's what the idea of the permit is. And I think the permit process itself is pretty thorough, where they go out and they review the structure, they review the property, and they look at what's going on. And all I think this is really asking is changing the words from at home to from home. So people who have a trailer will then be able to park that trailer in their garage. We're not allowing new businesses to sprout up. We're asking for just really giving flexibility. So someone who's manufacturing something at the property can bring product in, they can have customers there even today. This is just allowing people to work from home, park their trailers in their garage. And by the way, these are buildings that have been approved by the county. They already meet the conditions of the home occupancy. And so we're not changing the layout or the view or the structure of the property. We're just letting somebody put something inside like a trailer and then be able to leave with that. I'm in favor of option 2. The reason I say option 2, because if you as a county have approved someone to have a 3,000 or 4,000 square foot building that's independent of this, we shouldn't be out there with a tape measure trying to draw tape lines inside the garage to say, okay, here's your 1,500 square foot that you're allowed to use, but this little spot over here you can't. If you've allowed the building, I think that you should be pro-business and let the businesses use that building. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being with us. Yes, ma'am.
Hi.
Hi. Hello
My
again.
name is Jenna Bacon. I live in Parker. I think it's essential that people be allowed to work from home, and I appreciate that both options address that. Throughout this process, I've met plumbers, electricians, landscapers, builders, and other contractors who said they would go out of business if the county told them that they couldn't work from home. Option 1 keeps the existing limit of 1,500 square feet business use inside of an accessory structure with the ability to apply for a use by special review. We've been here for 7 hours listening to 2 different use by special review cases. Please don't put a landscaper, a plumber, a fence builder through a use by special review process just to be able to use the full space of their already fully permitted garage or outbuilding. Option 2 removes that limit. That's what I'm in favor of. If the local government thinks it's necessary to come and measure out 1,500 square feet of my permitted and approved garage every year, then I guess that's fine. I welcome you to come out with your tape measure anytime you want. If you think the tape measure is government overreach, then please vote for option 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bacon. Additional comment?
My name's Scott Zimmerman. I live in Parker, next to Jenna. I'm for option 2. You know, if you're going to allow me to build almost a 4,000 square foot building, why can't I use every bit of it? Mine's got multiple use in it, business and personal. So are we going to go through with the tape measure and measure every single Christmas box versus plumbing or electrical contractor stuff? So like I said, I'm for option 2. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Kim from Parker. Okay, Douglas County Code allows any rural residential dweller to build or use their building for whatever they desire as long as it's legal. Current law only allows a business owner to use 1,500 square feet of space for the business. I like option 2 because it allows a business owner to use their entire accessory building to store their product or equipment for their business. It will encourage small business owners to keep their equipment inside the building. Therefore, you're going to have a clean and tidy outside the building. I think option 2 gives business owners freedom to earn a living and be able to work from home with the space they need to keep their property neat and tidy outside in an accessory building. Got it? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Gonna sleep till Brooklyn, right? Move on. So I'm in favor of option 2. I don't need more than 1,500 square feet for my business, but I meet a lot of people who do. To build an accessory structure, plans must be submitted and approved by the county building department. Also approved in many cases by the HOA. Also, there are multiple building inspections. The issue I have with imposing a limit is if a structure has already been approved, then why would it be necessary for you to dictate what space I can use inside for personal versus work items? If it's the county's goal to have all business-related equipment stored inside, then let people use their entire accessory structure. It will look exactly the same from the outside, regardless of how many square feet on the inside is occupied by work tools or equipment. I don't believe that when this law was written in 1999, that the intent was to forbid parking trailers or equipment inside a building. So let's vote yes on option 2. Let's make this rule make sense. And I also believe that the Planning Commission voted unanimously to approve option 2. I hope you will too.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, can you state your name for the record, please?
Troy Bacon.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Stephanie Bryant. I just want to...
Where are you from, Miss Bryan? I'm sorry.
Northern Douglas County, Ridge Estates. So I emailed CJ earlier, and we were talking about the square footage used for the accessory dwelling and the barn, and it's 100%. Is that correct? On the ADUs, that you can use all of that on a home occupation. So I'd like to remind you that the proposed home occupation to amendment is for homes and neighborhoods, and I feel that particular important fact was lost in the nuances and details at the last Planning Commissioners meetings. Please remember, over 80% of the Douglas County citizens, per your own poll, are actually against this proposed change. I respectfully ask you to limit option 2 of the proposed amendment to a total accessory building size of 1,500 square feet, which is actually a larger barn than 99% of the barns in our neighborhood. Most of them have a footprint of about 900 square feet. The amendment verbiage for garages, which are now up to 3,000 square feet in size, that was an amendment done in March of this year, can be updated to allow people to park a work trailer inside their garage. To allow anything unrestricted affects the way our neighborhood looks and feels and is in violation of 2305-04, which states accessory structure shall be similar in facade to a single-family dwelling, private garage, shed, barn, or other structure, and shall be compatible in design and scale with the neighborhood. I am reiterating also a request that adjacent homeowners' approval, or an HOA, where applicable, is submitted with the original application. This allows the chance to have open, clear communication and dialogue with all our neighbors. Commissioner Layden, you said earlier today, twice, that Douglas County is open for business, but not at the expense of neighbors. And I ask you to honor that and amend option 2 to a smaller building footprint in keeping with the Douglas County zoning resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any additional citizen comment? Ms. Biggs, welcome.
You're probably glad a lot of people went home or had to leave, time-wise. My name's Allison Biggs, and I live in unincorporated Douglas County. I would second what Stephanie Bryant just said in terms of the size of the accessory building. The barn, or the garages already are at 3,000 square feet. If we add another 1,500 square feet, that's 4,500 square feet, because the way I believe it's worded, you can combine the square feet of the garage and your other accessory building. So you'd have 4,500 square feet. That's a pretty good size. Comparatively, I have a 4-stall barn with a tack room, and it's 900 square feet. So if you can envision housing for 4 horses in a tack room at 900 square feet, 4,500 square feet is a pretty reasonable size. In previous testimony tonight, we've heard several references to please don't do this at the expense of neighbors. Please follow the rules. People should follow the rules. Don't do this kind of thing to existing residents. And it's not compatible with the rural residential character of a neighborhood. Don't change it just for the convenience and financing of others. I've spoken to the size of the buildings. The other thing I really can't stress too much is the neighbors need to know what's going on. There is nowhere in here where neighbors can be told when there is a proposal brought to the county. So the whole thing can go through the process of working with staff and being approved, and the neighbors won't even know what's going on. You have told us numerous times, talk to your neighbors. How can we talk to the neighbors if we don't know what's going on? Do we have to assign somebody to sit and look at the planning commission schedule every day, or come over and ask CJ what sort of proposals he's gotten so far? That's not realistic. If you want the neighbors to talk to the neighbors, you have to make it available, or the neighbors have to know what's going on and what's being proposed. And right now, there's nothing like that in this proposal. So I can't stress too hard that we would really appreciate being included in the whole situation and not after the fact. Don't do this to us without telling us what's going on.
Thank you, Ms. Biggs. And as a point of personal privilege, I just want to acknowledge and recognize your ongoing commitment to showing up and commenting. Hopefully, the multiple hearings, multiple work sessions, the hearing by the Planning Commission and this hearing has demonstrated our willingness to listen and engage with you. I think I've often said that even though we're not doing things to people, but with them, I think that doesn't mean that one side gets everything that they desire, and I know you recognize that. I appreciate that, Ms. Biggs. Further citizen comment? I think there is. Is there any other citizen comment in the room? Okay. With that, I'll open it up for any citizen comment online.
Thank you, Commissioner Layden. I do have 5 people in line to make online comment.
Okay.
First one will be, thank you, will be Bronca. Bronca, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Bronca McLaughlin in MacArthur Ranch. And I apologize, I couldn't stay. I had a heart procedure. I don't expect your sympathy. I just couldn't stay the whole length, but I have been following it online. Perhaps a fair way of administrating option 2 is to set a limit on the size of the accessory structure, because right now it doesn't have a set limit, which could make a structure go as big as from setback to setback. Some of the homes, if you look at 50% of a dwelling that is 15,000 square feet, that would make an accessory building 7,500. So if there's a set limit in option 2, and if an additional space is needed for the accessory building, maybe then special review could come into effect, because if you need that much more of a bigger building, you certainly should be able to afford a special review. And I do want to say, I understand where it's individual, the importance of having the individuals have the right to their property, but the letters that have been mostly against the rezoning, and your own poll has been probably about 75% against this rezoning. I can sympathize with people that need these accessory buildings, but to have no set limit on the size is ludicrous. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And we do extend our sympathies on your procedure. We're impressed that you joined us tonight in spite of that. Additional citizen comment?
Thank you, Commissioner. Next is Casey Groves. Casey, you're unmuted now. Go ahead.
Thank you. Chairman Layden and Commissioners Teal and Thomas, I want to thank you for your stamina tonight. It's been a long hearing. I was there in person until about 6:30 and then had to come home. I'm a resident of Surrey Ridge Estates. I've been here for 18 years. I think that option 2 with some guardrails will probably satisfy not everybody, but a lot of us. And the guardrails that I would propose would be notice to neighbors and a limit on the size of the structures to 3,000 feet. Let me address those in turn. Notice to neighbors, I think, is just really important for some of the reasons that have already been mentioned. But if the notice that I get that my neighbor's gonna build a 3,000 square foot accessory building is the day that the backhoe shows up, that's not an opportunity to have a rational discussion and work through some issues. So Weld County is a county that's kind of known for being open for business, but also respecting property rights. Weld County, I think, has an elegant procedure for doing this. If you look on their website, they have a process for applying for a home, a class 2 home occupation. And part of the process is that the assigned planner has to notify owners of property within 500 feet of the subject property, and that they have an opportunity to object to the issuance of the zoning permit. As part of the application, the applicant has to sign an affidavit listing all persons known to live within 500 feet of the property. This does not strike me as an over-cumbersome, bureaucratic obligation. It's merely giving the county notice of who's next door or across the street, and then there's an opportunity for some meaningful discussion. So my strong recommendation would be that we impose an obligation for applicants to do what they're doing in Will County, which is provide notice of the neighbors that are within 500 feet of the subject property. The second point would just be when it comes to the size of the accessory buildings. At this point, there's no limit. And, you know, we live on 6 acres. Most of our neighbors in Surrey Ridge Estates are somewhere between 5 and 6 acres. Most of the houses in our neighborhood are somewhere between, they have a footprint of somewhere between probably 25 and 4,500 square feet, with the 4,500 square feet being homes that have been built very recently. But if you add a 3,000-foot structure on a property that's 5 acres, it's like putting another house on the property. So it's really, it changes radically the character of the property and therefore the entire community. So as to option 2, I would recommend that the Board of County Commissioners impose a 3,000 square foot limit on accessory buildings, subject to notification to neighbors. Those are my comments. I again thank the Board of County Commissioners for hearing me and all of the others.
Thank you, sir.
Next online would be Jacqueline Post. Jacqueline, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi there. I also live in Surrey Ridge and would be impacted by the zoning change. I'm also a small business owner and very much understand the need to operate a business from home. With that, I do want to acknowledge that because of the time of this meeting and when we are able to speak, I have kids who are starting school tomorrow. Many of my friends and neighbors have kids who have started school this week in Douglas County. So there are a bunch of folks who attended tonight that had to leave before we were up on the agenda. And there are quite a few folks who I don't think were aware that they could log in from home. So I just wanted to recognize that and say that we've all been talking about this. This is the first time I've personally been able to attend. You know, I know this has kind of already been discussed, but just to say it, you know, unincorporated neighborhoods like Surrey Ridge were developed for residential use. The infrastructure and the roads do not have the capacity to handle commercial vehicles. I know that that is already long gone, but I think that that does come into play now with the options that are up for discussion. With option 2, I think a lot of citizens, you know, over 75 or 80% have been stated tonight oppose this change in zoning because they don't want the residential character of the neighborhood to change. I can tell you personally, I have a neighbor who built a large commercial style barn on their property in violation of the HOA covenants. And they said, well, the county approved it. And I think that's the concern you hear from folks here is that the county planning approves permits to build without taking HOAs into consideration. So the HOAs are forced to privately enforce these issues. So from my standpoint, you know, I think option 2 would be a good option. But if you are sweeping in a lot of residential properties because the minimum acreage size is below 5 acres, you must limit the size of the accessory dwelling to be around 1,500 square feet. If you allow more than that, if you allow up to half, 50% of the total floor area, like the prior speaker said, you know, a lot of the homes here are pretty large. You could have very large commercial operations going on in these neighborhoods. They'll draw from natural resources like wells. They'll affect the wildlife in ways that were not intended. And because we're unincorporated, we really don't have any city overlays to help support remedying those issues. So respectfully, you know, we think that the notice to neighbors requirement is necessary, that should be part of the application. We ask that the county look at whether there are HOA covenants in effect, and also that the limit for the accessory structure be limited to 1,500 square feet. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Additional citizen comment?
Yes, sir. Next is going to be Ben. Ben, please state your name this time and let us know what area you live in, and you are unmuted. Go ahead.
And I'm in Ponderosa Hills, and I do represent them. So it's kind of funny because if you have 5 acres, you're literally talking 1.3% of the acreage is a 3,000 square foot building. So it's kind of silly that people are like, oh my gosh, these buildings are going to create some kind of havoc on these worlds. 3,000 square feet, it's 43,560 square feet per acre. If you do math, it's 0.013%. So if you do it, you go, that's not a big building. So get a grip. Second of all, these people are crazy thinking that it's going to ruin the world. It's not. 99.9% of the people that run a business off their properties, they don't even know they exist. Tonight, you guys have listened to 4 or 5 hours. It's incredible. I've been sitting here listening to this for 7 hours with my compatriots, whatever you want to call them, but other people who agree with me, who are sitting there listening to, we're going to approve a wedding venue that honestly will never bother anyone on Highway 83. We've got people that are upset about this because they're going to have a band. I had a band next to my house for years, never complained. Why? I wasn't going to start a feud. Second of all, you've got this other thing, this like massive venue of 5,000 to 8,000 people are going to show up on a property for 1 to 3 days. I did the math. If I had a business and if I had 10 employees and I employed them 52 weeks out of the year, 5 days a week, it'd be 2,600 people coming to my house, so to speak, or 2,600 visits. You're going to have 8,000 people coming to somebody's venue for a certain amount of time for like 1 to 3 days. Your traffic, your noise, all this baloney about, oh my gosh, we got to worry about the decibels. We got to worry about killing cats, dogs, horses. It's unbelievable the pabulum that's coming out of people's mouths about this crap. And I apologize if I'm offending people. But nonetheless, the point is, we've got people in Surrey Ridge and MacArthur, whatever the heck it is, complaining and griping and moaning. Solidify your HOA, for crying out loud. It's not the county's problem. You guys are going to allow wedding venues, you're going to allow massive events, and you're going to crap on the guys that go out and do plumbing and HVAC and whatever, and yet you're going to allow this stuff, and then you're going to kowtow to these people.
Sir, I appreciate your comments, but your time has expired. If you could wrap up for us, please.
I will. I've been listening for 7 hours, and you guys are gonna crap on the little guy, and you're gonna give big things, and then you're gonna let these.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for your comments. Any additional comment online?
Yes, sir. I have Miles Skoog. Miles, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to, again, thank the commissioners for their time tonight. Though very colorful and opinionated, I have to politely second everything the previous commenter just said. I think one of the biggest draws, first of all, I live in Parker and have worked both within education, but also working for contractors for the past 7 years. And I think that what the commercial impact, the height of the commercial impact that everybody's very frantic about, you're already seeing it. It's the contractor who has a trailer in his garage and along with some equipment, who might have some different people who he has subcontract for him. And frankly, I love living in a county that attracts a small business owner, the entrepreneur. And so I am strongly in favor of option 2. Contractors absolutely need to be allowed to work from home. And I don't think they should be limited to 1,500 square feet of garage or accessory building. I've worked for a whole litany of different contractors around the county that have buildings ranging from 2,500 to 4,000 square feet. They are low impact. The amount of traffic is really nothing that is much of an uptick from residential. And I would hate to see the Pandora's box of overreach that this would create if you started to see some of these limits being put in place. I think it's a really harmful gateway to neighborhood feuding. I also think that it starts to create a problem where there isn't, and going back to earlier points about enforcement, I think you have a lot of people who are already using this who then you start to have that you open the floodgates to that overreach factor, which I would be very concerned to see how it would impact the demographics of our county, being such an outlier and something that really attracts small businesses. So I am strongly in favor of option 2. If they have a larger garage, they really need to be able to use the entire space. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any additional online comment tonight?
Yes, sir. Finally, I have Karen Hickman. Karen, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Karen Hickman. I live in Grandview Estates. And after the BOCC work session on 7/18, staff was instructed to prepare 2 new options, which were presented at the PC hearing on August 1st. There was a lot of confusion at that hearing, including the PCs unanimously choosing option 2, which they didn't believe included a USR appeal process. It's my understanding both options do include that appeal process. It's my personal opinion that the 2 options that were presented are extreme. Option 1 at 1,500 square feet is not large enough for a lot of the businesses that exist today in unincorporated Douglas County and probably in all zoning designations, including estate residential and suburban residential. And it was my recommendation that there be some sort of middle ground found, because option 2 with unlimited square footage allowed is, the other side of the extreme. So what I proposed was a minimum of 3,000 square feet and then up to half of the accessory structure square footage that's allowed. And I truly don't think that anyone involved, whether opposers or, the opposers, are against business. Every community has some sort of business that is operating unpermitted. And one of the best things about this entire process was the allowance of a business owner to work to and from home versus just at home. Because there are hundreds of businesses that are unpermitted just because of that fact. So I'm hoping that tonight the commissioners can consider amending option 2 to be less extreme. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hickman. Any additional online comment?
I have no additional online comment.
Okay. And with that, I will close citizen comment on this item 3B and bring it back to the board for any further discussion and or motion.
I wonder if we could have a question to staff.
Sure.
So, CJ, we heard several of the citizen comments talk about that there is no limit at all in terms of an accessory building that could be used for a commercial for a commercial need on a rural residential property. Is that necessarily accurate?
So within speaking regarding option 2, out of the 2 options that were presented to you tonight, Commissioner, so option 2 does not have regulations limiting the amount of square footage the Class 2 home occupation permit holder can use within an accessory structure. In the rural residential, large rural residential, and A1 zone districts, the county specifically does not have regulations stating that an accessory structure has to be, X amount of square feet. The biggest thing within these regulations are the accessory structures, shall be similar in facade to a single-family dwelling, private garage, shed, barn, or other such structure.
And then compatible in design and scale with the neighborhood.
That is correct, Commissioner. Yeah, that is within the intent section 2304 of the Class 2 home occupation.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, I would ask us to, remember our history on this topic. I will share with you that this topic came before me with one of the residents who actually spoke tonight really weeks ago. It really was. We were at 10 County up in Vail last year when I actually got the phone call and from a resident who spoke this evening, letting me know that they were in trouble under this regulation because it did not take into account the ability to work from home as opposed to having a business at home. And I would ask you to cast your minds back over the history of the last year in the number of iterations. Now, Ms. Bryant very correctly did point out the fact that we did do a polling. And that polling was, showed actually a significant amount of opposition. But I would submit to you, this product before us today has changed significantly since that polling occurred. We went down a couple of roads in an effort to mitigate the impact that really, as I've said before, it just generated confusion. And really, I would ask us to give a lot of credit to our planning staff because the product we have before us really has been rewritten merely in the last few months to make sure it is simple, to make sure that it is, to make sure that it lacks that confusion that we had heard. We had heard from our own planning commission. They had referred it back to us because they couldn't read the amendment and decide what the heck does this actually do. We don't see that confusion in our last planning commission meeting. Planning commission was very clear, unanimous vote in favor of option number 2 before us. So I think we've done a lot of really great work here. Is there going to still be the requirements of our staff to continue to enforce? Again, for all the comments of how will the county enforce, I would remind my colleagues, this came before us because this was being of an enforcement action of our staff against a resident. That's the whole reason we're talking about this, is that a family, not a large company from out of state wanting to come in as a contractor, and not owners of large tracts of land that, for those of us know, we have wealthy people here in the county. There's nothing wrong with that. But that's not what this is meant to do. This is not perhaps going to be to the benefit of the wealthiest among us. This is going to be, as one of our most recent citizens commented, to help, this will help allow some of the more modest businesses in our community to exist and to thrive. And so with that said, if it pleases the board, I would like to make a motion to approve a resolution adopting amendments captured on option number 2 as presented by staff to Douglas County Zoning Resolution Section 3, Agricultural 1 District, 4, Large Rural Residential District, 5, Rural Residential District, 21, Use by Special Review, and 23, Home Occupations. And of course, I welcome conversation and deliberation by my colleagues in the event of a second.
So before I second this, I'd like the opportunity to have some conversation. Is that okay?
We normally reserve discussion following a second, but you're welcome to comment.
Okay. We heard comments from residents, from people who spoke, that are concerned about what I think I heard you clarify, that there is no limit to the size of what someone can build an accessory building for. Is that the question you asked CJ? And he said there is no limit to the size of the accessory building.
That is correct. And then he did clarify per my prompting, that it's captured in 230504 per the red line, that, or other structure, and shall be compatible in design and scale with the neighborhood.
Okay, but in that same comment, there is no limit to what some buildings could be built to.
You know, I think that's perhaps maybe that we need to ask staff a building code question, because within, I think CJ answered it very correctly in terms of with this zoning amendment and within our zoning code, perhaps we need to ask in terms of building code, what is permitted, what is allowed.
Michael Carey for staff. Not a building code expert by any means, but as far as my understanding of the building code, there would not be a limitation on the size of a accessory structure that you could build on a residential property as long as it meets those minimum building standard requirements. With that being said, we do have large accessory structures in this county that have been constructed to accommodate very large indoor arenas. We've seen structures of, an acre or greater under one roof. So we do have some fairly large structures in the county.
But to clarify, so Michael, that would still come before the Board of County Commissioners, well, first the planning board, to determine whether or not that meets with the normal approval criteria and is compatible with the neighborhood, right?
Would it come before the Planning Commission?
If somebody wanted to add an accessory structure, would that not have to come before the board for some measure of review, or would they be able to do that independently?
They'd be able to do that independently.
Just create a structure of that size, but it couldn't exceed existing zoning.
Correct. But with the zoning, there's no limitation on the size of an accessory structure.
Okay.
Are there classes of accessory structure?
The only distinctive accessory structure that is called out in the zoning resolution in the residential zone districts is the limitation on those private detached garages that you guys amended back in March, where the limitation went to the 3,000 square feet. But other accessory structures, barns, indoor arenas, maybe a recreational building for a swimming pool or a tennis court or a basketball court, something like that, there's not a limitation on the square footage of that type of structure.
So that's why I was not willing to second without this conversation, because we've heard from residents that if we go with option 2, they would like to see some limits put in place. So that's my first question. We heard from Tammy, who talked about the county approving buildings that aren't approved by HOAs. So is there any mechanism when someone makes a request for an accessory building that the HOA regulations are considered?
Through the Class 2 home occupation permit process? No, ma'am.
So I think that's another thing that we heard from the few people who are still here to speak. And this is something that we have heard. I think at one point we had heard there were over 100 emails that we had received. And CJ, you're shaking your head. Does that sound familiar?
That's correct.
So we started this at 9:35 tonight. So there were people here I recognized who wanted to speak against this, who left, who went home. And I have concerns about us approving this quickly like this, late at night, when we have these concerns we've heard from neighbors about the size of the accessory building that can be allowed when under option 2 there is no limit. And we heard from Mr., I think it's CJ Groves from Surrey Ridge about something in Weld County. I didn't know, I'd never heard this before, that they require some notification or conversation with the neighbors. We heard that from someone else as well. So I think there's still some concern I have, and because it's so late and so many people have left, I can't approve what's in front of us tonight.
Well, I appreciate the comments from the board tonight. I really wrestle with this because, there are people here that stayed with us for 6 to 7 hours, and I think it would be inappropriate not to hear this item and allow them the opportunity to testify. That said, no doubt there are certainly individuals that showed up to provide comment that probably due to the late hour and the length of the hearing, they were unable to provide their testimony. I want to really acknowledge staff's incredible work on this process and the year-long engagement that you've had with the community. You've done a wonderful job, all of you, in terms of working well with the community and the commissioners on this project. But I also would really like to extend a high note of gratitude to Commissioner Teal. This is good commissioner work, and you praised others for their leadership, but it was really your leadership, your initiative, your idea, you fielding information from a citizen, as we do, and identifying ways to effectuate change that would benefit our entire county. So high praise to you for seeing this through for the last almost year. And I think we're awfully close. And, from my view, I'd hate to get to the 1 yard line and blow it on 4th down. So from my perspective, I think it would behoove the board at this time, even though it's nearly a year and a very long extended day today, to provide remaining citizens the opportunity to provide additional testimony. I do feel fairly persuaded that option 2 meets a lot of the I think the ongoing concerns that have been raised, and I like the current structure of option 2. But I am concerned that there is really no limit to the size, and then ultimately no limit to what we're doing today if in fact we pass that. So I do think it would be beneficial for us to have perhaps just a little bit more conversation around that piece. So for that reason, I would actually entertain a motion to continue this item. I don't want to vote against it, but I don't think because of the late hour it's appropriate for me to vote for it, just because there are more citizens that I believe would like to be part of this process.
Chair, just to provide, again, this has been an extended period. We have asked people to stay here this has been the longest land use meeting and public hearing that I've had here as a county commissioner. I have had a couple in my prior position, but this is certainly the longest I've had. I would like to withdraw the motion. And before I make another motion, as you suggested, would the board entertain the idea of going with option 1, but then doing what we heard from several speakers who spoke against option 2 and increase the square footage allowed in option 1 to 3,000 square feet? That way we know it is compliant with a detached garage structure, as we just heard from staff, and would provide the board that certainty in terms of that maximum square footage.
Well, again, I think we've heard a lot of great proposals on the fly tonight in the USR applications, and I really like that. I think that's a good solution. I would probably be in favor of that. The only consideration I would have is because that is a new concept. I would appreciate hearing from citizens that may not be here as to their perspective on that. I would be supportive of that proposal, but I'm a little concerned that there are citizens not here that would have liked to have testified because it's been so long.
Well, the only reason I bring it up is we heard that this evening. People speaking against option 2 and suggesting that very amendment to option 1. And that would be acceptable. And acceptable, we've heard that. We heard that with several comments. And so my assertion is, again, we've been working on this an awful long time. I really feel the need to push back on this idea that people left. And listen, I appreciate it from Ms. Bryant and Ms. Biggs that introducing that to the conversation. I really want to push back on that. The way this room cleared out as we went through our options, our other topics today, people left when we unfinished topics. So I'd really like us to push back on that idea that there are people who couldn't be here right now, because we do have people in the room, we do have people online who did stick it out this long. And I really believe we owe it to them to provide them a degree of certainty. So if it does please the board, I do have a motion
Excuse me.
I believe I have the floor. I do have a motion to approve a resolution adopting option 1 as amended to allow for 3,000 square foot as the maximum square footage as amendments to Douglas County Zoning Resolution Section 3, Agriculture 1, District 4, Large Rural Residential, District 5, Residential, District 21, Use by Special Review, and 23, Home Occupations. And I do ask for a second.
So there's a first on the floor. Is there a second?
You know, I would just like to say that, Chair, earlier I heard you say that you would entertain a motion to continue, and we didn't have, I didn't weigh in on that. George, I know you want to get this done. I know there's people who are here that want to get this done. There's a lot of people who are here that left, and Ms. Bryant reminded us that 70% of the people on our poll said they're not interested in changing anything. So I want to make sure we get this right. I'm concerned about the size. I'm concerned about the neighbor notification. I'm concerned about HOAs. And so I'm not going to second this because I heard the chair talk about a motion, and I was going to make a motion to continue it. I was going to ask the chair if he wanted to do it on August 23rd.
There is a motion on the floor. I ask for a second.
For the purpose of decorum, I will second that motion and then open it up for further discussion.
Well, obviously, I have spoken in favor of the motion. We know that we heard from several people today that this would be an acceptable way to go in terms of sticking with option 1, but indeed assigning that maximum square footage at 3,000 square feet. We are still a working meeting, so I do speak in favor of the motion.
And I am opposed to that. I prefer continuing it like the chair asked about, so we get it right.
Well, I would just say that we can get it right now. Again, we've been at this for several months. Yes, of course, I did mention this has been almost a full year for me. Quite frankly, to continue it would mean that we received a petition from a resident whose business was being interrupted by an act of county government. And what we're saying by continuing is that please come to us, petition your county government. It'll just take a year. That's what we're saying if we continue it. When we have gone through this several times, this has already gone through several reviews. This has been twice before our before our planning commission. Commissioners, we can do this tonight.
Well, Commissioner Teal, I think that's persuasive, but I want to be really clear that our board cannot make a decision to confer a special benefit on one singular citizen. I think we can certainly respond to citizen comment and try to make modifications that benefit the entire county. And I believe that you've done a great job of doing that. And this particular exercise reflects a potential change that could affect many, which is why I've supported the initiative since you've raised it. I think we're awfully close. We have been at it for a year. What I would like to do is actually direct staff to bring forward a final proposal without options. It would reflect exactly what Commissioner Teal has proposed this evening, so that we have one singular option. I would like to continue that to August 23rd, which is challenging as it may be, only weeks away. So that would provide any final opportunity for additional citizens to comment. And it is persuasive to me, what you shared, Commissioner Teal, that I think the room did clear out, but I also did hear that there were more that wanted to comment. I realized that, you know, in some respects we could just say, well, that's their loss that they didn't stay with us till 10:30, but we're getting paid to be here, and they're not. So I really do respect the time of our citizens. I don't think it will harm us to have that discussion at an earlier hour on the 23rd. So I would offer that up to the board as a hybrid approach between both of you to hopefully achieve your ends in terms of the option you raised in one singular option, and then to also have a follow-up hearing to finalize this to give additional citizens time to comment.
Well, point of order, Mr. Chair, but there is a motion and a second, unless, of course, you have withdrawn your second.
I'm not withdrawing the second, and we can call the question. I would say, based on the discussion that we've had, I would vote against the motion, and I would be supportive of the continuance under the rubric that was stated earlier.
Well, I'll be happy to withdraw the motion. I would ask for advice from council in terms of continuing to the 23rd with additional direction to staff per the chair's guidance.
I'm not entirely sure what advice you're looking for. I think you have the discretion to make that change and direct staff to bring it forward. And you absolutely have the authority to continue this item for a couple weeks if that's the board's desire. What additional advice are you asking?
I guess that's all I was asking. I mean, the last time we talked about a continuance, there was issues of sending it back to the Planning Commission. There was issues, there was an inference of perhaps needing to start the process all over. Yeah, if I can have some reassurance that it can be a simple continuance without running afoul of Colorado law.
I apologize. I wasn't here last time, so I don't recall that conversation. I didn't take part in it. You have the authority to request a continuance and to grant it. You have the authority to direct staff to make these changes. These changes are in line with the application that's in front of you. They're not different in kind. Sometimes you make substantial changes, or substantial changes could be made that would warrant starting at least a part of the process over, remanding to the Planning Commission, for example. But these are in line with what's in front of you tonight, and you have the authority to continue and hear this on the 23rd.
If it pleases the board, I'd like to make a motion to continue item 3B to August 23rd at 2:30 p.m. and direct staff to bring forward this item with one option involving option number 1, but with a modification where the maximum square footage of a Class 2 home occupation and rural residential would be 3,000 square feet instead of the 1,500 as presented by staff.
I would be willing to second that if I could ask if there could also be some discussion about notifying neighbors or HOAs.
Very well done.
Okay. Then with that friendly amendment, I will second this for a continuance.
Okay, so we have a first and second on the floor. Is there any further discussion? I just would add that from my view, I want to really thank the citizens for their patience and thank Commissioner Teal for his patience and leadership on this issue. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that carries 3-0. Thank you again, everyone. We are adjourned.